Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. We're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, with some participants joining virtually on Zoom. The time is now 12:05 p.m., and I'm calling to order this Public Oversight Roundtable. We're here today to discuss the DC Housing Authority, or DCHA, an agency responsible for providing safe, stable housing for thousands of Washingtonians. This is the sixth oversight hearing on DCHA since I became chair of the Housing Committee last year. I know that's a lot of hearings for one agency, but this agency has been facing a lot of big challenges, and housing is a lifeline for so many of our residents. For them, this work matters because if DCHA doesn't get it right, people are left in unsafe conditions, in limbo about their futures, or even facing homelessness. Over the past 2 years, I've made reforming DCHA a top priority. It was clear that major changes were needed, and I've been willing to take on the difficult task of pushing for them, even when it meant facing criticism. As part of this effort, I worked with my colleagues on the council and with the mayor to create the Stabilization and Reform Board in 2022, putting experienced subject matter experts in charge. This board has been focused on turning the agency around and giving DCHA residents the services they deserve. Finding the right leadership was a critical first step. And since Keith Pettigrew took over as executive director nearly a year ago, the agency has made real strides. Many of you remember the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development report in 2022, which outlined 113 serious problems in how DCHA managed public housing and voucher resources. The report was harsh, but it made clear how much work was needed. I'm pleased to report that DCHA has closed 75% of those findings, and even HUD has acknowledged that progress. Still, we can't overlook the fact that 25% of the findings remain unresolved, and we need time-bound goals to ensure that those issues are addressed. As I see it, DCHA's recovery is not just about fixing old problems. It's about creating a foundation for lasting improvement. That's what residents want and deserve. Under Director Pettigrew, the agency has brought in new senior managers, caught up on overdue financial reports, and re-engaged residents with in-person voucher briefings and office hours. These changes matter because they lay the groundwork for better service and greater accountability. But while HUD's praise for DCHA is encouraging, we can't just check the boxes. The real question is, how do these changes improve the everyday lives of the residents who rely on DCHA? This hearing is about making sure the improvements we're seeing translate into better experiences for our residents, whether that's quicker lease-ups, clear communication, or more consistent follow-through. Over the past year, I've pushed for reforms aimed at creating more transparency and accountability within DCHA. We passed laws requiring public financial audits and setting fair limits on executive bonuses. We also budgeted millions of dollars to improve public housing, recognizing the urgent need to restore safe and livable homes. These are reforms I'm proud of, but I don't believe my role is to micromanage the agency. The council is not in a position to act as agency directors. So my goal has been to get a competent director into the agency and allow them to manage the day-to-day operations as I focus on subjective standards like how quickly they repair people's homes and how many vacant units the agency gets fixed and occupied, and subjective standards, like how residents feel about how things are moving. That's how we make progress. In June, Director Pettigrew released the DCHA 3-year recovery plan, which outlines goals for each of the agency's major departments. If DCHA accomplishes these goals, the agency will be in a much better position to serve residents. But the plan lacks specific timelines for when these goals will be achieved. In my monthly meetings with Director Pettigrew, I've made it clear that I believe time-bound metrics are necessary for measuring progress. He plans to release a written update on the plan at the 6-month mark in December, and I look forward to seeing the details. In the meantime, I want us to get a clear understanding of the plan and what changes the agency is already making. I continue to hear from residents who are struggling. Delayed lease-ups, unclear processes, and a lack of communication create unnecessary stress. These aren't just bureaucratic issues. They have real consequences for people. If a resident can't get their lease processed, they may lose their current home, face displacement, or even end up homeless. We can't allow these delays to continue, and I expect to hear today how DCHA is addressing these challenges. We've also heard concerns from tenant advocates about the public housing repositioning process, which involves using federal strategies to make up inadequate funding. While I understand that repositioning is necessary, residents need to be involved in the decision-making process, and they deserve clear information about what's happening with their home. Director Pettigrew and his team have started outlining a roadmap, but we need to ensure that this process is transparent and that residents know their rights. Voucher holders are facing their own set of challenges: confusing instructions, unexplained lease-up denials, and difficulties getting in touch with DCHA staff. This creates unnecessary instability for residents who are already navigating complex housing situations. We need to fix these gaps in customer service so that residents don't have to rely on lawyers or social workers to access the services they're entitled to. I want to close by emphasizing that I care deeply about the residents who depend on DCHA. That's why I've put so much time into reforming the agency. I know that these changes take time, but I also know that people are looking for real results. Today is an important opportunity to hear directly from residents, advocates, and stakeholders about what's working and what still needs improvement. It's also a chance to ensure that Director Pettigrew and his team have the support they need to continue making progress. We'll also hear from Raymond Skinner, Chair of the Stabilization and Reform Board, about the board's recommendation to extend its work for a third year. I've appreciated the board's leadership and partnership, and I look forward to hearing their plans for next year. I want to make one note about the hearing time. I heard some frustration from residents who were frustrated that the hearing was not in the evening. I assure you this hearing will go into the evening. And I've heard and we hear from other residents who note that they have evening obligations. And so if the hearings are in the evenings, they can't testify. Most of our hearings go from the daytime into the nighttime, so there is opportunity for everyone to testify if they want, generally in the morning and in the evening. But I welcome feedback. We can't just do hearings in the evening. We can't just do hearings in the morning. But I want people to be able to participate. So if you have thoughts on how this process works, let us know. We keep trying to improve it, but we try to strike the balance so that everyone can participate. That is also the reason we're going to do panels of 10, which will require some flexibility because not everybody is here or here yet. So I'm going to call names until I get to 2 panels. Most of them will be mixes of people who are virtual and in person. So be flexible with us. Again, the hybrid hearings are still relatively new. So we're trying to make it as easy on people as possible, but also make sure people who sign up get a chance and that the hearings don't go so long that they time out of having their opportunity. Final thing I'll note, because it's important that people know that we care about what we're doing up here. If you see me looking down, I am almost certainly taking notes, same with my staff. I could see myself being at the witness table thinking, why is this brother always looking down when I'm talking? He's not listening. But the way I concentrate best and get the most from the testimonies is if I take my own notes. So if I'm looking down, please don't be offended. I'm almost certainly taking notes. With that, I recognize the presence of 2 of my colleagues, Councilmember Brooke Pinto from Ward 2, Councilmember Zachary Parker from Ward 5. So if you have an opening statement, Councilmember Pinto, welcome it.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman White, for holding this hearing today and for your continued focus and leadership on these really crucial issues with our housing authority. Our housing authority provides a fundamental service to district residents, offering a crucial safety net with low and very low incomes, with people with very low and very low incomes to have access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing. As I see it, core to this mission of improvements and needed improvements are really 4 fundamental responsibilities and goals. 1, to provide for and ensure units are habitable, meaning that they are all safe and healthy. 2nd, to make necessary repairs to units and properties that are actually in a timely manner. 3rd, to reduce vacancies that we still see far too many of. And 4th, to get eligible residents leased up in a timely manner. When Director Pettigrew started in his new role, he committed to unveiling a strategic plan to improve DCHA's operations, which was unveiled in June of this past year, and lays out strategic goals and objectives to improve our DCHA's operations. I'm looking forward today to hearing more about the strategic goals and objectives that were outlined by Director Pettigrew and the progress that we have made to date in achieving each of those goals and metrics. Our current public housing residents rely on DCHA to maintain their units in good condition, and local and federal housing choice voucher recipients rely on the authority to provide quality control oversight over the buildings where they reside. I frankly continue to hear from residents with many concerns, from voucher holders whose buildings are failing due to maintenance or trash collection. I hope to hear more from the director today about how DCHA provides continued oversight over properties where voucher holders reside and make sure that they are all habitable. I also look forward to hearing an update on the progress towards reducing our vacancies. I'm encouraged that August saw a significant increase in the number of units that were made ready for move-in, nearly reaching the stated goal of 100 units per month. And I hope to hear more about how the authority will work to ensure that this trend continues in every month to come. I hear also from residents with safety concerns. There are a number of buildings and residents who I worry are being preyed upon when it comes to drug sales or use. And we need to make sure that we are protecting all of our DCHA residents from these types of vulnerabilities and not allowing properties or their surrounding areas to not have the needed focus and attention that they do, because all of our residents deserve and have the right to live in safe housing. And that is our commitment and our goal to them. Lastly, I'm looking forward to hearing more about the Star Board's recommendations for the permanent board governance structure. Frankly, I was a person 2 years ago who did not have faith in the Star Board model, did not have faith that we were going to be able to turn things around following the extremely damning and horrifying HUD report. And so I hope to be proven wrong. And I appreciate all of the huge effort collectively that has gone in to turn things around with DCHA. But I know we all agree that there is still much more work to be done. So looking forward to hearing from residents and our government partners today. And thank you again, Chairman White.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Parker for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for convening today's roundtable on the performance of DCHA. We all agree that every district resident deserves access to quality, affordable, safe, and equitable housing. And we depend greatly as a city on an effective housing authority to provide housing to many of our most vulnerable neighbors. I commend this committee for holding several hearings over the last 2 years on the performance of DCHA, and with the appointment of Director Pettigrew and the rollout of the agency's 3-year plan, I'm optimistic that we will continue making meaningful progress on the agency's shortcomings as cited by the U.S. Department of Housing and address the routine complaints we hear from residents. I plan to hone in today on the complaints my office regularly fields from residents, and I imagine we'll hear many of them reiterated throughout the day. Those include delayed placement for individuals needing ADA compliant units, long wait times for assistance, maintenance delays, delayed and often no follow-up for landlords seeking assistance with tenants, and unsafe living conditions. In fact, as this hearing is underway, residents at Langston Terrace in Ward 5 continue to deal with unstable power servicing their building and prolonged power outages, posing challenges for seniors and others living at that DCHA property. I plan to ask agency officials about what is being done to support Langston Terrace residents as well as others. I am also interested in learning more about the agency's recommended reconfiguration of the DCHA board and its implications on real transparency and real accountability. I believe that we as a body need to scrutinize this proposal and not just rubber stamp it. I welcome residents to continue reaching out to this committee and to my office to lift up what is working and what is not. But all in all, while I'm cautiously optimistic about the progress DCHA has made in recent months, I remain concerned about the functions of the agency and the ongoing complaints that we hear from residents and landlords. Thank you, Chairperson White.
Thank you very much to both of my colleagues. Now I'm going to call up our public witnesses. I'm going to try to avoid having more than 4 people in person. Bear with us. If you're a registered witness and are here in the room, please listen closely for your name. If you indicated that you plan to participate virtually but are here in person instead, please let my team know on the side of the dais over there. For witnesses joining over Zoom, when I call your name, the committee staff will promote you from attendee to panelist. You'll see a pop-up on your screen and you'll need to accept the promotion to join the panel. You'll then drop out of the Zoom momentarily and will come back on as a panelist. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying in that capacity will have 5 minutes. First panel, Daniel Del Pielago, Eleni Christidis, Tisha Daughtry, Yolanda Thornton, Patricia Bishop, Ronald Smith, Christine Spencer, Linda Brown, Keisha McDougald, and Adrian Lynch. Let's see how many of those folks we'll have. We may make some addition. All right, we are missing quite a few people from that panel, so I'm going to call 5 more, and then we'll start this panel. Regina Rivers, Denise Pullen, Commissioner Rhonda Hamilton, 6D08, Lulanda Williams, and Tawana Sellers. Daniel Pielago, I see you are with us. You can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Pielago with Empower DC, and we work with public housing residents all around the city. Recently, we held a meeting with public housing leaders to prepare for this hearing. You'll hear from several of those public housing residents today, and I wanted to provide a summary of what we discussed and heard at that meeting. Regarding the 3-year plan, the rollout of this plan did not reach tenants. Many at our meeting reported hearing about this 3-year plan from us at Empower DC. This makes public housing residents feel left out of important plans that will affect their housing and their lives. I'm sure you've heard of the other critiques about this plan, but I wanted to make sure to focus on the one that we spent quite a bit of time discussing. That is the plan to reposition operating subsidies of all current public housing units. Tenants felt like this was a huge announcement to make with very little in the way of details. Details on what this process will look like, what it means about their rights as public housing residents currently, and the financial impact that this will have on them are unfortunately missing. Related to this, a Section 18 and subsidy changes. Currently, DCHA has submitted 6 Section 18 applications to change the operating subsidy for 6 properties. But as I previously mentioned, this seems to be the plan for all of the remaining DCHA public housing properties. We've heard from several residents at the currently affected properties, and there's quite a bit of confusion and a general lack of understanding about what is going to happen. We are aware of one meeting for tenants being held at each of the affected properties, but after that, not much has happened. What we heard from tenants is that they want a clear understanding in writing about what will happen, what rights will change, what will stay the same. Will they have a right of return if there is any relocation planned? Will they have to be rescreened to be able to remain on the property once the subsidy changes? What was very clear is that public housing residents do not want to have to bear the cost of utilities that will likely be associated with this change in subsidy. In a city where tenant support and protections are quickly drying up, this type of financial burden will not end well for public housing tenants. We understand that DCHA recently approved Resolution 2451, Tenant Protection protections and handbook, which spells out some protections in properties slated for subsidy changes. What we heard from tenants is that these protections need to be codified as actionable rights. Additionally, related to this, tenants expressed the need to have a clear understanding of what development plans DCHA has for its portfolio. For years, there have been RAD plans on certain properties, other plans, and now everything appears to be changing again. A clear development plan for DCHA's portfolio is needed. Related to the STAR Board, for many years, the DCHA board included elected resident commissioners. The STAR Board brought that to an end. Currently, it only has one resident commissioner with a vote on the board. While Commissioner Blackson's service is appreciated, what we heard clearly from public housing residents is that we need to have a return of elected resident commissioners. At the very least, a senior / disability property commissioner is needed, as well as a family property commissioner, and a current voucher holder is need to be on this board. We also heard concerns about the current monthly commissioners meetings. Residents expressed a desire for a return to in-person meetings or at least hybrid meetings, much like the city council holds. Often these meetings are difficult to hear. One need to only review this past month's meeting where even current board members found it hard to hear the discussion happening in the DCHA boardroom. There is very little discussion between board staff and tenants testifying during these meetings. Often tenants are told we'll follow up, but as far as we know, there is no policy on how this follow-up will happen, how long it will take, who will follow up, and who tenants can follow up with if there is no response in a reasonable time. Closing out, I want to encourage this committee, the council as a whole, and the agency itself to really listen to the testimony you'll hear today from public housing residents. Their experiences are valid, and they know what it will take to turn this agency around. We cannot continue to push forward plans that hurt public housing residents more than they help them. It is fair. It is the fair and the right thing to do after public housing residents have endured so much harm. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Eleni Christidis, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Parker, and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a DC resident and a supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Thank you for convening this roundtable on DCHA. DCHA continues to be disorganized and unresponsive, particularly on the voucher side. We continue to see problems around DCHA not timely processing recertifications or keeping track of recertification paperwork, which can needlessly land voucher tenants in eviction court for non-payment of rent. We hope the recovery plan would address this, but there is no plan. As a result, we want this committee to ask DCHA for a detailed plan with clear timelines and measurable benchmarks by which it will improve its performance, particularly with respect to processing recertifications. DCHA's rent reasonableness process also continues to create obstacles for people seeking to place their voucher at a new unit. Because tenants have to apply to a unit before DCHA will say if the rent is reasonable, tenants waste time and money applying to units that do not result in a successful lease-up. Even though Director Pettigrew has said he wants to find a way for voucher holders to check if a unit is rent reasonable or not before applying, there isn't currently a reliable way to do that. As a result, voucher holders continue to lose time and money searching for units but not being able to use their vouchers. This needs to change. As this committee is aware, DCHA has said it plans to transition all its public housing units to other subsidies in the coming years. Legal Aid is pleased to note that the STAR Board recently passed a resolution committing DCHA to preserving public housing residents' rights, regardless of which repositioning tool DCHA uses. However, the resolution and handbook approved by the board still leave important questions unanswered. We still need to know what specific plans DCHA has for each property, and residents have questions and concerns about whether they will be charged utilities, among other things. We want to know if the right to return includes returning with no rescreening. Notwithstanding the board resolution, we believe the council should codify these protections into law so that they remain in place even if DCHA leadership or the composition of the board changes. That being said, none of this should detract from the need to rehabilitate thousands of vacant and offline public housing units and lease them up to families on the waiting list. DCHA could also use its fair cloth authority to identify and create nearly 3,000 new public housing units. Next, the council should restore to DCHA's governing board the resident elected and housing advocate positions to ensure that residents have direct representation and an advocate voice on the board. In the meantime, the STAR Board should meet in person with a hybrid option to allow for more direct resident engagement with the board. The board should also publish its agenda and proposed resolutions at least 10 days in advance to allow residents and advocates enough time to study the resolutions, sign up to testify, and voice concerns. Finally, as DCHA prepares to make its emergency rulemakings final, there is still time for DCHA to bring its regulations in line with local law and with the goal of keeping people housed, not being unduly harsh or punitive. While we appreciate the time DCHA staff have spent meeting with advocates about problems with the emergency regulations and topics ranging from criminal background screening to guest stay policies, live-in aids, grievance and hearing rights, and more, DCHA needs to hold additional listening sessions with residents and take their input into account before making any regulations final. Thank you for this chance to testify. My written testimony will go into much more detail on all these points, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Tisha Daughtry. And there's some folks still need to accept promotion. So if you are online listening to the hearing and you get a pop-up that's says accept promotion, please click on that. Patricia Bishop, I think, is not with us yet. Ronald Smith, I don't see you yet. Ronald Smith, please accept promotion if you can hear me. We'll recognize you next. If you do, Christine Spencer, I see you with us. If you could unmute Christine Spencer and turn on your camera. There we go.
Well, hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in and just touch bases on a few of these things. To be honest with you, I think Director Pettigrew is doing an amazing job, especially with the hand that he was dealt. I mean, he came in and the housing authority was in a shambles. We all know that. And it didn't happen overnight. I just think that we should give him an opportunity to work it out. In the conversations that I've had and the stuff that I've seen since he's been there, when he say he's going to do something, he do it. If he can't, he can't. We didn't have that at first. I wanted to touch bases about the STAR board that the mayor basically put in place. We want our other residents. We only have one commissioner with a voice or a vote. Why is that? Just one. Why we can't get back the other two or three commissioners, voting commissioners on that of the board? Why we can't get those back? I think that should be in place, right? I like the initiatives that one of the board members, Denise Blackson, is doing, her block to block. I like the initiative that Director Pettigrew is doing. He did the whole summer with these rebuilding communities. That was amazing. To see stuff like that in our neighborhood, to be able to walk out your door and see those type of events right in your neighborhood, it's amazing. We haven't had that. This is something new. It's refreshing. I just think that stuff like that we didn't have. We haven't had stuff like that in a long time. And that's it. That's all I basically wanted to say.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad you were with us. Thank you so much. Pat Bishop, I think you are with us now. Ms. Patricia Bishop. And if you are able to unmute and there we are. We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Oh, now we can see you and hear you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Bishop. Thank you, Robert White, for holding this urgent roundtable to discuss the proceeding conditions of public housing and the voucher holders program. I'd like to commend Pettigrew and his staff. He has did a wonderful job, better than previous. His staff works very closely with me on matters concerning Greenleaf and events. I appreciate each and every one of them. The citywide, we do need to make some adjustments and do a lot of things more for the tenants. The commissioners does a wonderful job, especially when they remind them of different things that they're waiting to make finalized decisions on, and what we the tenant has asked for to be done, and honor and respect that. We definitely need the commissioners that we vote for back on the board, plus more, to represent us that lives in this public housing and has vouchers, because it is necessary that we be at the table to speak for not just ourselves as individuals, but the entire DCHA representatives of public housing. I think that Pettigrew and other team members is doing a wonderful job and doing all they can do and more, whether it's during the daytime or whether it's at night, to see what they can do to help the situations as they occur, emergencies and non-emergencies. That's what they're there for. That's what they should always have been doing. And the steps and the procedures that they do it, they get on it. Even if we have to wake them up out of their sleep, they get on it. And that's one thing I appreciate. And the communication that he has, when he says he's going to do something, the director, he does it. He brings staff with him to make sure that it gets done. He don't treat one no better than the other one. When he hears and listens to the complaints of the tenants at the Board of Commissioner meeting, he has a complete follow-up himself as well as the staff to see what has been done and how long it's going to take to get done. And that's one thing he stands ground for, is to making sure that the tenants are taken care of in the best way possible. I would like for the election to come back to put public housing members back on that board, because it would be a great benefit to everyone to understand that this is what should never have been taken, and to break down the senior and the disabled into two so they can better represent each party. Thank you, and enjoy your rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bishop. Linda Brown, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilman. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmen and women. My name is Linda Brown. I live in Greenleaf Senior with my adult daughter who is disabled. I'm here today to try and get a better understanding of the questions I'm about to ask. And that first one is, the board lack of resident elected commissioners is a major concern. There needs to be residents elected commissioners from the following property types: seniors, the disabled, family, and current actual voucher holders. Why I'm concerned is I don't feel represented, especially in those decisions that limit the ability to live in safe environments inside and out. Second, the commissioners' monthly meetings do not allow for enough time for tenant participation and a real understanding of how the process is working within the agency. We need to return to in-person meetings with some happening on public housing sites. I like to see that come back. Third, I live on a property where DCHA has filed for Section 8 application with HUD. The lack of information about how this would affect me and my family. I'm concerned about the financial impact. For example, if we pay utilities and the housing market continues to go up, that will be a great strain on our financial ability to pay affordable rent. I will end with this. Whenever there's a new administration and community change and communication changes about how DCHA will move forward, it feels like I'm starting over and we never get the full understanding of the way to move forward. And all of that to say is that I also appreciate the work that the director has done. I've benefited greatly from that, but I would like to have this understanding of the changes that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keisha McDougald with us. Denise Pullen. Denise Pullen, I see you with us. If you are able to unmute and turn on your camera.
Okay, I'm unmuting.
Perfect.
Okay, I am a voucher holder, and I would like to say I am a part of Daniel Dale's Empowerment DC org, and we have a group that we do meet with Director Pettigrew. I think it's like every month with other voucher holders who are involved, and he listens with other people in his group or in his whatever. I'm a little nervous, but they listen to some of our concerns. And one of my concerns would be that I'm hoping that we will begin to have more clarity when it comes to how tenants will be giving a follow-up, or voucher holders will be given a follow-up from DCHA staff without having to run around searching for an attorney to help you out. I almost lost my voucher because of recertification, but I'm thankful that it all worked out. But it would be nice if we had more people also to be able to join this beautiful group that we have, as a group that comes together and we're supporting each other and we're trying to find out all the information. And I must say, Director Pettigrew has been very understanding, and I think this is a move forward for everyone. And thanks for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate it. Commissioner Rhonda Hamilton with 6D08. Welcome.
Good morning, Council Member White and members of the committee. Again, my name is Rhonda Hamilton. I represent 6D08. Most of my constituents live in either subsidized or public housing. I have had the privilege and opportunity to serve the district in my community in this capacity for 18 years. I'm also the president of Southfax Gardens Resident Council, which is one of 3 public housing properties in Southwest. My mother, the late Gloria Hamilton, was an incredible leader within our community and instilled in me from childhood the importance of giving back to my community. I continue to serve to honor her memory and other fallen soldiers and leaders who paved the way for us and serve with their hearts and soul. I also stand in solidarity with all residents, council leaders, and residents and echo support for Bill First for Greenleaf. It is critical that we keep, upkeep, and maintain traditional public housing in Southwest and other communities as we are in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. I have been among the witnesses to see the housing authority go all the way downhill over the years. Residents living in units that have been molded out, rodent infested, and needing to be condemned as they are still living in them. While the blame is often being pointed in different directions to DCHA, the city, the mayor, in terms of who is responsible, the people were getting sick, sicker, and dying in living conditions that no one should have had to endure in the first place. The upkeep and maintenance of the units had been utterly deplorable and beyond words. District residents living in conditions similar to those in third world countries. Those that survived the inhumane circumstances are forever scarred and traumatized, including many children. These stories often go untold, and people are still suffering while change has come because significant progress takes time. It also takes a giant shift, if not a miracle, to begin to put a housing authority on the right course to benefit the people that has not been functioning well in a long time. I'm a firm believer that if we do not tell our own stories and share our lived experience from our own mouths, someone else will share their version of the truths. The suffering of the people in the city from policies, dysfunctional systems, and ineffective agencies runs deep and cannot be sugarcoated. If we want better for the people, we have to stand on the front lines with them, support the communities, and stop conversing and blending in on the sidelines. It is very hard for me to sit at the table and participate in hearings because honestly, I'm always wondering what real impact does it have to help residents? Who is actually listening, and does it really move the hearts of the powers that be to action when we come here to testify? However, I know one director who listens and who consistently moves to act. That is Director Keith Pettigrew. He is the best director that I have known DCHA to have in well over a decade because he cares about the people. He is our Black Panther. He is getting the job done. He is making positive changes and educated and informed decisions for the people. He is making sure that his management and leadership team responds to the residents. He is improving the living conditions and bringing back hope to the communities and to the housing authority. He is what the housing authority has needed for a long time, a competent director who has the heart for the people, understands how DC operates, including the political power that drives this city, and knows and is well experienced in how to manage and direct a large housing authority. DCHA would have been in a better place if it had brought him on board years ago. He is shifting the tide by making improvements that were long overdue. Public housing residents and low-income residents in general deserve to be among the highest priorities for this city. They have been at the back of the agenda and without a dedicated seat as decisions are made about their futures for too long. Public housing residents should have at least 4 seats on the STAR board that oversees the housing authority. How can public housing residents be fairly represented with 1 vote on the entire board? The people deserve better. I hope that this council will also shift the tide by really standing with and beside the residents and also with Director Pettigrew and support his plan in being unveiled to improve DCHA and make it finally work in the best interest of the residents as this city's largest landlord and one of the biggest housing authorities in this country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being with us. Lulinda Williams, are you, oh, no, I'm sorry. Ronald Smith, you are joining us by phone. Welcome. Ronald Smith. I don't immediately know how to unmute by phone, so I'm hoping you see it on your end.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Is
Okay,
this,
1 minute.
yes, you
Ronald
can.
Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. White. I'm calling actually to testify about the housing choice vouchers. I was finally awarded a voucher after waiting 20 years, which I was really grateful for. okay, I immediately went out in search of a place to, a place that will be acceptable to DCHA, and also acceptable to myself. Anyway, we found a place. Me and my wife found a place, and we went through the process of filling out all the necessary paperwork and stuff like that. The biggest problem, I think, is a breakdown in communication. When I applied initially for a housing choice voucher, it should have been on the record that I needed a reasonable accommodation. For the last 5.5 years, I've lived in the Greenleaf Senior Apartments. I came here from Leachoy Park. They sent us here because they saw a need for a larger unit was justified through a medical. Both myself and my wife are handicapped. We have so much equipment, medical equipment in this house right here. You wouldn't believe it. But I have 3 doctors, documented doctors, as well as pictures that I've taken of all of our equipment and stuff like that. And but when I received my voucher, to cut to the chase, they put me down for a 1-bedroom apartment. Subsequent to that time, we've had to put a lot of stuff in storage, right, while waiting for housing to do the inspection or whatever. Okay, now here we are coming up to a new month. I'm kind of confused because I'm wondering, do I pay my rent on the 1st, or do I hold up and wait for the apartment that we have applied for? I'm really confused. I'm 77 years old. I don't have a lot of knowledge about just how to go about it. It was suggested to me that the people that are assigned a voucher, that they be given a social worker, somebody to work with them. But we've been, me and my wife have just been running and running and running, trying to get out of this place. The apartment that we live in, it's a place to live, but it's deplorable. The voucher was missed. It was done wrong. They put down a 1-bedroom unit. They did not mention anything about a reasonable accommodation, right? So I don't know. I have been down to the back and forth down the housing, and this Ginger McAllister has worked with me. She submitted information for them to correct the error, but to this date, nothing has changed. I don't know what to do. Me and my wife have just decided, it was suggested to us to go ahead on and move, accept the 1-bedroom, to get out of the conditions that we're in because of our health, and then continue to fight for the 2-bedroom. And I wish that at the end of this meeting, somebody would give me a call back, and where I can come in and have a sit down with somebody. With that being said, have a blessed day, and I appreciate everyone for listening to me.
All right. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Brown. So yes, I am asking right now that the agency I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, sorry. Asking that the agency be in touch with you. If this is number that you call us at is not the best number to reach you, don't say the actual number here, but is this number good, or should we reach out to you on this number and get a better number for the agency? We'll call you on this number. This one works.
This is a good number.
All right, we will share with the agency. They are here, so they heard your testimony, and I can't say what the right result is, because that's not my part of the process. But what I will ask you to do is, they'll be in touch with you, and I'll ask you to be in touch with us. Call the housing committee and let us know how things are going. So we'll help to make sure the process moves in the right direction. And I do want to thank all of our witnesses on the first panel. Between visiting public housing communities, sometimes for meetings, sometimes to tour. This summer, attending one of the summer events Director Pettigrew put on, which I thought was incredible. I went to the one at Woodland. It looked like type of things we used to have in DC when I was growing up, and I did love to see it. We also I do something different to make sure I'm hearing authentic feedback from people. We put out a brief survey ahead of this hearing to understand what people are experiencing, to open up a new channel for feedback if people want to provide feedback anonymously, or you just don't have time to testify. We've already gotten a good number of responses and feedback. So if you're listening and do want to participate in that survey, check out my recent social media posts, or reach out to my team at housing@dccouncil.gov. I'm sorry, I should be on a 6-minute clock. And let me run through a few things with witnesses. I'm not going to ask questions to every witness, but I do have a few questions. Daniel Del Pielago, how would you, one of the things you mentioned, concerns you mentioned, was residents not hearing about the 3-year plan. How would you recommend things like that get disseminated to best reach residents?
You know, we did
Well,
that, and I think a couple of the suggestions was, texts, emails, having a copy or multiple copies at the property manager's office on the property would be a good start for folks to be able to access it and read it. This document is not, like the ACOP or anything. It's not like 100 pages. So I think it is doable to print double-sided and distribute on the properties as well. But I think both having a digital and then perhaps, much like when you enter any office, like your own office that has materials that folks can pick up and read. I think having something like that in the property manager's office as folks go in, for their day-to-day business on the property, it would be great, and that's what folks suggested.
So let me engage that a bit, because I do think it's important to get this right, and it's also just not easy. So if every major thing the agency or the board does, they put it out for comment, I can imagine they won't be able to respond to all the comments, and people may be frustrated to say, well, I commented, but you all didn't change anything, and that might create a different frustration. What are your thoughts on how to balance that concern?
Well, as I mentioned first, it wasn't even comment. Folks just want to be able to at least first see it, right? I think that's important to note. But I think there are forums where these comments can be thought and be more specific, such as the monthly Board of Commissioner meetings. Time can be devoted to getting input on these kind of things. I fully realize how difficult it is to be able to engage, the numbers as compared to the residents in public housing. But I think creating some specific avenues, especially for these big things, like a 3-year recovery plan is a big thing. I know when the Star Board started, they did listening sessions. So similar efforts can be had. I would recommend.
I appreciate it. And I want agency leadership to hear this conversation as well, that this, it's relevant to the 3-year plan, but relevant to many things that'll come after it. One other thing I just want to mention from your testimony, a couple other people mentioned it as well. The board hearings, residents need to be able to hear this. And if it's not even audible, that seems like a fixable problem. So by way of this hearing and conversation, I'm asking the board to work on that. It is important that the public be able to hear what's happening at the meetings. And frankly, if residents can't hear it, then some board members may not be able to hear it as well. So thank you for raising that and for being with us. And on repositioning, I am going to ask about that. And so we're going to get some more details about that and Section 18 plans. So thank you so much for your testimony and your work. Eleni Christidis, I believe that landlords can do rent reasonableness ahead of time now. Is that your understanding as well, but not residents?
I don't want to get my information wrong. I think it sort of begs the question that if landlords can do it, why shouldn't residents also be able to do that ahead of time?
What would it look like for residents to do? When in the process are you suggesting residents should be able to check for rent reasonableness?
Ideally, before they have to put down an application fee and submit an application, because if they do that, they get to the point where the landlord has submitted a packet to DCHA, and only after that there is a determination, then they've just wasted all that time and all that money.
Yeah. I mean, that seems reasonable. Okay, well, I will want to, that does seem fair and reasonable. None of us have money to throw around on applications. So let me get more information as to why that's not happening and to the point of trying to fix it. So thank you for raising that. Yeah, one of the other things you noted that's important to lift up. Folks want to know what specific plans DCHA has for each property. That's a big ask, but people live at those properties and they want to know what the future is. And to the point of somebody else who testified, every time you get a new director, there are new plans, the plans fall apart, then there's a new director. But people need clarity around their homes and the future of their homes. So, I'm not surprised we don't have that at this point of Director Pettigrew's leadership, but it is important to get that. And it's something we've discussed, but I can't remember the details offhand. So thank you for raising that. And I'll raise that with the director as well, but he and his team are listening now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to highlight just a few thoughts. Well, let me do this. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Parker, for a round of questions.
Thank you. There were several themes, but two that we heard across those testifying was one, praise for Director Pettigrew and the work that he and his team are doing. And the other was for elected resident commissioners. And several individuals testified about that, specifically to have seniors, disabled folk, veterans, current voucher holders. So I'll go through those of you who I noted lifted that up. Mr. Del Pelago, what would be different if elected resident commissioners were part of this reconfiguration of the DCHA board?
One thing that we heard in this recent meeting we had to prepare for this was just needing to right the balance and residents really feeling a part of an agency that hopefully is on the upswing, right? That is moving forward, and that is, as Director Pettigrew often says, he's accepted the the problems of the agency, and there is work happening to improve it. Residents want to be part of that. So I think having folks that are on the ground, obviously, that live on these properties, that are aware of some of the unique issues that exist on, let's say, at a senior disability property is really important. So, I think residents are looking for a team effort, a partnership in all of this. So that's why I think it's really important, and it would go a long way in once again, and hopefully putting this agency back on track.
Yeah, no, and I want to make clear, I agree with those of you all who are calling for this. I just want to make, for the record, it clear what we hope to be different. Ms. Christides, I believe you two advocated for reestablishing these elected resident commissioners. What do you hope to be different? And it's specifically for a current voucher holder, why do you think that is so important to have that type of position on the board?
I think both the perspective that residents would bring that is, different from the perspective of another commissioner who just doesn't live in a voucher unit or in a public housing unit. And I think the fact that they would be resident elected means that they're also directly accountable to the broader resident community. And then if the residents don't feel like their elected representative is accomplishing things or representing their views on the board, then they can, opt to elect another person. So for those two reasons, under the current regime, I believe it's mayor appointed and council confirmed. So there isn't a direct accountability to the residents and, selecting their desired representative to be on the board of commissioners.
Thank you for that. No, and I agree. I know this was a point of contention when the original board reconfiguration came up. And some residents and advocates felt as though tenant voice was being diminished on the board we now have. And I think about many of the folk that are probably going to be here today and how there is a firewall of sorts between DCHA and them, and them having their concerns heard. So I agree with you that having greater accountability by having these folk elected by tenants to be able to serve in a real place of power would be really important. I'm not going to go through everyone, in part because I have to run to another hearing to vote, but I do want to thank you all. And when I'm done with that hearing, I do plan to return. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. I know we're all pulled in a lot of directions, so I appreciate you being here on this issue. It's so long. I don't have many more questions, but I want to just raise a few points. Christine Spencer, Patricia Bishop, Linda Brown, Rhonda Hamilton, maybe others raised the desire to have more residents on the board with a vote. So I hear you on that. Several folks appreciate the efforts of Director Pettigrew at this point, which I'm glad to hear. This is, a change in sentiment from what I've seen since I've been on the council. I believe we could get to this place. People having faith in the leadership is important. And as the director and I talk about often, that's something that the agency has to continue to build on. And I think that they are committed to doing that. Denise Pullen, your request for more clarity on follow-up from DCHA staff without having to run around looking for an attorney to assist. Are you still with us? And not everybody's been able to stay. Okay, I don't say. Okay, we'll try to ask a question about that. I think I know what you're talking about, and we'll try to raise that question up to the director. And I started with Mr. Smith. So I truly appreciate the testimony of everybody on our first panel for testifying. We'll move to our second panel because we still do have quite a number of folks who want to testify. So thank you all very much for being with us. All right, our second panel, and like the last one, bear with me. We're going to try to get to about 10 per panel so we can get everybody here. Kenneth Council. Deborah Colvin, Laura Pukach, Kelly Sweeney McShane, Joan Williams, Carol Holly, Sunny Desai, Manager of the Tenant Advocacy and Support for the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Tangela Hicks, Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First for Pathways to Housing, Patricia Malloy, let me do another reminder. If I called your name and you are virtual, please accept the promotion. All right, Karen Settles and Sheena McGill. Those will be the last two I call for this panel. Again, please accept promotion. Kenneth Council, are you with us?
I am.
Excellent, excellent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councilman White, I want to thank you for this meeting, this roundtable. Well, today I just want to discuss with you and bring to the table and put on record. I'm a former commissioner at large for the Housing Authority, and I'm getting a plethora of phone calls from staff as well as the constituents. On the constituent side, they're still living in undeplorable conditions. Mold, some of the people have cancer. I got one just as yesterday where she called me crying about her having lead and mold in her bloodstream. I calmed her down and told her that, I would talk to her and I would bring it up today in today's discussion. As far as a lot of the residents, the deplorable conditions that they're living in, they are afraid to speak up because of retaliation. Not alone just the constituents, but the staff. I still have a good rapport with some of the staff at DCHA and a lot of the things that are going on and the retaliation as far as the way that they're being treated. It shouldn't be done, but it's being done. It's not on record, but I want it on record today. I used to meet with Director Pettigrew once a month and talk to him about certain things because a lot of the people call me from all of the different properties. There were some things going on that I had a concern and I spoke to him about, and I told him if it continued, I couldn't support him. Within that showing, I'm not going to call it retaliation, but I'm going to call it somewhat of a bullying way. Each department has contractors, and the contractors that come in, they're not doing a good job. I was over audit and finance, so I'm looking at how much money is being spent with everything in every department having contractors. To me, it seems like you're doing invoices, but services are not being rendered like they should be. Case in point, I'm the president of the 4 DuPont Additions where I reside. And out of Mr. Pettigrew's own mouth, said that they had hired 4 different landscapers. We just got our grass cut on Monday. And I believe it was because of them knowing I was testifying. I know they're all in a room listening to me now. They know me. I haven't changed. I may have been removed from the table, but I still have a voice. I think it's wrong. I think it's unprofessional. The thing that he did, that he gave every site back to school or something to welcome the ED or the ED to welcome them. We got, meaning my property, we got crumbs from the table if you look at the pictures that every other site got. But I'm hoping that you ask for clarity and you ask for proof and fact for everything that they're going to report to you today, because it's not true. Like I said, I don't want to do dirty laundry, but I just want things to be done right, correctly, and best business practices, which are not being done. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. And I'll raise some questions at the end of this panel. Deborah Colvin, you are up next if you are with us. Oh, here you are. Thank you. If you would hit the button on your microphone. Perfect.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and everyone here today. I am a resident of the District of Columbia and a former DCHA client turned housing provider. In fact, I was once deemed a poster child for public housing programs because I stand before you a shining example. I'm sorry, I was distracted. A shining example of what public programs can accomplish. And I'm uniquely positioned to tell you of the dire need for accountability for DCHA clients. I'm sorry, I get very.
You can pause for a second.
Yeah.
All right.
I hope my time is not
You
being
got it.
counted.
You
Okay.
got it.
So as I was saying, and I'm uniquely positioned to tell you of the dire need for accountability for DCHA clients and the impact of the current DCHA policies on its clients, its partners, the community, and supporters of public housing programs. As you know, DCHA clients are justifiably held to the highest quality standards. However, DCHA clients are held to extremely low standards of accountability, and the ramification for this is widespread, causing unfairness and disservices to everyone involved. It's not fair to DCHA landlords who are forced to make costly repairs, endure failed inspections, and risk the loss of rental payments for actions caused by negligent DCHA clients. It's not fair to communities as area residents experience diminished quality of life from clients in need of supervision. It's not fair to DCHA clients themselves who are robbed of the motivation to progress towards self-sufficiency. And it's not even fair for clients or people coming behind them who are not given opportunities because their predecessors are not processing through the programs. Is something going on? That are not processing through the programs as they should. We all lose when there is no accountability for DCHA clients. And I speak to you today because everyone targets, what's not happening with housing providers, what's not happening with this, but what is being left out of this conversation is the responsibility and the accountability for DCHA clients. And sometimes we find ourselves enabling bad behavior. So I believe these matters can be resolved through as a public policy professional and with a background in quality assurance. I see everything through public policy. I believe these matters can be resolved through a systemic approach, beginning with data collection. And it's important that we ask the right questions to inform policy decisions. In closing, I'm convinced accountability for DCH clients is a pathway to fairness and freedom. It will allow them the tools, it will allow the housing providers the tools to perform their jobs realistically and fairly. It will allow clients to move towards self-sufficiency, and it will allow the agency to service more individuals. In other words, there's a bottleneck where people are stuck in the system there. And that's because there's no accountability and we're not servicing a broader audience when we do that. So I'm speaking from a different angle that needs to be voiced here today before you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. Kelly Sweeney McShane, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Sweeney McShane, and I'm the president and CEO of Community of Hope. Community of Hope provides housing services for families and individuals through our homelessness prevention program, bridge housing, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. In 2024, Community of Hope's housing programs are on track to serve about 1,700 unique households. We are also an active participant in the Interagency Council on Homelessness, where I co-chair the Strategic Planning Committee. In July of 2024, Community of Hope, along with 15 other nonprofit and homelessness services organizations, sent a letter to DCHA to outline our concerns and recommendations and requested a meeting. On September 9th, we met with representatives from DCHA. While we did not get as far as we'd like to on our list of concerns, the discussion did lead to DCHA removing the notary requirement on zero-income forms for the local rent supplement program and the housing choice voucher program applications, as well as recertification applications, which we believe remove a barrier for clients and for staff. We are grateful for these changes. However, we continue to have significant concerns with other systems that have not yet been addressed. It continues to take far too long to house vulnerable clients. We need to do better. And this is particularly true in that there's 1,300 families that need to be transitioned from rapid rehousing to vouchers as quickly as possible so they're not evicted. Providers are not getting information on why the systems are broken or how long it will take to improve them. Rent reasonableness remains a top area of concern and confusion. How rent reasonableness is determined is complicated and difficult to explain to clients, creating further distress in an already difficult and lengthy search for housing. The time between when an application is submitted and when DCHA runs a rent reasonability check regularly exceeds 30 days, even though the standard is 48 hours or less. Additionally, affordablehousing.com pulls different comparable units every time a search is generated, meaning two identical units in the same building can have different rent reasonability outcomes because they're based on different comparable units. There's further skews already unreliable rent reasonability calculations and increasing confusion for providers and clients alike. Although staff have been given access to run pre-checks on affordablehousing.com for rent reasonability before the application is submitted, only the rent reasonability figure determined by DCHA staff can be locked in, meaning that tenants regularly have to resubmit proof of income paperwork or restart the application process altogether due to their voucher expiring. These delays mean that when there is a significant gap in the time between a packet is submitted and when DCHA does its calculations, rent reasonability figures can change, taking previously approved units out of consideration. We recommend that DCHA allow the rent reasonable determination to be made by case managers before applications are submitted to be locked in, which will decrease the likelihood of clients losing out on units. There has been an update to the application. It's more streamlined, it's easier to complete, but there are still causes of delays during the process, many of which are administrative. DHS does an initial review before submitting an application to DCHA. Delays in processing and receiving applications persist, almost always exceeding the 30-day standard, but it's not clear where the delays are happening. Providers no longer have visibility to see the status of an application. Administrative burdens are further increased by new document requirements, including verification of non-receipt of child support and proof of non-receipt of income. It's difficult, if not impossible, to obtain these in most cases. And unfortunately, due to these delays, clients shut off communications with case managers, assume case managers aren't doing their job or that the system is too broken for them to work with them. So this just creates a lot of frustration for clients and for staff. So just in closing, DCHA has a vital role to play in ending homelessness and making sure that clients can access safe and affordable housing. We thank you for this oversight hearing. We encourage continued monitoring of needed improvements, which includes streamlined to reduce barriers, improve communications with providers and clients, and develop timelines for improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us. Tangela Hicks, you are next and welcome.
Great day, members of the council and beautiful people in attendance today. My name is Tangela Hicks. I am a Ward A resident, DC advocate, and member of Legal Aid DC's Community Advisory Council. In 2016, Mayor Bowser worked with DHS and DCHA on the rise in homelessness, and DCHA opened their waiting list for homeless individuals and families. The system at the time had many issues that needed fixing. Since then, DHS and DCHA have made many strides in improving the program and system updates. In the summer of 2023, I was given the opportunity to participate in a focus group collaboration design session with the lab. The lab partners with agencies and DC government to help design, target, start up, and evaluate district programs with a resident-centered lens. The DC Office of the City Administrator Executive Office of the Mayor trusted Sweta Maturu and team members to create a solution to the issues DC residents were having with DCHA, and they delivered. DCHA launched a redesigned voucher application and overall new website. DCHA's redesigned core voucher application received the NAHRO 2024 Award of Merit. The Housing Choice Voucher Program packet has also been updated and, in my opinion, was redesigned to assist applicants and recipients in a way that they can better understand and execute. I am also a Housing Choice Voucher recipient. And when I first received my voucher, I went through many obstacles. I even had to fight to maintain my voucher, and I have a child with special needs. So I can vouch that things have improved greatly, but there are still a few hiccups that DC residents are having issues with. One major issue is that in the portal, no one can register for the waiting list. The option to register has been stuck for months. There are hundreds of teens to young adults who are homeless due to phasing out of foster care, and they need to apply for housing assistance, but they can't register through the portal. They are growing frustrated and losing hope. There are single fathers who are struggling to pay market rent and would like to apply for housing assistance but can't sign up for help. There are families who have been thrown out of the rapid rehousing program are now paying anywhere from $1,500 to $4,000 a month in rent, if not more. They are 1 foot in the door and 1 foot out from being homeless. They would like to apply for the Section 8 Public Housing Program or the Housing Voucher Choice Program, but they aren't able to apply. There are elders who need to apply for senior living help, but there is no one to answer their questions or any way to truly access the portal internally to find out who to contact for assistance. Please have the portal fixed for residents to be able to apply for help. Also, the Housing Choice Voucher Program still gives applicants 3 months to find residency when they first obtain their voucher, and then advises them to apply for an extension if they can't find anything. I still have issues with this because there are so many people trying to find a place, and a lot will be applying for the same places trying to get a residence. It's not easy finding something these days and times. I myself still have my many books and pads of places I applied for when I was looking for residency. It's extremely hard to find a place to stay. I ask that DCHA gives new applicants at least 1 year to find residency, and then they can apply for extensions. It will help out a lot as opposed to just 3 months. There's clearly not enough time. In 2022, immigrants busted here into DC and were given help, and they were able to obtain housing with no problems. I feel as though DC residents need that same help and assistance in housing placements and housing stability. If anyone has any questions or needs any suggestions, please feel free to contact me at tupinya@yahoo.com. Thank you for your time and God bless.
Thank you so much for being with us. Sunny Desai, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I'm the manager of legal counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. LCE defends, protects, and empowers DC residents ages 60 and over in legal matters. My team specifically integrates legal, social, and casework supports to prevent eviction of district's low-income seniors. My testimony today will focus on the shortcomings of the DCHA's 3-year recovery plan generally, but I also plan to highlight a few problems that I believe DCHA needs to fix immediately. First, the 3-year recovery plan. Let me start by saying that I was encouraged when Director Pettigrew testified earlier this year that he had a plan to turn the agency around. But the plan that was recently published seems more like promises made by previous management teams that failed to deliver lasting change. But what DCHA needs to do is prioritize the issues, set clear action steps, deadlines or time-bound metrics, as Councilmember White suggested, for when these steps will be completed, and then measurable goals to know when they've succeeded. The plan published is just a laundry list of problems, many of which we've known for years. The plan fails to engender confidence that the agency will improve. You mentioned earlier that there will be an update issued in December, and we look forward to reading that. And one more comment that was raised earlier about the plan's rollout. They sought comments on the plan, so they clearly wanted the community to participate, but the only way to submit comments was by submitting them to their email address. I may be the last person to die on this hill. It's an increasingly digital world, but many, many, many of our clients, through no fault of their own, cannot participate digitally. So I would encourage them to have an analog way to submit comments in the December plan. Second, the ongoing customer service failures must improve. We continue to have our emails ignored or get inadequate responses to important and urgent requests. I firmly believe that the types of inquiries DCHA faces are incredibly difficult to solve via email. So again, I was encouraged when DCHA opened their doors to in-person meetings, initially by appointment only, and now through walk-in. So we went to an in-person meeting by setting up an appointment with a client and an advocate, hoping to get the issue resolved. Instead, the staff was rude to us and to our client. Our client was accused of loitering in the lobby simply because she arrived early and wasn't fully able to communicate why she was there due to her disability. She was finally let in when one of my colleagues arrived, only to be waiting around for 30 minutes to be told that nobody in the building currently could help her and that she would receive a response through email. Again, she does not have access and cannot use email. This is a high priority issue that DCHA must fix immediately. They are an agency just like the Department of Motor Vehicle or Social Security, and they have to engage with people in person and provide answers in person. I will skip over the rent reasonable process because it has come up with a couple of other testimonies. Only thing I would suggest is that DCHA consider a post-decision appeal process. Once they've determined that an apartment is not rent reasonable, there should be an opportunity for an applicant to challenge that decision. And then finally, they need to revamp their reasonable accommodations process. The 3-year plan indicates that the decisions will now be made by the Office of General Counsel, and that may be an appropriate solution, but we have not received an explanation as to why. Will that improve how fast they respond to RA requests? What's their threshold for how quickly those requests will be responded to? What is their process to work out creative solutions in an interactive fashion if the stated request cannot be granted? None of these questions are answered by the plan, and we need answers immediately because these are some of the most vulnerable residents. We have a more detailed solution in our written testimony, but I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle is next on this panel. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. Since the last DCHA oversight hearing on February 22nd, 2024, we have witnessed active steps to improve the housing process, but continue to experience challenges that hinder our clients' ability to meet their housing needs. Recently, the notary requirement for client zero income statements was removed, which I strongly support. A means for community agencies to check the rent reasonableness of apartments prior to DCHA inspections was recently introduced. While this is also a positive step, it is crucial to look at the details to understand its impact. The information needed to check rent reasonableness through affordablehousing.com is very specific and typically only provided by landlords after a client is approved for an apartment and when they complete the DCHA inspection documents. Clients are therefore still potentially losing time by applying for apartments that end up not being rent reasonable. Despite this uncertain and challenging process, requests for voucher extensions now require a greater level of documentation from the voucher holder. At February's hearing, I highlighted some client experiences. Sadly, 4 clients who were homeless at that time are still pending housing 8 months later. One client's LRSP application was submitted on 11/7/23. That was not processed at all, and we submitted a new application on 2/22/24. He finally received his voucher on 4/23/24 and identified a unit in July 2024. We submitted the RFTA on 8/19/24. It was determined not to be rent reasonable on 9/3/24. The landlord appealed this, and the original rent amount was accepted on 10/7/24. His apartment was finally scheduled for inspection on 10/17/24, nearly a year after he submitted his first LRSP application. The other 3 clients have faced similar issues and delays. I am very concerned about the transition from remote briefings accessed by phone to completely in-person briefings for clients who are currently homeless and receiving a voucher for the first time. The Housing First model recognizes that homelessness is a significant source of instability and creates a challenge for attending in-person meetings. Having to attend an in-person briefing has created an unnecessary barrier to clients quickly and successfully receiving their housing vouchers. We have also experienced delays in responses when trying to schedule the briefings, resulting in the need for additional coordination with clients facing the instability of homelessness. DHS recently informed us the DCHA voucher application status will once again be available in DHS Housing the Homeless application in Octo, giving us direct and more timely updates on approvals, denials, and requests for additional documents. We appreciate this important change. We continue to observe delays with the processing of voucher applications and recertifications, scheduling transfer vouchers and inspections, and determining rent reasonableness. Delays with inspections and rent reasonableness have resulted in clients losing apartments. To address the transfer voucher process, an online form was recently implemented. We have not yet seen if this impacts the timeliness of the process. However, it does not include a means for staff to submit a release of information and request a briefing on behalf of clients. We absolutely understand the challenges that staffing shortages create for meeting expectations and know that grace is needed as the DCHA strives to make improvements. We also understand the negative impact and harm that voucher holders experience while those improvements are in process. I simply ask that the grace given to the DCHA is also equally given to voucher holders in meeting their expectations. To ensure that vouchers holders receive safe, affordable, and dignified housing, I urge you to ensure that the DCHA has the systems and staffing to administer their programs in accordance with their own policies and respond to inquiries in a timely manner. Reestablish remote voucher briefings for first-time voucher holders. Establish a means for staff to submit a release of information and request transfer briefings on behalf of clients. Establish clear performance measures regarding timeframes that are measured and publicly shared, and continue holding regular oversight hearings to provide opportunities to assess progress and receive public input. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Carol Holly, welcome. Carol Holly, you are with us by phone. If you are able, please unmute your phone.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Carol Hardy. Thank y'all for waiting. I couldn't get it together.
No problem. Welcome.
Welcome. Y'all. Well, I'm calling to testify. I mean, I'm in here to testify because I just wanted to say, first of all, that Rhonda Hamilton put it all in words for me. He said just about everything I wanted to say. The only other concerns I had is that I just wanted to know. I see we did a lot of things with the initiative over the summer with the different properties, which was nice. I'm alone with the other young man who our property didn't see that. So, but nevertheless, I think that Director Pettigrew inherited a lot and that he's doing an excellent job. My only concern is that I wanted to know, like, are they making sure that we have money to put into these the places? Because like as a security officer, I work and work in the building, and I've seen residents complain to me about the ceilings falling down. Residents saying how the booths in the ceiling fell down. You know, people don't know what to do when these things happen, and I just want to make sure, as far as the mold and all that is concerned, the rats and all that stuff that we're dealing with, that all that stuff is getting handled too. That that they making sure that all that is being done. But again, I want to say, Director, I thank you for everything because we are able to get in touch with you. You made it, you kept it real personal with everybody. As soon as you came through the door, you gave everybody your phone number, told you call, and you do answer and you do respond, and you're doing a great job. I just want to make sure that that part is taken care of too. So that was my testimony. Thank you all.
Thank you. I really appreciate you being with us. Patricia Malloy, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Patricia Malloy, former Lincoln Heights resident and resident council, former chair of New Community Initiative for Lincoln Heights and Richardson Dwellings, also ANC Commissioner for 7C01 from 2003 to 2022. I was relocated to the Strand residency to a project-based voucher under the New Community Initiative. Here, we pay all utilities, water, and electric. I am here today to speak on Section 18, change of subsidy for public housing properties. Public housing tenants are very concerned about the lack of information that has been made public about DCHA's goal to change the operating subsidy for all their properties. I'm here to say, yes, your utilities and water, you can get help with your utilities. It's your water. Our water is billed through a third party, so our water bill is outrageous. Many residents at these properties do not have a full understanding of what these changes will bring. Residents are asking me, what's the difference between project-based voucher and federal voucher? They really don't understand. And I try to explain a project-based voucher stays with the unit. A federal voucher, you can take and go anywhere. Well, they want to know, why is DCHA making properties a project-based voucher and not a federal voucher? One major concern is the possibility of utilities being the responsibility of the residents when the subsidy changed. There will be a huge cost burden for the tenant. We understand those who fall behind on utilities run the risk of losing their voucher. Tenants need a clear understanding of what DCA plan is for each property. Residents don't want to hear what the cost of utility. They want things to stay the same. When they pay their rent, utilities are included. Residents want to know in writing. They no longer want to hear word of mouth. What changes in subsidy will mean for them? What rights will they still have? What will change? And what rights will tenants lose? They want to see all of that in writing. Also, we understand that the DCHA Star Board approved the Tenant Protection Handbook recently for properties undergoing a subsidy change. What tenants were involved in the creation of this handbook? How are DCHA tenants being made aware of this handbook? Why was only one resident involved in creating this handbook? And where is the handbook and how can you get the handbook? Residents don't want to lose their right of return because of Section 18. They want to understand the full impact of the subsidy change so they can better advocate for themselves. I can personally say, when I was relocated to the Strand, the 38 residents that was relocated from Lincoln Heights, we were told that we had no right to return. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you for sharing it. Karen Settles, you are next. We have 3 more people on this panel. Karen Settles and then 2 after you. So Karen Settles, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Yes. Um, uh, uh, I don't know what I was going to say. So, Councilmember White, I really appreciate you having this meeting today. This round table, it needs to be duplicated much more. And we need to have a series of focus meetings and a major town hall meeting or 2. I want to say, give kudos to Mr. Keith Pettigrew because I met with him in a speedy way. And when I met with Mr. Pettigrew, I deemed him to be a fresh start as far as the city is concerned. We've been through a lot. And it's really not, it's being swept under the rug that it matters all of the trauma and things that residents go through when all of these changes are happening and then another change and then another change, nothing lands. So I basically wanted to give him a high marker on coming in and being able to blend with the culture that he was given. The culture of the housing authority has been a terrible, terrible mess for residents, particularly. And slowly but surely, I'm hearing a little bit better things from residents about how they were addressed, but it has miles and miles to go. The fact is that Mr. Pettigrew's plan to come out and walk amongst the people is one of the things that I think that he'll have a continual opportunity to do and will do. But that is the culture of DC. We're used to leaders who walk amongst us and not hide somewhere. I wanted to say, as far as the Star Board, Mr. White, I heard you say that you were in agreement or you were part of the formation of the Star Board. I hope I'm stating that correctly. If so, I recommend that we have resident leadership on that board that is meaningful enough to make an impact and advocate on that board for residents. Frankly speaking, they are our resident who's on the board is outvoted all to one. She's the only one on there. We need a senior representative. We need a disabled representative. We need at large, and we also need a Section 8 or advocate for the voucher program. That's the liberation that we need to know that we are having our voice being made. And most of all, I want to say that all of us need to do better with constituency as far as what people's input is. The truth is that I'm only a constituent if I can write to or get in touch with the people who I'm supposed to speak for my voice. That's not happening. Everybody's out of reach. Well, not everybody. Mr. White, I visit your office whenever I want to. But I'm just saying, a lot of the people that serve on the boards and stuff, they're not accessible, and we need to change that. They have to be accessible. We live these lives, and the truth is that you cannot speak our story. Rhonda Hamilton said it right. We tell our own stories, and some of them are good, some are bad, some go from bad to good. But who knows? We don't need anybody else doing that. But I want to really thank Mr. Pettigrew for coming in with an open heart and an open mind and knowing the dynamics of this city enough to know what it takes to be able to reach people, because it's all about trust. That's what it is. It's all about trust. And he's shown that he will come and he'll listen to the people. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Always appreciate you being with us, Ms. Settles. Sheena McGill, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, how are you this afternoon?
Doing well, thanks.
I want to speak, I only have good things to speak about Housing Authority. I was a former public housing resident through the old administration, and boy, oh, headache, big headache. With Mr. Pettigrew, and this new administration has regained my trust, back. Down from Mr. Pettigrew, I'm a housing choice voucher recipient. His director over housing choice voucher, Mr. Anton Shaw, Mr. Gary, the inspections department. I want to give all of them a thanks, even down to my briefing. The person who did my briefing, Miss Deborah Jackson, she explained it very, very, very well, to the point where when I went out looking for housing, I was able to obtain housing in my first try based off the information that was provided in my briefing. So during the process, haven't had any issues. Not even down to the inspections. Inspections been on time, no issues. If I have an issue, I can reach out to someone. They call me back within 24 to 48 hours. I look forward to Mr. Pettigrew being around a long time. I hope so, and his current staff. I hope so. I pray that we can keep him around. He's doing an amazing job. And then the Commissioner Blackson, she's also doing an amazing job with reaching out to the community and speaking with constituents, because I know I've spoken with her several times, but she's helped me in a lot of different areas. So I just want to give a shout out to Housing Authority and just tell them thank you. You have gained my trust back, and I really appreciate you all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us and sharing that. Finally on this panel, Jamar Bird Bay, welcome. If you hit the button. Yep.
How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? My name is Jamar Bird Bay. I've been in this city for a long, long, long time. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, my great-great-grandfather, so on and so on. My whole life has been a lot of ebbs and flows regarding several of the different administrations that have taken place. But we're here for housing. My cousin roof is falling in. I'm a voucher recipient. I was approved for my voucher in April of this year. Okay, and I signed my voucher, I want to say May 5th of this year. I applied for residence. I was approved by the complex. Then I was sent a tenancy letter from DCHA. But they never scheduled a inspection. So for about 6 to 8 weeks, I went without an inspection. Now, I thought it was very unfair on part of the apartment complex to give up the apartment that I had applied for, but it came to my attention that it was really not their fault because they're trying to make $1. because that's what this is, capitalism. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make a dollar, and they can't make dollars if they holding apartments up for voucher holders and people that are trying to pay the market rent right then and there, are trying to get in there and they can't get in there because they waiting for a voucher holder, and they waiting for a voucher holder because DCHA is not doing the inspections. So really the problem is really the government. So I don't know who in charge, you know what I'm saying? But it's your fault. You know what I'm saying? Whoever is in charge is your fault. Because when I'm talking to these people that work for the government, they have no idea about how the system works. They only know what to tell me to calm me down and get me to try to talk to somebody else so that they don't got to deal with my frustration. And that is the culture of DC government, has been the culture of DC government. Mr. White, we've had several experiences. You supported my organization, the Purpose Party. I'm a founder member of. We do cookouts every Thursday, donations, food, water, clothes, hygiene, and feminine essentials, as well as civic education. With that being said, I would really appreciate it if the powers that be, I don't know exactly who do what, and that's my fault, but I feel that there needs to be more transparency with regard to the mandates that's going out, the changes to policy, because people are not getting it. Only reason I know about this meeting because I came up here about a separate issue, and I was upset. And then a sister of mine, she showed me an email, and based on the email that she showed me, it appeared as if that this meeting was not available in person. Am I correct? I'm correct. Okay, boom. I got about a couple more seconds. I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody who did invest their time to come here on behalf of the people, the constituents. Also, this Saturday we will be holding a conference. Somebody got a flyer over here for me. They will be holding a conference this Saturday at Union Temple Baptist Church, which is over here at. Thank you. Right here, boom. I don't know if y'all took the cameras out. They took the cameras out to censor me, but this is the thing, and there's more flyers available. And I believe that's my time. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Are you going to be able to stay for questions for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I appreciate it. I thank you to everybody on this panel. A few questions and thoughts. First of all, can the council thank you for being with us. Look, this hearing is not just for folks saying things are going well. It's for folks saying here things that need to be improved and here are problems. So thank you for being here. I know that's not always fun. One of the things you mentioned in your testimony is that contractors aren't doing a good job. How do you know that, and how can I see that with my eyes?
That very thing. You've always been a person that would get out. Don't let them know you're coming. Go out and do a surprise check. There's Band-Aids. The property is being band-aided. Not only is it being band-aided, they're literally converting the public housing with vouchers, and they're selling it to the developers. You have a lot of the units that they will give you a number today when they speak that they've done, but some of them, the mold is seeping still through it. You go through some of the buildings, you'll smell new paint, if not bleach. They're band-aiding a lot of it. It seems like if you're going to go along to get along, you get what you want. When you don't turn your head and you ask for integrity, that's when they look the other way. You're considered a bad seed. When I sit at that table for 14 and a half years, everybody know I was fair. And I didn't have to like you to work with you. And because we disagreed didn't mean that we couldn't work together.
That's right.
That was the problem.
That's how it should be.
There are so many vacant units on all of the properties. The senior buildings, you can go into Judiciary, Harvard Towers. There's a plethora on family properties, not to mention the plumbing You can smell the mold. You have children, you have seniors. Even some of the way that you walk through, you can't even get through because the front of the yards or the sidewalks are tore up.
Let me
People
pause
that
you, Mr. Counsel. I gotta ask some questions to everybody, and some of the
okay,
witnesses
all
have
right,
to leave. I will follow up with you though.
okay.
I appreciate this, and yeah, let me just make one other point about your testimony. Folks noticed from the other agencies that we've overseen in this one as well. You mentioned a concern about retaliation for staff. We don't tolerate retaliation in this committee. We haven't and we won't. So I will keep my eye on that, and I appreciate you raising that. And I always encourage folks to reach out to the committee with concerns. For Deborah Colvin, former DCHA client, now provider, are residents, what I understand, sort of highlights from your testimony, you mentioned DCHA and maybe the city at large is doing a disservice to clients. Some of the things you mentioned are failed inspections, which are a burden on property owners, on landlords, and landlords being responsible for damage from DCHA clients. Are clients ever required, to your knowledge, to pay for repairs for damage that they do to properties? Can you hit the button on your microphone? Thank you.
Absolutely not. And so here's the thing. When they first come into our units, we're given an initial inspection and it has to meet these pristine standards.
Mhm.
And then when the inspectors come back the following year and it's they see all this stuff. Well, we didn't live there. Who did it? Unless it's something like plumbing or something like that,
Mhm.
you know, your major, we call them your MEPs, your mechanical, electrical, or plumbing. If it's not your MEP, everything else, who did it? We didn't do it, but we're held to these high standards and then they go, oh, it's deplorable, inhabitable, but who did it?
Do you have thoughts on what more or what different DCHA should be there? So they can't say, so if they go into a property and the landlord says the tenant did it and the tenant says we didn't do it, I want to think about what a solution here might look like, because I hear you.
Well, here's the thing, there's some things that are just self-obvious, you
Mhm.
know. For example, if you know, garbage disposal is broken or whatever the case may be, there's some things that you know that the landlord could not have done. If it's not related to your map, then that, you know, holes in a wall, we didn't do it, you know, whatever. So it's people need to be able to use common sense, and I think the inspection process is grossly unfair to us, and we're vilified and demonized when it's not our fault in most cases, and that's just not the bad actors.
Mhm, mhm.
You know, we don't have a real voice at the board meetings. I made a little testimony there for 3 minutes. That's the last I heard of them, period, and that's it. And so we don't have a voice. Everyone's talking about how, and certainly our vulnerable populations are very important to us. I used to be one. But it is, again, a very big disservice not to hold people accountable for their and responsible for their part of this partnership. And then other people don't get that opportunity to get
Yeah.
public supportive housing as they did.
Yeah.
Or either, I'll tell you another thing, because like I said, I'm a policy person and we have to ask the right questions. So like, is your family composition increasing while you're on public supportive housing? Not saying that people shouldn't have children, but there are certain hallmarks that will show you that they're not moving towards self-sufficiency. In fact, they're becoming even more, you know, required to have even more additional support. And we need to think about this as policy makers and decision makers. Is this really helping? Or are they, is it like a rites of passage now? You know,
Yeah.
do unplanned things, you know, and then we all come through, we're supposed to help. But at what point do we hold people responsible to help themselves as well? It's
I
not
hear you.
fair.
Right. And I appreciate you sharing that perspective. But in not paying attention here will mean fewer landlords wanting to participate in this
We
program.
need a voice at the table and we are not being represented.
I appreciate that. Mr. Bird Bay, I'm glad you made it here today. Even if by happenstance, we try to make sure the hearings are accessible as possible in person, virtually, or if you just show up and accidentally find out about it. So, you mentioned in your testimony that you applied to multiple places after you got approved for a voucher. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Did you have to pay the application fee?
Yes.
Okay. And then you found one, a place that you wanted,
Yes.
scheduled and then,
I applied, I was approved.
applied, was approved. DCHA didn't schedule an inspection. Did they give you a reason? Was there something you were supposed to do that you didn't, or did
No,
they give
sir.
you a reason?
No, sir. I followed through. I submitted the proper RFTA packet. Well, I didn't submit it because it goes through the portal, which goes through my case manager. But yes, I ensured that every part of the process that I was responsible for, I completed. And now that I'm thinking about it, I went and I got a money order to pay for my application fee, and they told me they could not take my money order. And as a homeless person, I think that that's a little discriminatory because, I don't, have means to, at the time, I didn't have means to pay electronically. So I had to pay someone else to pay for my application fee. And so these little hurdles like that, I mean, it's, there are people who have large, management companies like Greystar, Bozzuto, these large developers. I don't think that, people who are small property owners should be held to that same standard. But I just feel that a lot of the policy aims to break down the community of lifelong DC residents and people who have been here. I'm rarely ever on the side of a landlord, but you know what I'm saying? I'm recognizing in this instant that it's not about property owners and landlords. It's about the people who are here and the people that want to push people out. And so they are creating an environment or have created an environment that is pitting people against each other who are in the same community. People like me who want to rent right now in this part of my life, I need people who are landlords that I can rent from. And I don't want to be trying to get a unit with them and then they're having this bad experience with DCHA, DCHA clients in this, instance that was presented. And then we automatically have a bad relationship because I'm seeing through the lens of this broken system.
Yep. Let me, have you been able to find a place yet? Or are you still in a process?
So I am still currently homeless. I've applied for a place and it's been about 2-3 weeks now, and I'm still waiting for an inspection to be set.
All right, we'll work with the agency to make sure they are in touch with you. And I really am glad that you found this hearing today. I mean, this is, I think, obvious for everybody, but can you say a couple words about having to pay for multiple applications and then being finally approved and not getting it?
Well, I mean, that's probably the most disheartening part is that you have to pay these application fees, to my understanding by law, are non-refundable or can be non-refundable if the person who you're applying to makes that statement that it is non-refundable. So I have no, even if the property owner did, wasn't supposed to put the unit back on the market, which I think, whatever. For me, that still creates an unnecessary burden because I've paid over $100 in application fees, which I don't have, and so that means that I'm going hungry. That means I can't pay somebody to stay at their house tonight or sleep on it. You know what I mean? It's just an unnecessary burden, and this contributes to chronic homelessness because people get, you all here on the council and committees, you need housing to do your job because you need to be mentally stable in order to handle all these problems that people are coming at with you with and trusting you to solve. So I think that every one of you guys should be able to understand how adequate housing affects the mental health of a person and allows them to be successful in life, in the world. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And this is all the more reason that you need people with lived experience at the table, which is what a lot of people said regarding the board. A lot of times you either don't know or can take for granted what people experience. I mean, including the issue of electronic payment. That's something that a lot of people could just not think about. But your experience is not unique. You're not the only person who has difficulty figuring out how to pay a fee that can only be paid electronically. And we've got to be aware of that and aware of our blind spots so that we can close them, because most of these are fixable problems. And to your point, we got to work together. It's not like tenants on one side, landlords on another side. We're all in this boat together. So thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us, and I don't want to hold you up anymore. You're welcome to
thank you,
stay.
because I do gotta go.
Thank you. Kelly McSweeney, you mentioned that there are some improvements. Mr. Burbabe, let us know if you don't hear from DC Housing Authority, please. I think you will hear from them, but let us know. There we go. All right. You mentioned it. There have been some improvements, but it still takes too long to house vulnerable clients. You mentioned a couple things specifically, including rent reasonableness being confusing. Do you know of any states who do this better? And if so, what are they doing differently?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer, but I think it would be great to look into that and look into what other systems we can put into place to make sure that there is reasonable rent, but also back to the point, you can't be literally at the table signing a lease when you find out the rent is not reasonable anymore. And that has happened at least to one of our clients. And that is extremely problematic for everybody involved.
I appreciate that. Your recommendation to allow rent reasonableness to be made by case managers is a really interesting one. So let us get some feedback from the agency. It seems reasonable to me. There's a lot I don't know, but I want to understand. Like, is this something we can do? We've got to improve. I think everybody recognizes that, and that means we're gonna have to do some things differently. So let us get some feedback on that from the agency, and I appreciate you raising a recommendation. Tangela Hicks, you mentioned that the portal needs to be fixed. I thank you for raising that. And your idea around giving new applicants a year to find a place. There's a counterbalance there, I think, with folks who are still waiting for vouchers, but I think that's a good recommendation. So I want the agency to look at that and give us some feedback. Very rich recommendations here. Sunny Desai with the 3-year plan, more detailed, time-bound, interim goals. Look, you're talking my language. Put the right people in place, create the right systems, hold yourself accountable. Goals without plans and timelines are nothing but goals and dreams. So I like this. I've been talking to the director about it. We're gonna be monitoring the plan from here. So you're gonna see how it's going, and we're gonna talk about this plan more extensively today. And that's one of the concerns I've heard. It's one of the concerns I've raised with the agency. Something you mentioned though, you're saying emails from legal counsel for the elderly are getting ignored, and is that still happening?
Short answer, yes, but let me just say I don't necessarily put the fault on any one DCHA employee generally. Some of the questions we ask are complicated, and the answers are not, a simple email response. Sometimes it's this RFTA landlord is telling us an RFTA packet has been submitted. Could you tell us the status of that, right? And the response might be, we're not seeing anything on our end. So we go back to the landlord and we say, they're not seeing anything on their end. And the landlord says, come over, sit with us, and we'll submit it together. And we've done that. And then we go back to DCH and say, we saw them upload the packet. They're still not seeing it on their end, right? So these back and forth things are just not a good way. It's very inefficient. It's not a good way to do it by email. And between every email, of course, it's not instant reply back. It's many days, sometimes weeks, sometimes a second email has to get sent. And I've worked with, I think DCHA is the 5th housing authority that I've worked with. And the only time this sort of process has worked efficiently has been in person, where I've just gone down, sometimes with an appointment, sometimes without an appointment, got a number, sat and waited my turn, and then sat down at the desk of a housing authority employee and just hashed out some of these problems. And I think if we can get back to that, I think that would be, it sounds inefficient, but that's the only way I've seen it work before.
And with the issue where staff were rude, we don't need to get into who it was, but this was in person. It sounds, based on your testimony, like the feedback was maybe not as sensitive as it should have been. There may have even been more to it. Was this in the past few months?
Yes, so they opened up a second location essentially on H Street in Chinatown, which is right around the corner from where we work. So I was like, great, a client is coming to see us anyways. Let's just walk down. At that point, there was only appointment system, so we made an appointment. It was confusing to even figure out who we should set the appointment with, but we tried our best. And of course, when we arrived there, we were. I don't think the person. I don't think the person we set the appointment with was available, but we were told that there was nobody else in the building either that could meet with us to give us an answer. And this specific client, we've been trying to get leased up since 2022. And there's many reasons that are outside of DCH's control why that's the case, but she's currently living in a home that's facing foreclosure. The clock is ticking. We really need to get her leased up. There's been issues with rent reasonableness as well with some of the lease up packets with her. I'm not saying it's a quick and easy problem to solve, but 2 years surely. And that spans across many administrations, not just Director Pettigrew's administration, but we're searching for solutions and none seem to exist.
All right. Well, I appreciate you sharing that feedback for the agency. Last thing I'll mention on your testimony is one of the recommendations you made is for there to be an opportunity for a client to appeal a rent reasonableness decision. I have raised rent reasonableness appeals with the agency, and they do have an appeals process, but I've been focused on the landlord side. And I have to imagine if it's possible for a landlord, then it should be possible in virtually the same way for a prospective tenant.
And we've sort of invented our own appeal process. So one of my attorneys did her own rent reasonable analysis because we were running out of options, and looked up similar units around where our client was trying to lease up and submitted that evidence saying, you're saying this rent is unreasonable, but here's a building across the street, similar square footage, similar floor, seems like that's the going rent in this neighborhood. Can you at least tell us why you believe it's unreasonable? And we didn't get a response. So I understand that's very time consuming, but it's very difficult for us to look our client in the eye and say, this is not, apparently this rent is unreasonable. And they ask us why, and we say just because somebody said so.
Well, I'm going to ask the agency to get us some feedback about this as well, because that does seem reasonable. I want residents to have as many housing options as possible. So if we can do it for the landlords, I have to imagine we can do it for 10. I'm going to have to keep moving. I'm about 20 minutes in on this round of questions. Sure. And so I'm actually not going to ask questions to the remaining panelists, but I just want to note, Will Doyle, thank you for raising, and I hear you on the delays with, among other things, delays with voucher processing and determinations with rent reasonableness. And I mean, this results in people losing housing opportunities, and that matters a lot. And agency continues to need to be more responsive. We've heard this in a number of articulated differently today. Carol Holly, you want your own summer event at Fairfax Gardens. We've heard, and I know the directors heard similar things. I'm glad they got that started, but now others want those incredible activity days as well. And wants to make sure, you mentioned want to make sure the agency has money to fix things. I do too. I also want to make sure they fix the things. So money is one thing, getting it fixed is another. We track both of those things with the agency. Patricia Malloy, I hear you on the water bills, the concern around Section 18, and underlying it all, you're saying residents need more information about various changes because it affects their lives. That is very fair. So thank you for raising that, and the agency leadership is here hearing that in real time, as am I. Karen Settles, if you see Director Pettigrew is doing a good job, we know you're not going to sugarcoat it for us. So thank you for raising that. You want, like many others, more residents on the board. We're hearing this from a lot of residents, and I just want to articulate for you all to think through and provide us feedback on how I'm thinking about this. You know, I do believe it is paternalistic to have a board that minimizes people who live in the housing, but I do have concerns about a board that's too large or doesn't have subject matter experts. I fought for subject matter experts in this board, which includes people with lived experience, but not just them. I wanted the subject matter experts that were responsive to the things that HUD said was broken. So human services, property management, procurement. I don't want the agency to move backwards in terms of professionalism and getting things done. And that's the balance I'm thinking about as I digest these very reasonable requests for more resident representation on the board. Sheena McGill, thank you for being with us and raising your thoughts about where the agency is. And we spoke to Jamar Bird Bay. So I want to thank this panel. You know, we have a few more panel of public witnesses. So thank you all for being with us today. Our next panel will include Rakia Ahmad, Jennifer Jacobs, Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Rochelle Ellison, Nikila Smith, Robert Warren, Catalin Peter, Vice President of Government Affairs for AOBA, Paulette Matthews, Donna Towns, Eleanor Hart, Karen Caston, Carnell Oliver, Esther Hardesty, and Sophie Trick with Community of Hope. That'll be this panel. We'll start with Rakia Ahmad, if you are with us. Sharice Liu, I think you are up first. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee chair and committee members. I am Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. As you know, DC Housing Authority is executing a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation for several public housing properties. This month, DCHA's STAR Board adopted Resolution 2451, including a public housing subsidy conversion handbook, which codifies DCHA's intention to establish a uniform system of tenant protections for all public housing unit conversions to project-based housing vouchers. Although we are pleased to see DCHA's general intentions, it is crucial that Council ensures that DCHA codifies detailed and specific tenant protection policies, including what the resident's right to return actually means. It must develop effective oversight measures to ensure that new co-owners and private management companies are not permitted to change screening criteria. DC Council should ensure that DCHA develops its repositioning policies through a robust and meaningful public engagement process that not only informs tenants of the repositioning process, but also results in codified protections that tenants seek. The newest DCHA administration has resumed work group sessions concerning the multiple iterations of proposed emergency ACOP and administrative plan regulations. We look forward to continuing the work group, and our goal is that these sessions will result in revised regulations that make housing more accessible for the populations DCHA serves. One of several serious concerns is DCHA's decision to reduce applicants' and current residents' right to request an informal hearing from within 1 year of an adverse action to a mere 15 days. During oversight hearing testimony, advocates were pleased to learn that DCHA's leadership disagreed with the drastic reduction and intends to revise the policy. Many months have passed, and DCHA has yet to demonstrate meaningful consideration of the feedback through regulation revisions. We look forward to the workgroup sessions resulting in updated policies that increase accessibility, retention, and consider race and economic equity in regulations. Committee oversight is necessary to ensure that DCHA follows all federal and local laws as well as HUD's guidance, especially to increase accessibility and the preservation of affordable housing. Relatedly, rent reasonableness policy implementation continues to be confusing, unpredictable, and lacks transparency for providers and voucher holders, causing unintended barriers. This includes undue delays for lease-up, voucher expirations, and resulting in recipients missing critical deadlines through no fault of their own. DCHA must engage voucher holders to better understand the flaws and train its staff in DHS. It must transparently develop coherent policies and procedures that align with the realities of what low-income tenants face when searching for rental housing in the district. There must be a transparent and streamlined application and lease-up process for the federal vouchers that are allocated for eligible FRSP participants, including reporting the appropriate data, as well as navigating support for participants. In the spirit of transparency, Council must also ensure that agencies adhere to voucher utilization and allocation prescribed through DC's budget process. For over a year, it was a mystery as to how 310 LRSP vouchers allocated to DCHA in FY 2022 ended up as PSH vouchers administered by DHS. DHS has confirmed that DCHA allocated those vouchers to DHS. However, agencies do not have the authority to override Council's budget appropriations. The Council must use power to learn how such a conversion happened, its budgetary impact, and how to prevent such a thing from happening again without legislative action. Finally, to develop into the agency that DC residents truly deserve, the agency must have an independent board of commissioners with voting resident members. DC Council must create a thoughtful framework to accomplish this goal. We are hopeful that through Council's oversight, DCHA will comply with local and federal regulations and adopt policies that reflect the commitment to ensuring DC residents have access to safe and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rochelle Ellison, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC Housing Authority, and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm a housing and human needs advocate on many levels and platforms. I'm the Assistant Director of People for Fairness Coalition, who's on the peer mentoring team, and I'm seated in the advocate seat on the full council of the Interagency Council on Homelessness and a speaker and advocate for the National Coalition for the Homeless. I have the lived experience of being homeless with co-occurring disorders for 17 years here in the DC area. I'm now a person in long-term recovery in many areas of my life, and my experience with the administration of DC Housing Authority has been one of restored hope and growth. I've been through a few administrations. This one with Director Pettigrew, Director Shaw at the helm, has made the most improvements I've witnessed in years. They opened the wait list, removed unhoused individuals who've been on the wait list for years. I am one of those individuals who received a federal voucher after being on the wait list since 2008. I was then able to achieve the goal of giving back my LRSP voucher to someone in the unhoused population with Pathways to Housing. I was able to graduate from Pathways to Housing. All of this was made possible because Director Pettigrew truly pays attention at these oversight hearings. He listens to our advocacy testimonies, and when you testify, he's listening. I've been to the DC Housing Authority and I've seen them hold events in the community, specifically meeting and greeting public housing residents, talking to them one-on-one about their needs, from safety, pest control, to relationship building, delivering meals, and so much more. This is so much more than the former administration displayed. I know the 3-year plan has been put into place to restore, rebuild, revitalize, and transform the DC Housing Authority. I'm not blind to the fact our unhoused neighbors and their needs are far from met, but I have faith in this administration that just needs to be given a chance to fulfill the 3-year plan. Everything is a process, and all of us have room for improvement in fulfilling the needs of individuals still living outside with the winter fast approaching. As a housing advocate, I am the voice for those who haven't found theirs and stand in the gap. And I have talked to many who have hope with this administration in place. I know this is the beginning and we are overwhelmed with the needs being unmet in the health population, but I believe this administration will deliver and meet the needs within the next 3 years of this 3-year plan. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I do not see Nikayla Smith. Robert Warren, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember White. Committee members of the committee, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a lifelong DC resident. One of the co-directors of the organization, People Fairness Coalition. And our mission is to end people's housing instability through our advocacy outreach, peer mentoring, DC metropolitan area. We've been doing this work for a number of years, it's like 16 years. We have public policy that we have been trying to push and implement in the District of Columbia over a long period of time. We actually upgraded that public policy to name it a universal housing right public policy based off an engagement we had with at the National Lions Conference with Matthew Doherty, I believe he was, who spoke, might be not correct on that name. But the whole point of it was he talked about families who were actually living below or near the poverty level, who were in need of universal housing rights, and we adopted what we call a universal right to housing platform here in the District of Columbia to bring about a universal housing voucher system. Our policy brief has been updated. I'm sure you have it already, Councilmember White. We're calling for fully federal funded tax-based voucher system here in the District of Columbia, run by the DC Housing Authority. We're coordinated with all of those supporting agencies, DHS, Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Department of Employment Services. Just from my experience, with DC Housing Authority, like I said, I'm a lifelong DC resident. I come from with a family of folks who actually lived in public housing in the early 70s, late 80s. I've been unstably housed in the District of Columbia a number of years, and I've had extensive contact through the Housing Authority, as an advocate in the city. I hear a lot about retaliation from the Housing Authority. I never really felt that way. But as an advocate, and one of the things that we try to instill in other folks is to try to be your best advocate within the system and look for processes that will actually help you get out of your unstable housing living situation. And for Black men in the District of Columbia, that's a challenge, and it has been a challenge. And I think it's based on a lot of discrimination and racism that occurs within these agencies and systems. And like I said, I don't really feel like folks are retaliating against DC residents, but I do feel like when folks, way people are working in different agencies are being challenged, there is pushback. And I don't know if me being an advocate is the reason why I don't have a voucher right now, why I'm still fighting to have that subsidy, being someone who's aged in the District of Columbia on a fixed income. Like I said, I believe that, we definitely have to have a fully funded voucher system in the District of Columbia. I feel like the system, the plan that Chief Pettigrew put forth, I know is very vague for me, and I understand why it is because of, the lack of political will in the city. I have a really big problem with the 1,300 vouchers that were circumvented from eligible single individuals and given to families that should have been supported by this city council and the mayor's budget. And I don't think Chief Pettigrew should have been put in that position to have to make that decision to take vouchers away from individuals and actually give them to families that should have been supported within DC budget from the beginning. And it just leads to the unfairness of the system and the downfalls and the deaths that we actually have to acknowledge each year in the community. As a member of People Fairness Coalition, you came into our event last year and you talked about how the system weren't able to process the resources that the city put in place. And I think that speaks to not a failure of the Housing Authority or DHS or Department of Housing and Community Development, but I think that really talks to a failure of, the city council and the mayor and y'all political will to get this right. And hopefully this coming budget season, we'll actually have a more budget that will allow us to have a fully funded voucher system in the District of Columbia. And I thank you, Councilman, for this chance to testify, and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Catalin Peter, welcome.
Oh, I have to turn it on. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee staff. My name is Catalin Peter, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Buildings Residential Portfolio. I'm going to take a little bit of discretion with my testimony. We'll be handing in written testimony with more detailed technical logistical comments. What I can say from what I've heard today, and I want to dovetail a bit on Mr. Desai's testimony. Our housing providers in the past year and a half, we've started to have work group meetings with DCHA. And it started out as we thought maybe it would take 1 or 2 meetings to work out some of the issues that have been raised by, I think, most of the people testifying. And we're a year and a half later, and now we're having meetings every 6 weeks with DCHA staff. They have been forthcoming, but I want to emphasize that I agree with what Mr. Desai said, that the only way right now we're making any progress on some of the logistical issues with regards to whether it's questions being answered, and because they are very complicated questions, or rent reasonableness issues or inspection, is when we get into that Zoom room and hash it out. And DCHA dedicates their staff to us for 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes 2 hours, and it takes that long. And the members that I'm representing in or who are attending those meetings are, I feel genuine in saying, are highly sophisticated. Some have hired teams to manage all of the issues surrounding how much work it takes to make sure that Housing Choice Voucher Program residents are properly seen throughout this entire process. And it's a lot of work. Again, I in my written testimony, I will probably mirror many of the logistical technical issues that have been brought up today. I do not know what the answer is. That's why I'm saying the only thing we've found that's been helpful is meeting every 6 weeks, pretty much on the dot, and having a set of questions prepared from our members, presenting them, and DCHA being forthcoming with their time. And I think the director has also been very willing to basically offer staff time in a way that's condensed. So at least I don't want to overburden them by constantly asking questions, because it's constant. So this is what we've done. From a macro standpoint, we do believe that resources, we're not the government. And I think that this has been said before, is we're not the government in this sense. We don't have all of the just innate knowledge to be able to do this without the government's help. And so we definitely need more help. And I feel if my members need more help after the amount of resources they've already dedicated to it, I can imagine that every person who's testified today needs help too. So what we can do is provide you with the FAQs that we've been doing and the help that DCHA has offered us. And perhaps that can lead to something bigger. But I think right now that's the best we have to offer in terms of how do you manage this system, which is such a huge priority in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Donna Towns, we need you to accept promotion. All right, we have you here. So if you would unmute and turn your camera on. Donna Towns, you are unmuted. Hopefully you can turn your camera on. Would love for you to begin your testimony. All right, while we figure that out, we'll move to Eleanor Hart. Eleanor Hart, and then Donna Towns. Hopefully you will be up and running after Eleanor Hart.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy, often called DC for D, is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 200 members. We are glad that you're having this roundtable. My testimony will focus on 3 concerns. Our first concern is about the 3-year recovery plan developed by Director Pettigrew. What expectations can we have? What is the timeline for achieving the outcomes? What progress has been made in the past 3 months? We are also concerned about DCHA governance and future tenant protections. We commend the Legal Counsel for the Elderly and other legal service providers for the response to the 3-year recovery plan. The response went beyond identifying deficiencies and offered recommendations for resolving problems. We think it would be a good idea for this committee to direct DCHA to develop a plan for a timetable for carrying out the recommendations for improving customer service, and to hold a hearing early in 2025 to track DCHA's progress in carrying out these recommendations. Frequent hearings will be needed to make sure the recovery is progressing. We have serious concerns about DCHA governance. It is regrettable that the DCHA's Board of Commissioners is not doing the oversight that reveals where things stand on DCHA's recovery. The current board, known as the Stabilization and Reform, or STAR Board, was established as a temporary board and given the responsibility to create a plan for the board that will be its successor. The STAR Board responded by recommending that it continue through the end of 2025. We feel that any member of the DCHA Board of Commissioners who serves beyond the end of this year should be confirmed by the customary process, which includes a public hearing. We also believe that the DCHA Board should include public housing residents. It is our hope that the Board of Commissioners will provide the oversight required for the recovery promised in Director Pettigrew's plan to be accomplished. Because this is such a critical time for public housing in DC, we need a board that has community support. Public hearings followed by council confirmation will help to build community support. Kudos to the Board of Commissioners for its attention to tenant protections. It's great that the board passed a resolution on tenant protections and developed the Public Housing Conversion Handbook. But are these protections legally binding? It's important to determine that, and if they don't have the force of law, to take the necessary steps to make sure these protections are legally binding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Donna Towns, are we good to go on your end? Donna Towns, are you able to unmute and ideally turn your camera on? All right, you're unmuted. You may need to unmute your device, like your computer. I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. All right, we're going to keep trying to work through it, Donna Towns. We'll try to reach out to you to resolve the issue because I do want you to be able to testify. So we will turn to Karen Caston.
I just unmuted. Is that okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for holding this hearing. I'm speaking for myself as a resident of a rental building on Connecticut Avenue. I'll be talking about the voucher programs administered by DCHA, of which I know quite a bit from firsthand experience in my own building, Sedgwick Gardens. I felt compelled to testify because of two recent homicides of young children in Ward 3, apparently the result of severe domestic violence. The first was a 1-year-old infant girl who was found bludgeoned to death at Sedgwick Gardens. The second was a 5-year-old boy who apparently died of physical abuse by his father at Connecticut House. Both buildings are managed by Borger. How could this have happened? Many thoughts come to mind. One is the $10 million lawsuit against Darrow Management, which was the predecessor management company to Borger. The lawsuit was brought by the Office of the Attorney General a couple of years ago. That has made Borger and undoubtedly many other management companies afraid to turn away even voucher holding applicants who seem, upon application, to raise red flags. It's hard for me to say whether the landlord fear factor could be and should be mitigated by new council legislation that gives landlords greater latitude in not leasing to some tenants. I realize the council would be reluctant, justifiably reluctant to entertain such legislation because of the desire to protect applicants from racial discrimination. But at a certain point, the council must take into account the impact on the community. Both conventional renters and voucher holding renters have been impacted by these horrible deaths that should not have happened. I hope the council will agree it must take action of some kind. Much of the problem, I think, is due to the councils having passed, for example, self-assessment legislation just this fall, which allows most locally funded voucher applicants to self-certify that they are eligible for a voucher. There are certain exceptions to the self-certification, but they don't work. One of them is people who have used drugs illegally are supposedly not able to self-certify, or people who have given reasonable cause to believe there's a pattern of alcohol abuse, or people who threaten others' health, safety, or peaceful enjoyment of their homes. I'm sorry to say that many voucher recipients in my building both use illegal drugs and distribute them to others. And the same is true of many other rental buildings up and down Connecticut Avenue, and I'm sure elsewhere in the city. Why would someone who uses illegal drugs and distribute them want to admit that on a self-certification form that can get them a place to live where they can continue doing what they're doing? Moreover, I was astounded to see in this legislation that nowhere is mental illness given as a reason that a landlord can refuse to rent to someone. We've had so many mentally ill voucher recipients in our building. Some are evicted, some are simply placed in another unsuspecting rental building. One such resident was dumped in her apartment here without even a bed. And we know that because residents were able through their windows to see into her apartment, and there she was, and she had not a stick of furniture.
Ms. Catherine, I'd hate to interrupt you. Almost a minute and a half over.
Okay, so let me just skip to the end. I'm skipping a lot of stuff. So I have two suggestions, really. One of them is a screening procedure that would be restored, especially for drug addiction and mental illness. The other is that the city needs to stop pretending that everyone who receives a voucher is ready for independent living. Many, and maybe even most, are ready, but some are not. And in that case, the city needs to admit, rather than hiding, that it has a few transitional buildings where services exist on site until such time as someone is ready to live independently. And it would help if the city could build more such buildings.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Caston. Esther Hardesty, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and the panel. My name is Esther Hardesty. I'm the president of Langston Community Resident Council. I'm also the vice president of the Citywide Advisory Board. Today, over recent months, I have witnessed several troubling issues that I believe are hurting both the board and the organization. What's most disturbing is that the pattern of dishonesty that has been observed by Rosa Burbridge has on multiple occasions provided information that was either misleading or entirely untrue. The lack of integrity not only erodes the trust of the board, but also jeopardizes the credibility of the board as a whole. Rosa has often withheld information on training conferences and regular meetings with leaders. Last month, the leaders were allowed to attend a training conference in Charlotte, North Carolina. She decided among the leadership she would offer to attend rather than allowing the decision to be made fairly. She appeared to be choosing who attends based on personal preference, which creates a sense of favoritism and further alienate members of the team. Ms. Burbridge has shown a tendency to be disrespectful toward those with differing opinions, shutting down valuable dialogue and creating an unhealthy atmosphere within the board. This has led to a divisive environment, with board members feeling isolated and marginalized based on their views. While in North Carolina, Rosa displayed behavior that was threatening and intimidating towards a fellow board member, which is myself. Instead of fostering collaboration and a constructive discussion, she resorted to tactics and fear of coercion. This conduct is deeply inappropriate and undermines the trust and respect necessary for effective government. Let it be known, I do not walk on two legs. My mother was not a drunkard. I'm not a whore, and I'm not a lesbian, and I'm not a slut. I am a 75-year-old woman that did not deserve this. Rosa is not embodying the questions of a good leader we are looking for. A leader should set a positive example, encourage participation, and be committed to transparency. This board president must amplify ethical leadership, encourage collaboration, and work to unite rather than divide. We believe she has fallen short of these expectations, and this behavior, if left unaddressed, will continue to harm the functioning of the board and the success of our residents. Councilmember White, we urge you to give the residents a voice back by allowing residents to vote for our next president and board of commissioners members. We must ensure that that our leadership promotes the value of respect, integrity, and transparency that we should stand for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to Sophie Trick next. We're still trying to reach you. Donna Towns. Donna Towns, if you can hear this, call 202-727-8270. We really do want to get you on 202-727-8270. If you call that number, we'll get you on. Right now, Sophie Trick will turn to you. Thanks for being with us.
Hello, thank you for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Trick. I am here to testify about my experiences working with DCHA as a permanent supportive housing program director at Community of Hope, with 10 years working in community mental health and housing in DC. At Community of Hope, we serve roughly 350 households in PSH, including individuals and families. I'd like to focus on a few areas that have impacted my clients' trust and housing stability the most in their experiences with DCHA. These are poor response times and a lack of transparency. I appreciate DC's commitment and investment in housing first principles, and I believe with some adjustments, outcomes for PSH clients can be improved. I have seen DCHA listen to feedback and make major improvements, so I know it's possible. For example, the newest LRSP voucher application is much clearer and easier to complete for clients, and the notary requirement for zero income forms on the LRSP and housing choice voucher applications has been removed, both the direct result of listening to feedback from providers and clients and considering accessibility. I have witnessed multiple instances where recertifications have been extremely challenging for clients to complete. Most recently, a client was evicted while waiting for her recertification and transfer voucher request to be approved. After months of no response and repeated follow-up, the housing specialist at DCHA indicated she was missing a form that had never been mentioned and wasn't included in the original recertification packet. This client originally submitted the recertification in September 2022, and we were not able to get a response on if it was complete until September 2024. This is an extreme example, but it is part of an ongoing pattern of poor organization, a lack of urgency, and limited clarity for clients on the recertification process. Currently, LRSP applicants are required to submit proofs of all income, including income they are no longer receiving for the past year. DCHA uses the Enterprise Income Verification System, EIV, to verify clients' income. When DCHA is notified that a client once received a benefit or a payment from a job, they request the client and provider prove that they are no longer receiving that income. However, the EIV system is notoriously unreliable and regularly incorrectly shows that someone previously received income. DCHA frequently does not tell the PSH providers what they are seeing on their end of the EIV system, and so it can be really challenging to advocate effectively and know what documentation will resolve the confusion. This lack of transparency has allowed mistakes on their end to go unaddressed for months. In one specific case, DCHA requested new pay stubs repeatedly from one of my clients, which he provided, but the EIV system was pulling income from another person with the same name. It wasn't until the client appealed the decision that the error was noticed and corrected. Additionally, when clients do submit documents proving that they are no longer receiving a benefit or that a job no longer exists, so they aren't being paid, DCHA is inconsistent about what qualifies as insufficient proof, which can result in clients having to make several trips back to SSA or back to a previous employer. It can take months to get a response from a housing specialist by phone or email, even after requesting support from the housing specialist supervisor and bringing attention to the delay. DCHA does not make information on practices publicly available. So if you're looking for information on how to complete something or how to work in a new process like voucher extensions, you may get several different responses depending on who or how you ask. The issue has been that DCHA policies will immediately come into effect without a plan or a mechanism for notifying impacted clients, DHS, or PSH staff, and there's no advance notice or adjustment period provided. For example, voucher extensions are no longer being honored for 6 months like they were up just a month ago. Now they're only being granted for 2 months periods, extensions. By improving communication around policy and procedure changes and addressing these processes, DCHA could expedite the use of the available housing resources, which would benefit everyone. Housing specialists improving their response times to emails and honoring scheduled appointments would go a long way in rebuilding trust and preventing housing issues for our clients. To improve the use of the EIV system, DCHA could better audit its ongoing use, as HUD has previously encouraged, and to be more upfront with providers about the report details to resolve questions around client income. To increase transparency and to avoid unnecessary calls and emails, we would suggest that DCHA create a way for clients to submit recertifications online and to see who their housing specialist at DCHA is in real time. This would save time for DCHA staff and clients alike. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I think we might have Donna Towns by phone now. Right, still working on it. Azira Peters, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Robert White, and members of the whole everything. I'm excited to be here. I'm here as a mother facing eviction while caring for my daughter who is and has been hospitalized since March 2022, since I had her. In addition, I serve as the program director of Parent Watch, where I assist families dealing with all type of challenges like mental health, domestic violence, and housing instability. Through Parent Watch, I have helped countless families navigate these difficult circumstances, offering support in everything from crisis intervention to finding stable housing. As I prepare for my daughter's discharge from medical care, I am facing eviction, scheduled for this Friday. This situation not only threatens my daughter's health, but highlights the broader systemic failures that vulnerable families face daily. And I would like to address several critical issues that I believe require immediate attention. The impact on vulnerable families, the lack of accessible and affordable housing, the eviction protections for vulnerable populations, emergency housing solutions, and collaboration between agencies. In closing, I urge the committee to address the critical issues in order to protect families from the devastating impacts of eviction. The work we do at Parent Watch reveals the urgent need for stronger policies and more resources to ensure that vulnerable families, those especially like myself with disabilities, mental health challenges, or domestic violence survivors, are not left without safe housing options. I came through the program as a domestic violence victim, which is rapid rehousing. Had a reasonable accommodation. However, I have not had the assistance that I believe is needed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Merva Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. White. Well, you know, my name is Martha Jones. I'm here because I need some help.
I'm sorry. Would you move closer to the microphone? Thank you.
I'm here because I need some help. I took my lunch hour to come here. I've been trying to get my Section 8 voucher transfer briefing for the longest while. I've been to the office up on 702 8th Street. I was down there up to last Tuesday. I even got in a car accident that my car almost total. And all I'm trying to do is get a transfer briefing. I used to live in a home that DCHA closed down because the ceiling fell in the bathroom, and I had to leave the home. And since then, I've been trying to get relocated, and I'm not getting anywhere. I have no help in getting anywhere. My voucher, I got voucher to move, and they expire. The last thing I was told on the 13th of August, I needed to recertify. I did recertify. I went back down there before last Tuesday, the week before, and I was told there's a lot of people waiting on transfer briefing. I'm still not getting anywhere. I call on the phone, and when I call on the phone, they say within 5 business days, someone will get back to me to tell me my eligibility, and no one is getting back. So I'm here to try to see what kind of help I can get.
So did you say you did recertify or you did not?
I did.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
You've been calling and showing up and folks are not getting back to you?
No.
All right, well, DCHA is here, so I'm gonna ask if they would chat with you in the hallway.
Okay.
And if you would just follow up with my office and let us know how things are going. I can't tell them how to work their process, but I can make sure their process works the way it's supposed to. But I think they want to do that as well. So we'll ask somebody from the Housing Authority to chat with you in the hallway, and I'll let you go do that so you can get back to work. Does that work?
Yes.
All right,
Thank
and
you
just
very
let us
much.
know if you need us further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Um, Okay, Ms. Towns, I'm gonna try to get you on the next panel. I'm gonna ask fewer questions of this panel. We're only about halfway through the public witnesses, and I don't want to lose folks who have to move into their evening. Sharice Liu, one quick question. One thing you mentioned in your testimony is that the DC Council should make sure the Housing Authority has an independent board. Did you see the current board as independent?
No, they're appointed by the executive.
Okay. Who would you prefer to appoint the board?
Well, obviously especially for the residents, the resident members, residents.
Okay. It's been a while since I looked at the law, and there was a lot of requests for the council to appoint the entire board, which in my reading of the law would violate federal law. I don't recall the situation with respect to residents, but we have heard a lot of testimony about the desire for more residents. So I appreciated that, and I just wanted to get some insights. Rochelle Ellison, thank you for being with us in your call to give the agency leadership some room to fulfill its 3-year plan. That's what I want to do, but we are going to hold it accountable and track that progress along the way, which I think is fair to do. So thank you for your work and for your testimony today.
Thank you, Councilman Rowe.
Robert Warren, appreciate you continuing to lift up the call for universal right to housing. A quick question, how long have you been waiting for a voucher?
So, I like I said, I've experienced housing instability in the District of Columbia for a number of years. And I guess I probably signed up for a local rent supplement voucher, federal voucher, whatever. I actually advocated with Tommy Wells for target affordable housing. PFFC was instrumental in bringing about what we call target affordable housing, because we have a lot of members who felt like they were being overlooked when it came to receiving a voucher in the city. if you were somebody who were, like had severe substance abuse issues or mental issues or some type of physical difficulties you might be dealing with. And if you just someone, living on a fixed income and need to be able to have somewhere affordable to live at in the District of Columbia, you're kind of being discriminated against in a lot of different ways when it comes to the way the council implements its budget. And I don't know if the fault, like I say, any of the department heads or departments that's actually carrying out these functions for the city, but I've been on waiting lists for a number of different subsidies for a lot of years. And mostly, I've had to self-resolve, my housing issues and try to self-resolve your housing issues in the District of Columbia if you're not earning like $90,000 a year, it's not easy. So, but yeah, since the 80s, like a lot of other, like a lot of Black men in the city, and a lot of us have just been forced off the list, or the city just wastes us out till we die, and we struggle to be housed in the city that we were born in. So
I appreciate that. I just,
occurs.
for folks who, don't hear that often, and, I just want to note that there's a notion that Native Washington, that the city is not working well for Native Washingtonians. It's not a unique feeling. And it is something that I pay attention to. It's something that a lot of us, Native Washingtonians and not Native Washingtonians, and particularly government leaders, need to pay attention to. And it reminds me of the gentleman, Mr. Bird Bay. Sometimes you got to be deliberate in talking to folks to understand what's working and what's not working so that we can make things better, not just kind of make things sound good. So I appreciate that. And I do hear exactly what you're saying on that. Catalin, Peter, I'm glad to hear that DCHA is making staff available to this working group every 6 weeks or so. But I guess I worry that if they're not proposed solutions on some of these issues, and if the day-to-day issues are taking up all the space every 6 weeks, then you don't get to systems fixes so that you have have less of these issues building up over time. Is there something more that could be done in the working group, either the working group members or DCHA or a combination, to start to say, okay, how do we get to the root of these issues like rent reasonableness and inspection, so that we're not just triaging the things that are up that week, but really making some fixes so that you all can disband and eventually go about your lives?
Frankly, the day-to-day issues, and I can't fail to mention the issues in terms of the self-certification issues, the crime issues. Those are, unfortunately, there's also legislation that the council may be able to look at, and perhaps changes are needed in legislation. We haven't been able to get to the root issues because the process is complicated. The process is very complicated, and it takes a lot of work in terms of the day-to-day. So I'm being a little bit cryptic, but that was our intention, or that was my intention. Okay, let's figure out the root of some of these issues. And because there's so many day-to-day issues involved, we haven't been able to.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps what I'm trying and not very elegantly saying is DCHA and the Housing Choice Voucher Program are priorities for the city, for our residents, for housing providers. And maybe it's forming a working group where we have members of the executive branch, we have members of DCHA, we have members of the council, and then we have public stakeholders who do regularly meet, and all of the different entities. I don't know if that's been done before. It seems quite difficult, but I think that once you get through some of these day-to-day issues, some of the root issues eventually do end up surfacing.
I guess what I would ask is, if in the working group, if you could push your colleagues in the working group, the agency and not agency, collectively, to talk about what your goals are, what the things you all want to fix, and make sure there is some time committed to fixing the issues, the underlying issues, and let us know where we can help, because they are not simple. But I want to make sure you don't get stuck in a nonstop cycle.
I appreciate that. And we do feel that the executive has been very helpful in terms of prioritizing these issues. I do feel the council has paid attention and the agency has. So in some ways, it's just going to take a lot of work.
It will. Eleanor Hart, you want more timelines and metrics? I'm with you. You want a hearing in early 2025 to track progress? I'm with you on that. I plan to do that. You suggested that the board should include more public housing residents. We've heard a lot of that testimony. I spoke about that with the last panel. And you asked for council confirmation of board members if they get extended. So I hear you on that, and bringing that into consideration. So I appreciate you testifying today, and want to acknowledge your great testimony. Karen Caston, thank you for being with us. You requested that the council consider legislation to allow landlords to reject tenants, and suggested the possibility of screening procedure for mental illness. And you mentioned something that is really, really difficult, the deaths of two young innocent children, which is an issue I can't get close to right now emotionally, because I got to finish this hearing. So I'm gonna keep some emotional distance for my own sake. But then I would wonder, like, is that a mental illness, or sort of increasing, I think, diagnoses of anxiety or depression? Are those mental illnesses that you think should be screened out?
I don't know what causes domestic abuse. For example, I don't know whether people who commit domestic abuse are mentally unwell. I mean, it seems on the surface as though that might be the case. But I just think that some more attention needs to be given to the possibility that not everybody who applies for a voucher is ready to live independently. Now, how you figure that out, I don't know. But if you start from that premise, rather than starting from the premise that everyone who applies is ready to live independently, which is not true,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
We have had, I hear you on that, and I think that is why we have a voucher program that's supposed to come with wraparound services. Those services are not supposed to come from the Housing Authority, but from the Department of Human Services, and I don't think that they are getting the people in the way that they need.
No.
We do have a lot of years of experience outside of the Housing First model in this city, but Housing First is the model that seems to work the best in the country. It is not perfect, and I think we need to continue to press, particularly the Department of Human Services, to get more resources to people. But one of the complications, as somebody who represents the entire city, is if we reject tenants, that doesn't address the mental health issue. It just moves it to a different place.
Right. But
if
they're living someplace else, you have buildings like that in the city, and there are services on site to help people. The problem, this is what I had to cut out a lot of stuff, but the housing choice model means that nobody can be required to accept services if they don't want them.
The Housing First model, yeah.
Even if you had enough caseworkers and you paid them enough to retain them, which is not happening, and they didn't have huge case overload, the people are they're not showing up in buildings where there might be people who want caseworker assistance. They're not coming here. I know DHS says otherwise, but they are not coming here.
I appreciate it. We will unpack that more with DHS. But I appreciate you raising this issue. It is real to a lot of people, and it's one we've got to take seriously.
But could
Esther
I just make
Hardesty,
one other question, one other point?
I would just ask that you make it brief, but yes, please.
Okay. Well, we've had an instance here where a caseworker did come, and her quote unquote client was so violent that she was afraid to come back. And she came one time only because a police officer accompanied her. So I'm just trying to say, I mean, it's a very, very complex situation. And I also do want to congratulate you for having started a free Masters of Casework program at UDC.
Thank you.
I think that was huge. Now, once they graduate, I just hope the city can pay them enough to keep them.
That is another step. There are a few other things that I'm working to do in the social work and counseling programs, and the pay is one of them. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you. Esther Hardesty, I hear you on your concerns about a citywide advisory board member. So I hear you. I appreciate your testimony. Sophie Trick with Community of Hope, thank you for being with us today. One piece of clarity I needed from your testimony, if you can recall where I'm looking at, maybe about 3/4 of the way in, maybe a little further. You said we should allow clients to schedule appointments, and there was another recommendation after that I missed.
Okay, let me let me
Sorry.
go back and no, you're fine. I'm glad that I know I was trying to fit a lot in there at once. Let me go back to my testimony. Because I know part of the issue is we had a lot of people schedule virtual and in-person appointments and then not have housing specialists show up. The other part was that so a lot of times people are calling DCHA, and it takes them a long time to figure out who their housing specialist is, and it does tend to switch frequently. So I was suggesting that DCHA essentially could create a website or something for the clients to be able to look at that quickly so that they can have the correct contact information. Because in my experience, I've had clients sort of moved, they finally get in contact with with who they think are assigned their housing specialist, only for that person to tell them that they're assigned to someone else. And then they forward to that, then they're waiting for a response from them. And it just seems like so for example, I know that DCHA has created a way for clients to see when their rent is being paid, or when the subsidy portion is being paid by DCHA. I think probably because they got a lot of calls from landlords and questions about the rent. And so they're like, okay, let's make sure that we can see that. I was suggesting that there are a few other ways that they could make things more transparent. So showing who the housing specialist is that is assigned, and then also potentially giving an opportunity for people to submit the recertifications online and to be able to see what the status of that recertification is. Because again, in the example that I shared, the client was waiting exactly 2 years to learn that she was missing something from a recertification and submitted. And she was evicted in the time while she was waiting for that response. It was a very simple form, wouldn't have taken us any time at all, but it took us and in that experience, the housing specialist changed several times. People would show that they were responding to the email, but they wouldn't actually attend to the task that we were asking for in that situation. So it was very tough.
Very frustrating.
We can see someone reading it, but not get what we need,
Got it. I appreciate that. I want us to continue to understand that these errors do have, and drop balls have, a devastating impact on people. These are people's lives and their stabilities. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much to this panel for being with us, for sharing your thoughts and experiences. We'll move to the next panel. We still have a few panels of public witnesses, so we will keep moving expeditiously. I believe Gladys Hill is here in person. Are you here? Michael Lucas, Andre Adams, Arlene Thompson, Sheila Davis, Director of Special Projects for Jubilee Housing. Shalia, my apologies. Tyrell Holcomb, I do not see. Oh, there you are, Tyrell. Donna Towns. Misan Harper. Sandra Banks. And not everybody is here in person. So Gladys Hill. There we are. Welcome. You can begin your testimony if you hit that button right in front.
Good afternoon, Mr. White and the panel. My name is Gladys Hill and I live in Ward 8. I have more like a statement to make. How many gas leaks does it take before an explosion? On October the 3rd, 2023, they were supposed to recertify me for housing authority. The housing authority recertified me, but they didn't answer the question, was I approved or was I not? It just said that I was determined. On November the 8th, the property was sold. On November the 15th, a recorded deed. The owner, 1600 28th Place, Southeast DE LLC. On November the 17th, a postcard was posted in the front door of my apartment building for my apartment to be demolition. On gas leaks, on December the 7th, 2023, a gas leak. December the 19th, 2023, a gas leak. January the 31st, 2024, a gas leak. May the 20th, 2024, a gas leak. May 22nd, 2024, a gas leak. On May the 2nd, 2024, a roof fire. On September the 11th, 2024, a stop work order was placed on my front door to stop them from doing demolition. No working fire alarm system, no up-to-date fire extinguishers, no carbon monoxide detectors, no maintenance, no trash pickup for 10 weeks, the smell and the rat problem. Over 50 trash bags outside on the ground. No laundry facility due to the fire. I have reached out to the Housing Authority, the Attorney General's office, the Mayor's office, the Fire Marshal's office, DC, FEMS, DOB, PEPCO, Washington Gas, ANC Commissioner 7, Ward 7, OAH, DC Metropolitan Police. I feel that my recertification for Section 8 was fraudulent. My yearly inspection never took place. Please take the time to read a news article that was wrote by Miss Margaret Bassett. Unfortunately, it's too late for me. That news article explains that investors was coming into the District of Columbia, attacking Ward 8 and 7. What they said they was gonna do upgrading housing, remodeling housing for Section 8 tenant low-income families. Well, I am one of those victims of his. He came in the District of Columbia, he has 20 buildings that he has just demolished. Had no permits, no business license, no occupant license. Okay, and now I'm left with my voucher being terminated. Finally, how many gas leaks does it take? It only take one. I done had 5, Mr. White.
Thank you for being with us. Donna Towns, you're the most famous person in this hearing. I hope we got you. Donna Towns. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I think we got you on the phone. Maybe we can get you back on the phone and we can just hold the phone up to the microphone. We're gonna get you in here some way, somehow.
Hello?
Oh my goodness. Is this Donna Towns?
Yes, it is Donna Towns.
Look at that. There's a guy. Welcome. I'm glad we were able to figure this out. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is Donna Towns, Park Morton resident. And I've spoken on one of these panels some time ago in 2023. And I would like to say, can you hear me? Oh my.
Yes, we can.
Okay. And I would like to say, I'm thankful that I've spoken then, and I'm thankful that I'm speaking now, and I'm very thankful that Director Pettigrew has joined the DCHA team. And I say that to say, because all the times in which I've spoken to these Board of Commissioners meetings and then your meetings, it's like I'm not even being heard. But earlier this year, Director Pettigrew heard me, and he got in contact with me. I briefly spoke about the issues in which I have incurred as a Park Morton resident, and I've briefly spoken. I would like to follow up to better give him an idea of all in which I have gone through with these Park Morton managers. I mean, it's very difficult to get repaired. And then since I've spoken to him, since 2018, I had no repairs done in my apartment 21. But now that he's been on board, I've had repairs done, but the repairs are not complete to date. So I'd like to get back on board with that, because when it rains, the rain still runs down in my in the bedroom, runs down the walls and everything. And I just don't want to experience that mold collection again, just as I've had in the past in my apartment 21. So I just want to thank him for that. And I would like to thank also, since he's been there, I've been recertified. I haven't been recertified since 2019, 2021. The manager wouldn't process my recertification because of an outstanding balance I've had. So I lost the opportunity to move to another property because I refused to sign a TPA, a tenant payment agreement. So then again, so once that was somewhat resolved, then it came to when it's time to, then it's time for recertification. This manager wouldn't do any recertification, so I could not move forward with obtaining the housing choice voucher. And I have documentation and all of that. So I'm just saying, I think things are moving along a little bit better, but I still need to address the issue of the unlawful eviction of my apartment 21 because there were no repairs done. And it's about the law, and the laws were not followed by this particular manager. nor were her housing manager duties followed. And I've worked hard and been faithful with maintaining my tenant obligations, with doing all that I'm supposed to do. But this particular manager, she's failed in all accords of what she has done. She didn't do recertification. She doesn't do anything. But what she did do was convert my property. This was a conversion claim. This was a self-help eviction. They stole. This was theft by deception. She just deceived me, and I had trust in her, and she just ignored DC Code Section 6B 1800, employee application and obligations. So I just want everything to move forward, and DCHA their managers are held accountable for their actions, because it's unfair to me. I lost my lifelong everything, and it's like nothing, it's like they did nothing. But I'm going to continue to fight this battle until there is a positive, substantial resolution from DCHA. And I thank you all for listening. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience with you having to continue to call my name. So again, I thank you, and I look forward to hearing from someone in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Townsend. I'm really glad we were able to accommodate your testimony. We have one other witness I called who is by phone and was not able to connect earlier. I think is on now, Paulette Matthews. Paulette Matthews, are you able to unmute your phone?
Star 6, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, Mr. White, how you doing?
I'm doing well,
Hi,
thank
everybody on the board. It's long time no see, and I'm just glad I was diligent enough to get through, because I don't know how I missed my name. I've been on this call. But moving right along, I just want to, first of all, thank the DC Housing Authority and the new director that's moving and grooving and doing some things, and his staff, and just to name a few, Ms. Davis, Ms. East, Mr. Denning, and also Mr. Bolton and Ms. Jeter and Mr. Griffin, and like I said before, all the DCHA staff. Some things have been changing, and I like the changes that's been taking place. Everything is a process. We all know that at the same time. And so I've seen some changes, and I'm thinking that just by listening to the calls that a lot of other people have, it would be a thing and a great need for more communication, excuse me, and also that the board and HUD allow this gentleman and grant him what he needs to make things work, because there is a positive change being done, and people can notice the difference, that part. But at the same time, I want to talk about Berry Farms as well, because I'm a former resident of Berry Farms, and I know, and you know, that we've been through some walkthroughs, you and I, and a bunch of us when we gathered together to have one, that it's always been like a little issue to figure out. Basically, yeah, we got the senior building up. Yes, we got 2 multifamily homes get ready to come up. But at the same time, the whole time, there's a lot of people who've been trying to get back, and a lot of people have died since then and will be dying before it really gets itself together. And the fact of knowing a little bit better of what's going to go on and the timelines of how, we got the 2, like I said, but when are the rest of them coming in? And who would have thought during all of those meetings that there's a process where as though you don't really know what's going on. I feel like all that time we went to meetings, we were asking the wrong questions, because now it resides on actually getting the name of it, to be able to start even building the units. I know it goes to the Department of Regulatory Affairs. I just can't call out the name right now because I got a whole lot that I want to say in a little bit of time. And all the energy went into trying to get back in contact with y'all because I didn't hear my name. I want to also touch bases of the guidelines on inspections and how they are done for the new people who's coming aboard and for the old residents that move in, what that really looks like. Because for me, and what I've been hearing, because I advocate for housing as well, I hear a lot of horror stories, and I know I've also lived a part of that horror story. and to know how we're going to change that. It looks like some changes are coming. Again, it's always a process. Right now, I have been away from my home for about 3 weeks now, due to them tearing out the floors and all of that. But I had some issues, which the director and them have already know about it. So it's not nothing new to them right now, of how when the contractors come in, leaving your door open and be here, there, somewhere else. I don't feel that that's safe, and how we can do that better. So I guess they're going to actually work on that. But basically, communication is the key. And I know y'all have a lot of roundtable meetings and all of that, you know, but there needs to be some meetings that actually incorporate residents from each property, because we are living it, so we can help things go along to be better, because I can already see a difference. But again, we still need to work to do better together in this project to make it better. And that's all I would like to say at this
Well,
point.
thank you so much.
One more thing. They changed the board hearing meetings. Like, we got a lot to say, and that's why there need to be more meetings with residents. But when it comes to the board meeting, they've changed it from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. That's one of my issues with the board meetings. And the other one is, a lot of times I'm not making statements, I'm asking questions. And it's like they just roll on to the next person. And then sometimes they say, oh, we'll call this number and somebody will talk to you, or somebody will talk to you in the hallway. But this is the kicker. There's a lot of people on the line that might be listening that have that same issue. And they can hear, if they say it out loud, I mean, I don't know where there's a top secret at, but it can help so many other people that have that same situation that's going on with them and know who to contact, just in general, if you know what I mean. And I'm done
Yeah.
at this point.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you holding on and making sure we could get to you. Michael Lucas, welcome. Doing well. Yes, please. Perfect.
How everybody doing? I'm Michael Lucas, and the situation that happened to me was I waited on a voucher for about 4 or 5 years, right? So when I received the voucher, I went looking for housing and all that, right? And just like the council that was here early was saying, like, housing, they take too much time to make decisions. Like, when you go looking for housing, they'll wait for a long time to give you a decision and all that. So that runs out your voucher by you waiting like that, right? So anyway, when I did find a place down in Southwest, right? Went down there with my case manager and everything. We filled out all the papers for the housing and everything, right? So when everything's supposed to went through, and I went down there, and the landlord gave me the keys and say, okay, you passed the inspection, and here you go. So what I did, I moved all my stuff in and thinking that everything was all right. So a couple of days later, here they come saying, oh, nah, you weren't supposed to be in here. We didn't do inspection. That's what housing said. So they told me I wasn't there when, they was telling me that, told me on the phone. So I hurry up, rushed back down Southwest, hurry up, took all my stuff and put it in the hallway, right? So the inspection guy came in there, he looked around, and it's like, he said, okay, you okay. So I moved my stuff back in. So when I moved my stuff back in, a little later on, I don't know how long it was, right? They came back and said, oh, no, you can't live here because this is a studio apartment. And we don't pay for no studio apartments. That's what the inspection went back and told housing. So the landlord said, no, we don't have no studio apartments here. This is not a studio apartment. So now the housing came back and said, okay, then we're going to inspect it again. They went back in there again and say, okay, you don't have no window in the bedroom. So you got to move out. So bottom line is they wanted me to move out, so I had to move out. So basically I'm homeless again. So now when I moved out, they say, so the people that I work with over there in Willow Creek in Southeast, They say, okay, Lucas, this is what we're gonna do for you. We're gonna file and, get you in another unit, go look for another unit, right? So I went down there to 20 Gallery 64 down Southwest. Okay, paid the money, did the application and everything, and sent it to where they supposed to go, to housing. Now housing came back and said, oh, nah, your voucher expired. So that's where I'm stuck at now.
All right. All right, let me move through the panel,
Okay.
and then I'll come back to you. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm frustrated. Andre Adams. Oh yeah, I think Andre Adams is the person who wasn't here. Arlene Thompson. Huh? Shalia Davis. No?
No, I'm Shalia Davis.
There we go. I'm sorry. Yes, it's been a long day. You testify. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chairman Robert White and the members of the housing community. My name is Shalia Davis. I am the Director of Special Projects at Jubilee Housing. I come today to thank the DC Housing Authority and their new leadership. We had experienced some miscommunications, but since the new leadership stepped in, Nicole, Antoine, the executive director, Mr. Keith, and he has given us they have set aside a real thorough LRSP group with Ebony Thomas, Jenny Levy, Beth Chisholm. It has been great. We have weekly meetings, me and Beth Chisholm, and they are moving very well here with Jubilee Housing. And so I appreciate that from them. But I do have to talk about some of the inspections. The inspections have been a little delayed, but since October the 16th, they have been 100% stellar. So I want to talk about Jubilee Housing. You know, we was founded in 1973, and we serve, a lot of housing needs for the community. And my colleagues here, Mr. Terrell, I'm gonna let him do the rest, but I just want to give DC Housing Jubilee's gratitude of letting them know that they have really served us. And I appreciate the new leadership that's in place there. They have been really good to us in the LRSP program. And that's my testimony. And if you have any questions, I'm available. But thank you.
Thank you so much. Tyrell Holcomb, welcome, with the Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. Thank you for this opportunity, and to the members of the Housing Committee who are not here. I'm Tyrell Holcomb and proudly serve as the Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. And again, appreciate this opportunity to share at today's roundtable. Jubilee Housing was founded in 1973, and we work to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. While Jubilee reached our 50th anniversary in 2023, we remain committed to the residents of our city who deserve to live in quality housing that they can afford and receive the type of services that allow them to thrive. Recognizing the role we play in the Adams Morgan, Mount Pleasant, and Columbia Heights neighborhoods to combat gentrification and maintain an inclusive, diverse community, Jubilee has come to understand its work as justice housing, defined as deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods with wraparound services on site and within walking distance. By bridging the gap in access to resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee is chipping away at the gap in outcomes that divides our city along racial and economic lines. With strong financial support from this city, Jubilee currently has 13 properties under management, serving over 900 residents, along with 6 new properties on the way, bringing with it an additional 285 units to provide affordable housing to residents. We are committed to ensuring that families earning 30% AMI or below have access to stable, thriving communities because we know that housing is a foundational justice to opportunity. I want to begin by offering a vote of confidence for Director Pettigrew and the team at the DC Housing Authority. The work they've done, as my colleague has shared, especially around the local rent supplemental program, has been critical in addressing some of the most pressing housing challenges in the district. LRSP plays an essential role in serving families with the greatest need, and mission-driven developers like Jubilee Housing rely on it to keep our developments affordable and accessible to low-income residents. One particular area that stands out is the monthly stakeholder meetings. These meetings have been a positive step in keeping lines of communication open and fostering collaboration among housing providers and DCHA. Through these forums, stakeholders are able to discuss challenges, exchange feedback, and find solutions in real time. They're an essential tool as we collectively work toward meeting the 30% AMI housing goal, which remains one of the most critical gaps in DC's affordable housing landscape. While recognizing the biggest room in the world is room for improvement, we see LRSP has potential. For LRSP to fully meet its potential, it's crucial that DCHA has the resources and support necessary to administer the program more efficiently. We've seen delays in eligibility determinations and inspections, which slow down the process of getting families into homes. These delays become problematic, and I urge the council to prioritize support for DCHA to streamline these processes so families can access stable housing without unnecessary waiting periods. While LRSP might represent a smaller part of DCHA's portfolio, its importance cannot be understated, especially for those earning 30% AMI and for organizations like Jubilee Housing. This program is vital to our work, and its success is directly tied to our ability to serve DC's most vulnerable populations. Strengthening and resourcing LRSP is not only necessary, but critical to achieving DC's broader affordable housing goals. And moving forward, Jubilee Housing is committed to being an active partner to DCHA and the broader housing community. We are ready to collaborate on program improvements, offer feedback, and assist in outreach efforts to ensure that LRSP and other essential programs continue to meet the needs of our residents. We're here to work together to ensure that these critical housing programs are as effective and impactful as they can be. And want to thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership, and thank the committee for your ongoing commitment to improving housing outcomes in DC. We look forward to continuing to work with you to strengthen LRSP and ensure that DCHA has the tools it needs to provide housing for those who need it most. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for being with us. Nisa Matthews, you are next. Not sure if you are with us. Oh, I'm sorry, Nisa Harper. Sorry about that. Are you with us? Don't see you, but I want to make sure. And Sandra Banks. All right, that's it for this panel. I want to thank you all for coming. Ms. Hill, yeah, I was going to answer your question. It only takes one gas leak for an explosion to happen. The landlord, is this the same landlord that I think the Attorney General filed a lawsuit against at this point, notorious landlord in this city. Trying to remember his name. It's
Alan Rajudian.
Sam. Yeah, Rajudian. Have you been in touch with the Attorney General's office? I can't remember if you mentioned that in your
The
testimony.
Attorney General
Can you
office
pull the
been
mic
to,
closer to you?
the
Thank you.
Attorney General's office has been to the unit and
Okay.
has walked the unit, but they have decided to go in another direction. Have not heard from them since June.
All right. Did you say that this is a voucher property and the inspection did not happen?
It came time for my recertification.
Mhm.
And I turned my paperwork in and the inspection never took place. I called for the housing authority to come out to see was it safe for me to relive there. She came out, she said she smelled no gas and she left. I have taken the point to write you a total paperwork to let you know exactly what's going on there at the property. But I wanted to get those dates in because every night, as we've had approaching wintertime, we still have open gas lines and electric wires hanging.
Has Washington Gas been out to the property?
Washington Gas been out several times.
What did they say? Or the fire department?
The fire department has been out there 19 times.
Okay, all right, well, let's follow up outside of this hearing, because I don't know what's going on if, Washington Gas is letting us go, if the fire department is letting us go. So I don't have a sense here today of what's happening, why nobody's, taking, more or different actions. So, let us work through that, with you offline. But we'll try to wrangle the relevant agencies together and get some action here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us, and I'm sorry about this experience. I can't imagine going through what you described. So we'll help work through it. Donna Towns, I hear your testimony. The Housing Authority leadership is here, hearing it as well. I just want to get clarity on one thing. You said the repairs have been done but aren't complete. When did those repairs start? You might have mentioned this and I missed it. Donna Towns, if you're able to unmute and just jump in, I'm gonna keep asking questions. Paulette Matthews, I thank you. I don't have any questions. A couple points you made that I just want to lift up. People who live in the properties know what the issues are. So we have to make sure we're listening to and engaging residents. In the board meeting change for public comments and questions from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. I hear you on that. So we'll engage the board on that to understand why that was necessary. It is important that residents have an opportunity to have their voices heard. Let me talk to them about that change and if there's a way to change it back. Michael Lucas, I just can't. So, I mean, all of us have been in a home search at some point. We know what it feels like when you finally find a place that you love. It ain't never the first place because that's not the housing situation we've been in a long time. So it takes some work to get there, to move in, to have all that excitement, to have to move your stuff out, and then be relieved after the inspection, move it back in, only to be told some short time later that you can't stay there. And that's heartbreaking. Takes a lot of resources and time to move to begin with. You got to figure out where to put your stuff. You are now in limbo, and none of us want to be there. That's not a good situation. So we'll be in touch with the agency about what's happening, where things are, what the next step is, and how to make sure it happens expeditiously. But the other thing that you mentioned that goes beyond your particular circumstances, when it takes time for the government to do things on its end, here at DC Housing Authority, and you only have a certain amount of time to utilize your voucher before you have to, recertify and go through that process, you can't afford, between the time it takes to find a place you can afford and government taking time on their end, that's not time that you can afford. So that's a systemic thing that we've got to fix, and I am working on that piece. The agency is as well. But as far as how to get you out of limbo into somewhere, that's what we got to figure out right now. Yes, sir. Keep training.
The organization that I'm with, Willow Creek, they did file put in for them to try to give me redo my voucher.
Okay.
So they did put that in. So
Okay.
I'm in the process of waiting on that as well.
Okay. So you have to, that has to be, has everything been filed and you?
Yeah, they just waiting for the housing to make the decision.
Okay.
Whether they gonna reinstate my voucher or not.
Okay. All right. Well, since the agency is here, what I'm gonna ask them to do is be in touch with you. Yeah, they're here, you're here. So let's talk now. Does that work?
Well, I'm here by myself.
Yeah. But I'm saying the agency, folks from the Housing Authority are here. So
okay.
What I'm gonna ask them to do is chat with you in the hall,
Right.
figure out the next steps, and then what I'll ask you to do is be in touch with us if you need us further.
Okay.
I think they'll be able to help you I think they understand the situation. I think
Okay.
they'll be able to help now.
Right.
But to the extent that things aren't moving the way they need to, then just be in touch with me and my team and we'll jump back in.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely. I
All right.
appreciate it.
Right.
And they can find you. They're all sitting over there. They're beautiful people over there. Shalia Davis and Tyrell Holcomb from Jubilee Housing. I appreciate your testimonies. You know, I like to come and say, look, a lot of things have improved and there's still some things that need to improve. That's good. You know, that's good feedback. That is helpful. Often I think people feel like they got to come say all good things or all bad things. You don't. You just got to keep it real. And acknowledging improvement is not to say that there's still not a lot of place to improve. But Jubilee has had some real frustrations with the inspection process in the past. I'm glad things are improving, but they need to improve more. We will get into that with the agency. It's something that I track monthly, the inspection process, and I do have some questions specifically for them about that today when the agency comes up. So I appreciate you raising that in your testimony. And Mr. Holcomb, the importance of LRSP, 100% clear, need to streamline that process is clear as well. So we will continue to work with Jubilee and with the Housing Authority on that. But this is a place that we do need to continue to improve. So we'll work with you and with the agency on that. And I appreciate you being with us today. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. There'll be one or two more panels. All right, next panel, Andrew Wasenick, on behalf of Laura Pukach, Janie Seegers, Star Child Black, Michaela Deming, Policy Director of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Chinna Panamon, Wilhelmina Durant, Reginald Black, a peer mentor with People for Fairness Coalition, William Jordan with the Park Morton Equity Team, Cynthia Davis, Executive Director of DC Family Child Care Association, Lisa Queen, Lori Leibowitz with the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, Natalia Otero, Executive Director of DC Safe, Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place, Scoutlyn Hazley. Oh, I'm sorry, I went too far. We're gonna pause it. We're gonna pause there. Okay, all right, there we go. I've messed up. We're gonna continue with it now. Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy with Friendship Place, Scoutlyn Hazley, Karen Lundgren, and Commissioner Frederica Kramer. It's too late now. With 6D07. All right. Andrew Wasenick, are you? I see you. There you are. Welcome.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Andy Wasenick. I am the Director of Policy with Miriam's Kitchen and a resident of Ward 4. As Miriam's Kitchen is a permanent supportive housing provider, my testimony is specifically in regards to the DHS LRSP program. Today, I'd like to focus my testimony on the case of one individual, similar to Mr. Lucas, as it encapsulates many ongoing issues with DCHA. I'd like to highlight three essential things that come out of this story. So number one is that voucher applications, LRSP applications, are currently taking 60 to 90 days or more to be approved. And this is after the LRSP application was redesigned and simplified so it would be less cumbersome for staff to process. Second, rent reasonableness, despite appreciated efforts by DCHA to ease the pain, is still a substantial pain point for unhoused clients and provider staff. And third, there continues to be no actionable way to elevate and expedite cases where elevation and expedition are desperately needed. So Miriam's Kitchen Outreach and Permanent Supportive Housing share a client. The client started working with our outreach team in May of 2022, and we got them matched to a permanent supportive housing voucher in June of 22. In February of 23, their voucher application was submitted to DHS and DCHA as part of Operation Make Movement. In March of 23, they were assigned to Miriam's Kitchen Permanent Supportive Housing Team, and in August 2023, the voucher application was approved by DCHA. On September 22nd, 23, the client applied for an apartment and was approved. It was a one-bedroom apartment. And a request for tenancy approval packet, RFTA packet, was then submitted by Miriam's to DHS on October 16th. On November 3rd, we were told that it was not a rent reasonable apartment. The building then identified another available unit in that building that was believed that it was going to be rent reasonable. And so a second RFTA packet was submitted on that unit on November 15th, 2023. That packet was ultimately approved by DCHA and the apartment was deemed rent reasonable the first week of December, and an inspection was scheduled for December 15th. However, they failed to notify the building of that inspection and it had to be rescheduled for December 22nd. Ultimately, a past inspection, it was deemed rent reasonable at the time, and on January 12th of this year, 2024, the client signed the lease, got his keys, and was allowed by the landlord to take possessions of the unit prior to DCHA's generation of the Housing Assistance Payment, or HAP contract. DCHA requires a signed lease to be submitted before a HAP contract is generated, but the HAP contract never came in this case because while the apartment passed inspection functionally, the inspector deemed it to be a studio apartment and not a one-bedroom as the landlord considered it, and it was not communicated by DCHA until until it was too late. The property did not want to go through the appeals process, did not want to go with the rent that DCHA recommended despite its ongoing efforts to do so. By the time we get in the client stayed in the unit. By the time we get to June 24, after all efforts are exhausted, he applies for another apartment. We submit an RFTA packet on that new apartment, but his voucher is now expired. We submitted a request for an extension, followed up on that request for a month. We're told in July that the process changed and we had now to submit a new LRSP application to extend the voucher. That was submitted on July 17th, and today is October 22nd, and it still has not been approved. The past due balance on the rent that the guy is currently in, the client is still in, is now approaching $20,000. They applied for ERAP assistance and were deemed not eligible. We are attempting to work with a new management company at this building to get them to come to some sort of agreement so they can recoup some of the money and the client can stay where they are. But he can't do that without a voucher extension, and he can't move without a voucher extension, and we're stuck. I'm just going to leave it with that. We also at Miriam's Kitchen would like to note that there are significant delays with requests for relocating clients from one unit to another, and that there are a number of cases where recertification notifications have not gone out and rent payments have stopped. And we don't find out that the recertification was due until after the landlord is telling us, hey, we're not getting rent anymore. So I wanted to like that too. So on behalf of my colleagues at Miriam's and our coalition partners, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Janie Seegers. Would you hit the button on my phone? Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Correct, yes.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council and Housing. My name is Ms. Seegers, and I'm here because I need DCHA to please be responsible and accountable. I thought this was a program to help people, but I can't tell. In spring of 2023, I was
Just
downsized.
move your mic in front of your mouth a little bit. Perfect. Thank you.
In the spring of 2023, I was downsized to another unit. My grievance is that there's still problems with housing. To rectify why it's taken them over a year and counting to cooperate with my landlord so that I can stay leased up in my apartment. I feel like I'm caught in the middle between a rock and a hard place, held captive by a process. Housing says they will not give me any assistance because my landlord has not complied with their regulations. So my landlord is charging me market rate rent, which has now accumulated to over $21,000. I cannot pay that. I'm in the housing voucher program because my only income is Social Security, and I'm receiving under $1,000 a month. My landlord says their hands are tied because housing is not clear and responsive to their request as to what they want from them. One example was how to access the portal. So in the meantime, I get eviction threats due to the increasing market rent charges. Another example is housing says my unit needs an inspection. On August the 30th, an inspector came out, which was also the same date I attended a funeral. However, prior to that day, neither my landlord nor I received any type of DCHA communication regarding an inspection. The inspector just showed up. We never knew he was coming. I think between my landlord and I, one of us should have been informed. My landlord and I still have not a clue regarding another inspection. We don't know even when to expect it, even though we've inquired. I've done all that housing has asked me to do. I'm now waiting on them to represent and do what they're supposed to do. I hope it happens soon because being a senior citizen, getting evicted because of a process, that's not okay.
Thank you for being with us. Star Child Black. Michaela Deming, Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Which name? Oh, thank you. Chenna Penamon. Wilhelmina Durant. Reginald Black. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee, District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black, a native Washingtonian, Ward 4 resident, and I am a peer mentor with PFFC, People for Fairness Coalition, and the Housing Policy Liaison for Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid, and many other roles. But today, I'm here just to represent me, myself, and I, a DCHA client and Housing Choice Voucher recipient. I'm here to testify about the DC Housing Authority's processing for those being rehoused and those being relocated, as well as some thoughts on public housing. I'm currently in an apartment that is in several states of disrepair, unsanitary, and unsafe conditions. I put in it over 8 months ago for a transfer and was not awarded a transfer until I spoke with DCHA leadership. Now, as of this morning, hopefully everything's moving forward, but I was still waiting for some kind of processing with the housing authority to my prospective landlord. There was a contract in place, and as of yesterday, we were still waiting for an answer. Also, previously testified at this committee about the need for accelerating the housing process of leasing up. One good friend of mine, rest his soul, recommended creating an ombudsman to the housing authority that can help constituents to achieve their housing goals. These housing goals are the key to establishing wealth and making the city a more stable place to live for the next generation. This is why I'm also greatly concerned about the plight of the Section 9 public housing units in the city in terms of a broken system. If cooperative ownership is not part of the solution, then we are selling off our most natural affordable housing to the highest bidder. Most residents are living in deplorable conditions and are on the developmental chopping block. We need to know why we are languishing in a quote-unquote broken system that is pitting families against singles, that has hundreds of people competing for a measly 11 slots a month to be rehoused, and hundreds of people dying in shelters and on the streets. We have to ask ourselves, what are we doing about these problems? These kinds of policies are affecting all of us. With a market of 15,052 vacant units as of September, according to the District of Columbia Chief Financial Officer's Office of Revenue Analysis Economic Trends Report, we should have about 9,436 units left after rehousing, relocating, and revitalizing the housing unstable population in the District of Columbia. But we are not. We are losing family units, affordability, and quality of life. All for what? A few crumbs that has put us at the mercy of those who seem well off? The system is broken, and you have said so yourself. What is being done to fix the system? We need to explore this fully. We need to answer questions like, who is responsible for breaking the system? Is it the mayor? Is it big business? Who is responsible for the broken system? We have heard so much about. What does the Council Office on Racial Equity say about this year's budget and the impacts it will have on District of Columbia residents? Why are we not evaluating the 3-year plan under the auspices of racial equity? It is imperative that we do so for all our sakes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, William Jordan.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm a member of the Park Morton Equity Plan. I've been working with Ms. High and the resident council at Park Morton for years. I'm here today to say that, I have confidence in Director Pettigrew, that he'll eventually get it together. I might be dead by that time, but he'll get it together. But I really wanted to, focus on that. The Housing Authority, I estimate, maybe is really 1/6 of this issue. And so even in looking at this hearing, a roundtable, in order to really get to any kind of answers, not only does the Housing Authority need to be at the table, but DHCD has to be here at the exact same time. DMPED needs to be at this table. The Department of Human Services need to be at this table. The Housing Finance Agency needs to be at the table, and the private sector. So we have a plan where we're going to basically, through repositioning and all of these kind of things, take the needs of our public housing residents, and we're going to shift them onto the market. And we know that the market is broken. So Director Pettigrew and the Housing Authority will have a perfectly operating system, and it still won't make a difference. And so even after 3 years from now, what he's promising is to get us back to ground zero of a working system. But again, by that time, where will we be in 3 years? We know that we're depending on LIHTC funding, and that's jammed up for the next 3 years, but we talk about it as though it's going to help us solve a problem today. And I just wanted to kind of highlight my point. I mean, one of the things I really hate as an engineering background is to be set up. I hate to be in a position to be told that this is the direction for a solution To know my neighbors are depending on something is a directing for a solution, and I know that it's not, right? So the recently, back in July, the Star Board had a meeting, and they had to deal with the fact that the city dumped 1,300 family rehousing stabilization program families on the housing authority, and then told them to take all those people who've been waiting since 2006 for a voucher, bump them down the list. They had just finally put them at the top of the list. Now we're bumping them down the list because the mayor and the council dumped the problem on the housing authority, right? Well, I see it all together, right? I don't make a distinction because you all are required to work together to solve the problem. And the only way I know is to blow you all up together, right? Then we had a meeting in October, right? The housing director Pettigrew was being, well, why can't we process these vouchers? So there were 489 voucher applications, right? One led to lease up. Now he was trying to be diplomatic, but the Department of Human Services botched the process and didn't get it done. So we ended up having a 0.2%, a 0.0, less than 1% efficiency in getting people leased up. And this is the kind of stuff that comes up at the board meeting. So I'm going to end it by saying, you know, we came up with the Park Morton Equity Plan because we wanted solutions, right? We tried to come up with solution after solution after solution. You know who the biggest obstacle for the solutions we came up with? It wasn't the housing authority, it wasn't DMPED, it was Council Member Nadeau. Because the council thinks that these little fiefdoms that they have, they can just blow up policy. And so until this council is willing to dig down deep and see what happened at Park Morton, what happened with new communities, and work through all those problems, we'll never get to a good solution. So we have to blow up these fiefdoms. And I think Ward 1 and what happened with Park Morton, if we took the time and went through that, we would find solutions and make it work. But I can tell you, it was the politics. That's the problem.
Thank you very much. Nisa Misan Harper. I called you on the last.
Hello.
You're with us now. Yes, welcome.
Yes, I apologize. I had to go and pick up my child and I tried to call in. Thank you for putting me back on. Thank you.
No problem.
I just wanted to say hello and good afternoon, council member. Thank you for allowing me to use my voice. My name is Nisa Misan Harper. I'm a proud Ward 8 resident. I'm a mother, a housing advocate, a writer, and a former social worker. Get back on me, please. Aside from those titles, my kids and I have been homeless a couple of times. I was in rapid rehousing, just context. I was in rapid rehousing and then, but for 2 years, I was in rapid rehousing, excuse me, but for 2 years I've been in permanent supportive housing. I'm with Core DC. My reason for testifying today is basically, to sum it up, I was promised told I had a voucher, like many people have said. I was told I had a voucher about 2 years ago once I entered into CORE. I was approved for a voucher. And then within the last year, this year, I was told I don't have a voucher. And then when I asked further questions, no one really had an answer. And so my purpose of testifying today, one, was to share that story, but also because I know I'm not the only person. The purpose of me testifying is that I've run into some challenges with CORE and DHS. And it's important that the housing DHS mediators are trained on how to mediate and what instances with different clients that they can mediate between DHS or PSH and the client, because I've run into some challenges. Well, I've had a pretty good experience with Core DC overall. it's important. So my purpose of testifying is basically, it's very important that the mediators handle certain issues between the client or DHS and the housing navigator, or between the client and the PSH company, because some things don't even have to get to a certain level. It wastes a lot of time if it's handled at a mediation level. And so I think with me saying all of that, it's more so, I would add that I think a solution to be looked at is having a committee where it's just focused, not the Star Board adding, which they should, public housing voices, but a committee where specifically dealing with rapid rehousing and those in permanent supportive housing issues, so that it doesn't have to get to a certain level. It can be resolved, and that will help case managers, it will help the program, and it will help the system overall to mediate and to know what to mediate. So to recap, I testified for 2 reasons: to talk about my missing voucher, which I know I'm not the only one, and the other reason would be about the solution base of having a committee specifically for rapid rehousing challenges and caseloads that need other intervention before going to a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad we were able to figure it out. Thanks for working on it on your end. Cynthia Davis, you are next, and welcome. Lisa Queen, are you with us? Lori Leibowitz, I see you. Welcome.
Hello.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Leibowitz, and I'm the director of a new medical legal financial partnership at Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance and a Ward 1 resident. My testimony today will focus on 3 areas: disrepair and dangerous housing conditions in occupied public housing units, repositioning, and the structure of the DCHA board. I'll begin with public housing. In 2018, 6 years and 3 DCHA executive directors ago, the then executive director said, and I quote, "Significant portions of DCHA's public housing portfolio have deteriorated to such a condition as to be potentially uninhabitable or threatening to the health and safety of our residents without urgent action." There has been no urgent action. As a lawyer who works with medical professionals to address the health-harming legal needs of children and families, I can assure you that Director Garrett's prediction has come to pass. Medical professionals regularly refer families whose public housing is making them sick and trapping them in cycles of poverty. I recently worked with a mother who lost her job because she missed so much work because of sickness, medical appointments, and hotel moves related to her public housing conditions. Last week, I was on the phone with a disabled elderly grandmother who has a list of serious and dangerous housing conditions a full page long. Given how urgent and important it is to repair inhabited public housing units so they do not make people sick, I scoured the 3-year recovery plan to find out what the plan is to make these repairs. The issue is barely referenced and only discussed in the most general terms in the plan. We've been asking for years for a plan. The council should now stop asking and instead require DCHA to submit a detailed repair plan with property names, numbers of units at each property, and timeline for repairs before the agency can receive any of the FY26 money that the council decides to allocate for the agency in the next budget. Redevelopment and repositioning. DCHA's one answer to the problem of deteriorating public housing appears to be repositioning. This is a way to get some additional operating resources, but it's not actually a plan to make repairs. It's important to weigh the pros and cons of repositioning at each property. Repositioning is a fancy way of saying privatizing. When we privatize public property, we lose things. Even when the owner is a wholly owned subsidiary of DCHA, it's still not public. The wholly owned subsidiary has a board that makes decisions at private meetings out of sight of both residents and council oversight. In addition to the loss of public resources and transparency, tenants lose rights when they move from public housing a public housing subsidy to a project-based Section 8 subsidy. They lose the right and ability to transfer between properties, they lose grievance rights, and DCHA is also contemplating having tenants pay their own utilities instead of including utilities in the rent as they do now. Tenants I work with are extremely concerned about all three of those issues, and I have a really compelling story in my written testimony about why the transfer rights are so important, so look for that. I understand that more resources are needed to maintain and improve our public housing, so some repositioning is necessary. The good news is that the local government must approve all redevelopment applications before they are submitted to HUD. The council can and should use that opportunity to review and ask questions about each project instead of letting the executive rubber stamp. The council also can and should pass legislation that gives tenants in the redeveloped properties all of the rights that they had in public housing and allow tenants to enforce those rights. I also have concerns about the STAR Board's recommendations. While each member of the board is individually smart, capable, and kind, they are all appointed by either the council or the mayor. This makes it difficult for them to say things that the council and mayor do not want to hear and to say no to requests from local government that may interfere with the mission of the housing authority. The board should include at least 3 resident representatives, at least 1 voucher holder, and at least 1 public housing resident, and these positions should be elected as they were before, not appointed by the mayor or council. There should also be a lawyer on the board, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a lawyer. DCHA has recently been sued by a former executive director, a former general counsel. There have been problems following local and federal procurement regs. And every nonprofit board in town has a lawyer on it. DCHA should have one too. And also at least 1 member of the board who's not a resident should be appointed by a group that is not the mayor or the council. I heard you say earlier that you're trying to balance representation with not having too many people on the board. I recommend trying to identify board members who have expertise in more than one of the priority areas and having the independently appointed member have one of the identified areas of expertise. This way we can have more resident representation and more independence without expanding the size of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for being with us, Natalia Otero.
Yes, hi, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get, my camera was working a minute ago.
No problem.
There we are.
Excellent.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Safe. DC Safe is the only 24/7 crisis intervention organization for domestic violence in the District of Columbia. Last year, we served a record 11,657 clients and families. We are the district's only provider of crisis shelter for survivors of domestic violence, and as such, we are continually met with the challenges of helping survivors find more permanent and stable housing. Reliable housing continuum is the biggest challenge facing survivors of domestic violence in the district. We are very happy to see the 3-year recovery plan issued by DCHA in June of 2024. There is substantial need for this plan and its swift implementation. We also support any increase in the number of properties available for low-income families to rent using housing choice vouchers, and the goal of maintaining 90% occupancy rate for DCHA-owned properties. However, and despite the need of many of the communities, especially for DC Safe clients, there are long waits, due to the limited units available. Given the plan's reference to low occupancy rates, I do have to ask what these clients have actually been waiting for. Another theme of this plan is the need for comprehensive training, which is appropriate and commendable. Given the frequency with which domestic violence arises, it is essential that the legal rights and processes, local resources and partnerships, as well as best practices for domestic violence are a part of any training for DCHA personnel. Of particular concern are those who work in the Office of Customer Engagement, particularly call takers, the Office of General Counsel, and the Office on Public Safety. Ideally, the training should be conducted in partnership with domestic violence service providers, and given DCHA's longstanding partnership with DC Safe, we would be happy to partner in this effort. We have provided training to DCHA's Office of Public Safety in the past. One particular area where the Office of Public Safety needs to be more responsive is in being able to prevent violence in their units, and to ensure the safety of the most vulnerable clients. 16% of our clients' partners are assessed as high risk to commit serious injury or kill their partner. Being able to flag these cases and provide support to prevent harm and/or death to the victim is crucial. Strengthening officers' understanding of orders of protection, anti-stalking orders, and other similar orders designed to protect residents experiencing domestic violence or stalking is a good start. Unfortunately, we have had many instances where clients share that there has been confusion or even a lackluster enforcement of these life-saving orders by DCHA Public Safety and other DCHA personnel. We urge DCHA to continue to focus on timelines, processes, and improvements, training and expanding the volume of their portfolio, while also publicly reporting on specific progress over the next 3 years. We look forward to seeing the changes envisioned in this plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Just a heads up, the Jakia Carroll and Terry Terrain will also be called on this panel. So just want to give a heads up. But next is Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy with Friendship Place.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for allowing me to testify today for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving more than 5,000 participants last year. We work with DCHA in conjunction with DHS to house clients through local tenant-based and site-based permanent supportive housing, and directly with DCHA for clients with federal vouchers. Speaking with our housing team, most of the ongoing issues that we testified to last April are still impacting our ability to get clients housed today. These include lack of communication via phone and email, lack of timely responses, inconsistency in follow-up, and frequent changes to new housing specialists who are not aware of the participants.
I am very sorry to interrupt you. Are you able to move your microphone closer or speak up a little?
Sure.
I want to.
I can try to do both. I can try to do both. Are not aware of our participants' case. The wait times when calling DCHA's hotline are still discouraging. DCHA staff sometimes fail to show up for scheduled appointments. Individuals listed as points of contact are still not responding to emails, and when they do respond, the emails lack clear next steps to help the participant, contain forms that are not related to the participant's issue, or we are given a very tight 48-hour turnaround under a threat that the application will be withdrawn. When supervisors do respond, they redirect us to the housing specialists that don't respond. Clients asking to change their vouchers from local to federal also haven't been getting responses. One recent recertification took 6 months. We have clients whose applications for vouchers were completed between the beginning of May and August 8th that have received no update on their status. Our May 13th participant is in a wheelchair, and our June 18th applicant, Mr. X, is in imminent need of heart surgery, but surgeons won't schedule his surgery until he has stable housing. We need a better system for flagging and triaging voucher applications. These situations are stressful for both the clients and the providers. Some of the timeline numbers on DHS's dashboard appear to have improved, but we believe these numbers may obscure the longest cases because they only count people who have been successfully leased up and not all of those who are still waiting. The timeline may also restart the clock when clients whose vouchers have expired reapply for new ones. We are sympathetic to the fact that DCHA's 30 employee vacancies are impacting its ability to manage the local voucher workload. In the early days of PSH, clients got leased up more quickly. Originally, the entire local voucher process resided with DHS, but when it grew, DC leadership thought that DCHA could better manage inspections and rental payments as they were already fulfilling these roles for federal vouchers. But DCHA's primary responsibility is to fulfill its HUD responsibilities. Local voucher administration is a separate issue. Outsourcing voucher approvals, inspections, and payments would allow DCHA to continue to move forward with meeting HUD's process and property management requirements. Although identifying and contracting with an outside entity will take some time, the district already contracts with outside vendors in many areas, including TCP, to oversee the PIT count and cap process. With the current processes and continued vacancies at DCHA, these issues are unlikely to be addressed in the next 6 months to a year. In the meantime, we would like our clients to have an update on their application status from DCHA. We would also like to know the chain of responsibility when we aren't getting responses, including the point of contact for voucher transfer requests. Thank you, Chairman White and Housing Committee members, for allowing me to testify on behalf of Friendship Place. and for helping us house and protect our most vulnerable residents.
Thank you very much. Scoutland Hazley. Karen Lundgren, welcome. Yep, if you would.
Good afternoon. Can you guys okay? It's good to see you. Nice to finally meet you. I can't thank you enough for all you've done already in hearing me. Sorry for my dress down right now. I was coming from a doctor's appointment and was close by, decided to show up in person. You guys, the nightmare continues for me with the Housing Authority. I got to tell you, I've been trying to request a meeting with Executive Director Pettigrew. It was rescheduled several times. I had medical issues. I have two firsthand witnesses that are attorneys. Anyway, most recently, a couple months ago, I went to the multi-door dispute resolution mediation team at the Superior Court because they're professional mediators, unlike the Housing Authority's mediators that I do not think are properly trained or qualified whatsoever. Anyway, the mediator reached out to the executive office, and a few weeks later, an email was sent by Nicole Whitliff saying that Mr. Pettigrew is now not going to meet with me. So I've had no chance to really present my side. My landlord has been terrorizing me, very unsavory landlord Bizzuto, who, in fact, my own address they just got sued by the Office of the Attorney General last year. They've been sending all kinds of blatantly false notices. There's other issues going on with people from the Housing Authority. Kalia Payne is the one that issued me a bogus request for termination back in February of 2022. And I'm a plaintiff in a lawsuit right now against a public housing agency where she used to work at. And she is also a discovery witness. She is the one that sent me the request for termination. She and other staff members of the Housing Authority are communicating with this housing agency, still providing personal details about me, medical details about me. There's all kinds of privacy violations going on here. It's shocking. Okay. Furthermore, my doctor has written numerous reasonable accommodation letters that were never handled properly whatsoever. I was forced to go to a hearing in which the hearing examiner refused to even look at the reasonable accommodation letter and ruled against me. I've even had the Office of Fair Hearing guy sign reasonable accommodation. I mean, honestly, it's insane what I have been put through. I agree with Mr. Sunny Desai that the reasonable accommodation processes, people are not qualified to be handling these. My issue should have never gotten to this point. There is no evidence to back up any of this determination. I never got evicted, and they continue to do it to me. I have inspectors showing up at my house. I never even got a notice that the inspection was there, and then I'm sending threatening notices that we can terminate you. I asked Amy Glassman and Keith Pettigrew by email, can you please start sending me these by certified mail? I got to tell y'all, it's just been one nightmare after the other. Furthermore, for 3.5 years now, 3.5 years, my attorneys who were helping me with this bogus request for termination, we've been trying to get a copy of my file, okay, to no avail. I get irrelevant documents that are in my recertifications, and they had somebody else's name, 5 pages of their social security. They sent to me somebody else's name. So I'm entitled to all the communications between me and my landlord, all the internal communications, unredacted. We have repeatedly, and to this day, I have received nothing. And I'm really sorry to say this, but I am literally disgusted right now. I feel like my hands are behind my back. I tried to move twice, but I was told that for them to go above the payment standard, I have to submit a reasonable accommodation, which takes months. So I've lost out. They've never given me an opportunity to share my side of the story, which anybody has the right to do in any court of law. There's a lot of time wasted with attorneys who feel the same way, that they have to defend against bogus requests for terminations that the Housing Authority gives out without any proper evidence. And it takes up the court's time, it takes up the attorney's time. And I mean, while I really appreciate what Executive Director Pettigrew started, I'm being ignored now. And I'm really starting to question their actions, including Amy Glassman and a couple other people there that have been at the Office of General Counsel have engaged in grossly unethical behavior. We were forced into a settlement agreement, my attorney and I, or I was going to be terminated, that they haven't even honored. So I know my time is over and I really apologize, but I urge you guys, really, I agree with everything everybody has said here today in terms of there has got to be accountability, you all. I mean, my situation never needed to happen or get to this point. And that's what I need to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have virtually, Commissioner Frederica Kramer, Commissioner for 6D07. After Commissioner Kramer, we're gonna have Jakia Carroll and Terry, Terrain, join the panel. So, I'm gonna ask you two gentlemen, to switch off and then have, are they both in person or is one virtual? One virtual, okay. I have one of you go from the table, but I may have questions. So, and Terry Terrain, please accept promotion. And let me turn to Commissioner Kramer. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Good
Yes.
afternoon, Chair White and members of the committee. I am Frederica Kramer. I'm Commissioner for ANC 6007 and Chair of ANC 6D. I'm testifying today on my own behalf as Commissioner for 6007, but my comments reflect much of what ANC 6D has publicly stated in several recent communications between our commission and DCHA. My testimony focuses on our experiences regarding the redevelopment of Greenleaf, which when completed would be the largest residential redevelopment in Southwest and therefore affecting, excuse me, the fate of both current public housing residents and the residents of the surrounding community. ANC 6D has had recent exchanges with DCHA, including dialogues at our June 10th and September 9th business meetings that illustrate several issues of continuing concern. I'm going to say at the outset, similar to what you've heard from others, excuse me, the Director Pettigrew and his staff have been refreshingly forthcoming. My remarks stem from the larger concerns. First, we understand the master development agreement is in place, but we haven't been able to receive a copy. This is a public document of the overall plan and the detailed implementation of Greenleaf redevelopment. We're told that we would be fully briefed by the end of the year, excuse me, or the first quarter of 2025. This black hole, combined with the loss of the Greenleaf Advisory Group, which was a panel of local stakeholders, including resident council chairs, community leaders, 3 ANC commissioners, including myself, convened by and now disbanded by DCHA, make it increasingly difficult to know much, if anything at all, about when and how Greenleaf will be redeveloped. Sorry, I lost my place. Well, we've been told that the advisory group has in effect been replaced by routine meetings with Southwest public housing residents. Our 2 ANC commissioners who reside in public housing are as much in the dark as the rest of us. Meanwhile, we're seeing increasing numbers of boarded up units with no indication of whether the units are being renovated or returned to inventory or be eventually scrapped, nor where those former occupants are and whether, when, or to where they would return in a new Greenleaf. We've seen Greenleaf Senior Building emptying over recent years with many non-seniors and children moving in. We're told that only 131 units of the total 235 are occupied. Of those 131, only 107 are occupied by seniors or disabled. In short, over half the building no longer serves seniors, disabled, or the children those residents cared for. The remaining 128 are either vacant, being renovated, or housing others. We understand that HUD doesn't support an explicit senior designation for a property. But Southwest has always been committed to maintaining demographic diversity as memorialized in our small area plan. ANC 6D has aggressively supported projects that not only house seniors, but are specifically designed to accommodate their needs and capabilities. And we've expressed that in our positions on the planned Westminster Senior Building, the VOA Senior Building in Buzzard Point, and a predominantly senior building, which will be part of Greenleaf. Without knowing where seniors or disabled will be in the redevelopment or what accommodations will be included to support aging in place, we also don't know whether and how the new complex will support the guidelines that were laid out in our small area plan. Finally, Southwest and the council have committed to a build first policy for Greenleaf redevelopment to ensure that that as the units are renovated or new ones are being built, current public housing residents would not be displaced out of the community. Public housing has an unfortunate record of not living up to build first commitments, as for example, over 100 units still remain to be delivered in Capper-Carrollsburg in redevelopment that was launched 20 years ago, while former residents have long since moved away, broken critical social ties, and would face insurmountable obstacles if they wanted to move back. We have no indication of how the Build First policy that Southwest and the council committed to will be implemented, what units have been identified for Build First, what residents have left Greenleaf and remained in Southwest, as was the intention of Build First, and importantly, what rules of eligibility would ensure their place in the new complex. We'd like to see this done right for Southwest and for DC. That's the end of my testimony. I'd be happy to provide the committee with ANC 60's communications with DCHA, and of course, to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kramer. Good to see you. Jakia Carroll, welcome.
How you doing, Brother Robert White? Good to see you today. I've been working in our community where I had last seen you at 1313 with our homeless population. And I have severe concerns. One is the creating a background for me. The director that I spoke to you in front of, Deborah Jackson, who's no longer there, came out in the community and told, and also to the police, claiming that I was one of the #1 drug dealers in the community. Where she got this from, who she talked to, I don't know, but her bosses actually have known me for years when I was living in the parks. And I have a very strong relationship and work with these people as well in our communities. My other concern is with the ICH committee. The ICH committee tends to promote division and the wrong things amongst us. A lot of these problems that you have sat here and listened to today, sir, is due to our lack of morals and values and the way that we don't value other people. A lot of us have come up in this broken system, stopping down on others. And now we want to pretend that these things were never happening and that they're not happening. So I have a problem when you have people from People for Fairness Coalition, Rochelle Ellison, telling people that I am a child molester and supposed to be able to show them some documents. My son was molested in the District of Columbia, and I was directly involved with your council from the beginning to the end. DC Attorney General, Inspector General, I don't care who you name at the top. I've been involved with all of you guys since you have been watching my life be deteriorated. And the more that I fight and the more that I stand and the more that I do the right things, you rain down on me. Now, they want me to walk around and pretend like these things are not happening, but they are happening to us, Mr. Robert White. And there's an issue because I have been fighting for a public trial. You guys have power and authority that is way greater than mine. I'm just a poor slave in this country. Nobody cares about me. So your agencies are able to align through the private and public sector, economically using policies to cripple us in mass amounts. And nobody is accountable and nobody is responsible. And these people get to work together and come together and decide that they don't like us and create backgrounds to assist in deteriorating our lives. While all of this is happening, you guys try to make it look like you're doing the right things by housing me. You put me in a place and then you deny me any means of financial stability to be able to take care of myself because I graduated with my bachelor's in software engineering while I was homeless in the streets. So to be a mentally unstable person, incapable of doing anything, I tend to be able to do things that most people haven't done. Yet they sit above me and look down on me for actually fighting for myself. It's not about, I don't feel like as a person that I need to put you or anyone else down or stand above you for me to be me. So I do my part and you guys are not doing your part by me, Mr. Robert White, when I have people creating backgrounds to deny me employment, keeping me in poverty and oppression, and not allowing me to help our communities and our peoples in a way that y'all say you don't understand. You don't understand, but I do understand. And me telling the truth will cost me my life, sir. So this is 6 years now of me coming before you and and our other council members saying the same thing. The retaliation and the crimes on us to deteriorate our life for us standing the right way is not acceptable. DCHA is not the only problem with housing. DHS and their contracted partnerships is a problem as well. The other thing is lining leaders and advocates and putting people in positions who are not adequate. They do not have the skills in technology. They do not have the skills to do business and operation. And that includes PFFC, who I had been with and do not have operations, who are funded. And there's a lot of wrong things going on within the organization. And the ICH committee upholds this. They want to make these things personal, like petty things. Oh, I don't like you because of this. That's not what's going on here. This is the wrong thing happening because people don't want to do the right things. And I feel like you guys are directly involved based on the facts of what's happening to us and us being involved in telling you. And I would like you guys to really step up to the plate. Mr. White, and I know, brother, you go far and beyond. You stand. I can't say you don't do something when you say you're going to do it. I can't say that about you. But I do know it takes more than you. I love your office too. It takes more than you and your team. And we really need you guys to look at the mentality. You have diverse people in race and age and color and backgrounds, but you don't have diverse mentalities. So whenever we speak about the wrong things, they're offended. You should never be offended about us speaking about white hatred. This country was birthed in white hatred, and we're still fighting it because we did not fix that. And we have to deal with the fact that many of our people are raised and then bred to be enslaved. So they also help to deteriorate our families and communities. You guys have to stop stomping down on us for wanting to come out. I'm not from that generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you being with us. Terry Torian, Terrain, I'm sorry. You have to accept promotion. Terry, there we are. All right, if you would, Terrain, unmute and turn your camera on. Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Yes, good afternoon, Council Member White and others. And thank you for taking the time to listen to me and others concerning, hopefully I'm on the right subject, about the DC housing crisis. And what I want to express without going through my little statement that I originally wrote is the fact that it is my belief that hopefully I don't step on any toes, but I really, really believe that the mayor plays an instrumental and influential role in the funding of these particular programs within DC government, such as the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And also, from my understanding, she plays an instrumental role in pushing families off of subsidized programs that are intended to help people build up their lives and move on. And my personal opinion, she doesn't have the right to do that because whether she realizes it or not, is that DC housing vouchers, HUD vouchers, and housing assistance programs, they're not luxuries, they're rights, because the right to fair housing goes all the way back to President Lyndon Johnson and prior to him. So I really think that the mayor needs to be looked at more closely as to how she is allocating or not allocating funds, or how she is disseminating funds, or how she is working with funds. Because I mean, I could go a little bit deeper about systemic and all this kind of stuff, but we're not into that right now. But my opinion is that I really believe that the mayor needs to be looked at more closely. The funding that's set aside for housing should be looked at more closely. And because a lot of people don't have the advantages and luxuries as maybe being a veteran who might have a priority over such decisions and other things. But like I said, I really feel that this is a mayor issue. I really think the mayor should be looked at more closely. From my understanding, she is moving families, up to 2,000 families off of the housing program. And like I said, she doesn't understand that we understand that being a participant or someone who is eligible to receive a housing choice voucher, this is not a luxury. This is a right. This is a federal right we have. And she does not have the right to take our money and do what she thinks she wants to do because she's the mayor. Because just like everybody else can be held accountable, she should be held accountable as well. And I don't want to really get into too much, but that I really needed to get that out, is that housing choice vouchers and housing programs, they're not luxuries, they are rights, and they have been rights for almost 50, 60, 70 years. So I thank you for listening to me, and have a good day.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to ask too many questions of this panel. I appreciate the testimony. They were clear. Yeah, Andrew Wasenick, that was certainly a parade of horribles that you went through in your testimony. So I'm going to ask the agency to assist there. There's just so much going on there. We need the agency to get directly involved. Janie Seegers, who's with us here, where you are now is you need an inspection. Is that right? Okay. All right. So you are right now at the mercy of the housing authority on that timeline. So I'm going to ask them to connect with you. You let me know if you need me to intervene further. But it sounds like they just got to get the inspection done. I don't know what, wires got crossed or what happened, but let's try to get this fixed, and hopefully that's something that can get done soon. So I appreciate you being with us. They'll chat with you today. No problem. Reginald Black, among other things, you mentioned, Mr. Jordan mentioned somewhat line wants cooperative ownership for long-term public housing. Mr. Jordan mentioned concern about taking public housing and shifting it to the private market. I hear that. I have similar sentiments. Where the way I look at this is, I don't see any perfect solutions on the horizon. What I do see is a housing stock desperately in need of a lot of repair, which requires a lot of money. And I see the federal government putting less and less money there. And I know that where we are right now is not a place we can stay. So we've got to figure out where we're going to move. We've got to understand that, if we sit here and wait for the perfect solution, then folks are going to suffer. So we've got to figure out what we've got to do. But it is going to take some funding. And I don't think the amount of funding that is needed is going to come from DC government. I certainly don't think it's going to come from the federal government. So we've got to figure out what we do with that equation.
Why couldn't DCHA ask for local funds? Why couldn't things like the Housing Production Trust Fund be used to support cooperative ownership with the resident management corporations of the public housing residents? Why aren't we supporting residents getting together and building worker cooperatives and housing cooperatives to be able to help themselves produce that funding? And I think, local dollars, if federal dollars can't be used, then the local dollars could be used. And to me, in my head, there's nothing that procures one, DCHA from asking for that, or the council being proactive and say, okay, we can do this much at least. Yeah. And to support the residents, bringing things like credit unions and stuff inside of the public housing complexes to help pull that funding together. I think the residents do have that money. They just don't have the empowerment and apparatuses to support them doing that. And that needs to come from the council.
Yeah, I do think it is gonna require some creative thinking. I think, you know, the amount of funding necessary at this point is probably in the billions somewhere. I don't think DC government has that. But then that's just to sort of get it in good repair. Then you need funding to keep it in good repair. And so we've got to look at this. I think we've got to figure out where we go, because again, we can't stay here. I don't think there's a perfect solution. So where does that leave us? It's got to leave us somewhere. I'm gonna take a critical look at any plans. I do have a lot of concerns about privatizing, so that's not anything I'm eager to do. I only say what I said to recognize that I don't think there's an easy solution to be had. I appreciate you pushing us to think about it, because we shouldn't really jump to privatization. Nisa Masan Harper, who I think had to go. Your point around mediators handling issues between clients and PSH organizations is a good one. We heard another testimony around mediation. So I appreciate you raising that. I don't think that issue has been raised in one of my hearings before, so thank you. Lori Liebowitz, good to see you in this capacity. You mentioned the need to repair public housing units urgently. I can't say I love the idea of holding repair money hostage, to force them to submit a plan. That is one of the tough issues about local government. But with respect to repositioning, you mentioned how bad the state of repair is now. What would you suggest with respect to the future of public housing properties?
I think there are a few things. One is I think the council can and should pass legislation that protects public housing rights for tenants, no matter what happens to public housing properties. I also think, again, we need to see a plan. And I feel a little bit like a broken record, but we have in the past from previous executive directors seen plans where we're going to privatize this property and take some money out of it, which will help fund repairs at this property. And I'd like to see a plan that from the agency about, like, this is what we need at each property. This is how much it's going to cost. This is how we get the money. This is what we need to do. Because what I'm seeing now is demo dispo applications that say we're repositioning, but we're not moving tenants off the property. So what's happening? How are you doing repairs without moving tenants off the property? And I would encourage the council to also pass legislation requiring that there be a hearing and the council before the mayor signs off on any demo dispo application, because that's getting rid of public property. And you all should hold a hearing and ask questions about what the plan is for that property and how we're going to protect tenants' rights and how we're going to ensure that the repairs actually get made before the DC government signs off on this being privatized.
Well, we are going to have to scrutinize it very closely before we privatize anything. Again, that's just really not something we should jump to very much, not lightly. So I recognize the difficulty of where we are now, but I want to make sure we don't privatize housing that people live in unless that's the last resort.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, like, every HUD application requires local government sign off, and the executive has been doing that without the council. And I would really encourage the council to insert yourselves in the process of local government sign off for these applications.
Natalia Otero with DC say thank you for your testimony. And, the need to flag cases, provide support. I do appreciate you being with us today. Lynn Amano, I was struggling my absolute best to hear your testimony. There are a lot of gaps. I'm going to review the written testimony. People here saw me straining like crazy to try to hear. I heard a lot of trouble with the processes, but I'm going to read your written testimony particularly closely because I don't want there to be any gaps in my understanding. But I appreciate you being with us. I apologize about the sound issue on that testimony. Karen Lundgren, a lot of issues there with your landlord. A quick question for my clarification. The current issue you're having, is it with reasonable accommodations or a request for termination?
Well, neither have been resolved. Like
Okay.
I'm trying to get a meeting with Executive Director Pettigrew.
I got that. I'm not,
Okay.
yep, I'm with.
Yeah, so the current, I am having issues with the landlord, yes, at
Okay, now,
present.
were you, have they offered somebody else to meet with you in the agency?
No,
Okay. All right, well, let me figure out what's going on there.
Yes, sir.
And try to be helpful. Commissioner Kramer, you just want to update on Greenleaf redevelopment.
We do.
Yeah, so that is fair. We had this discussion with some witnesses earlier, I guess more broadly. But people live there. They want to know what the future is. People live around there. They want to know what the future is. So we've given the agency, I've asked the agency, for long-term redevelopment plans. Don't have those yet, and given them some latitude, given all the issues that they need to work through in the first year of this director's tenure. But I do expect that we will get the long-term stabilization and redevelopment plans for all properties.
Can I just say, there is that we were very explicit about the fact that the MDA exists and is being implemented. It's a public document. We cannot figure out why we can't get that. It was suggested we file a FOIA. We may do that, but the point is we shouldn't have to file. We haven't had a good experience filing FOIAs with other documents. But in fact, it's just a public document. It's not something that's in flux. If there are things that are in flux, we can deal with that afterwards. But they have an operative document. And we'd really like the council to have this happen.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm going to ask the agency to follow up with me and let me know what the issue is with releasing that. I'm not sure why it needs to be difficult. Ms. Carroll, I hear your concerns. Claims about you that aren't true, concerns about the ICH, a lot of concerns about Department of Human Services, who's obviously not with us today. Not going to be able to resolve those issues in the hearing, but I do hear you, and the point that folks need to all do their part inside of government and outside of government, inside of government and outside of government is well taken.
And my question is, Mr. Robert White Jr., at this point, since I have been going through this from over 7 years now, directly dealing with you guys, I feel like at this point I should have a public trial. This is several agencies and several people, and it has deteriorated my life in a major way, including the removal of my son. So I know that these people think they know, they don't know. I have shared with you guys, and the other concern, sir, if you can really please help my people that lives outside of 1313. Yesterday we had an incident where one went to the hospital with an overdose, and then one took something and got naked, and I spent 30 minutes running around the streets, helping out people in the community who she was attacking, and she was out of her mind high. It took 30 minutes for the police to come. She actually shut down the Wawas. I mean, this is what I do in the community every day to get dogged out. I've been doing this since my life has been pushed under, helping and loving and caring for my people. It might not be the way that some feel like it's acceptable to them, but I have to relate to my people where they're at, not where somebody else want them to be at. And our people do need the help that's in the community that's out there. The lady that was speaking earlier, I understand what she's saying about the people moving in apartments and they're living. I don't know if it's the mental health or the drugs, but the same way that they live outside, sir, they live inside. And it is chaotic because I hear it and see it in my building. it's just not 24/7 because the property is so big. So you hear it here and there. I don't know how big her property is, but I do see it a lot. And I do think that we should have some type of housing to bridge going on your own. You can't just come off the ground. People laying directly on the ground getting high every day. I'm sorry, I know they feel like housing, but we already have a lack of housing. So if we don't have something to help these people to be able to keep the housing when they get it, we are increasing poverty. And we're not looking at the situations of our most severe people if we're not looking at the people on the ground.
I hear you. Terry, Terrain, you mentioned around the housing vouchers, and the frustration with the mayor, essentially, switching up the line, on people who are waiting for vouchers. This was a drop ball that got dropped onto the housing authority. I don't think anybody, liked seeing this play out. This was not a decision of the council, but we did not, stand in the way because by the time the issue was dropped on the housing authority and the council, we frankly didn't have many options at that point. But I appreciate you raising that because that is of concern to me, a lot of residents, and I know the housing authority, which had to scramble and figure things out very quickly. I do want to thank all of our public witnesses for being with us today. As usual, very rich testimony and feedback. A number of things with individual cases that luckily the agency is here to help address, but where we want to move to is a place where those issues are not bubbling up to the council, but they're getting addressed because we fixed the systems and gotten the right people in place. So thank you all very much. I know it is a time sacrifice to be with us. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess and come back with our agency. So we are in recess until about 5:20.
Thank you for your
Thank
ear
you.
and your time.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
thank
Wright.
you.
Mr. Robert.
Let's do it. Let's go. Blow some bubbles. I can't chew up. Thank you very much, sir. All right. All right, we are resumed. We are now going to turn to our government witnesses. First, I'd like to welcome Raymond Skinner, Chair of the DC Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Board, who I saw and now I don't see virtually. Okay, he's logging on right now. And I want to welcome Chair Skinner. Once you get your video on, we will swear you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses, so I'll ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members and staff of the Committee on Housing, and members of the community. My name is Raymond Skinner, Chairman of the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Board, better known as the STAR Board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony at today's roundtable. Given the lateness of the hour, I'll try to be brief and make sure there's time for questions. The STAR Board was established almost 2 years ago in December of 2022 with a 2-year mandate to oversee implementation of policies and actions to reform and revitalize the operations of DCHA. The board has worked diligently over these last 2 years to carry out that mandate. Much of the first year was spent on organizational activities, including establishing standing committees, updating bylaws, and completing required training. We also worked with the interim executive director at the time to work on addressing the findings in the October 2022 HUD assessment report. In fact, we closed all of the findings in the HUD report related to the board and governance issues. And I can assure you that the STAR Board is functioning well with members working collaboratively and getting the business of the Housing Authority done. However, our most significant accomplishment during our first year was recruiting for and hiring a new executive director, Mr. Keith Pettigrew, who will shortly celebrate his first anniversary. In his relatively short time at DCHA, Mr. Pettigrew has shown that he has the operational knowledge and leadership skills required to stabilize the agency and to put it on the path to becoming a high-performing housing authority. During this past year, the STAR Board has focused on developing a positive working relationship with the director and doing what we can to support his successful transition to DHCD and to also help him undertake the necessary reforms to improve the agency. As you know, the STAR Board legislation requires the board to, and I quote, provide recommendations to the mayor and council by July 1, 2024 for the structure of a successive board of directors to govern the authority on an ongoing basis, end of quote. So we did submit a report to the mayor and council, and in that report, we recommend that the successor board consist of a 7 voting member board that would be phased in beginning in January of 2026. While the board would be smaller than the current structure, We also recommend that most of the defined areas of expertise and experience that we have on the current board would also be retained. Now, the recommendation for a 7 voting member board is based on a review of 2 studies that examined the governance structure of several large PHAs across the country. The studies found a variety of governance structures, but did not find any empirical evidence linking specific government models to agency outcomes. A study conducted by CSG Advisors in 2023 found that of 12 PHAs that they reviewed, 6 have 7 board members, 4 have 9 board members, 1 has 5 board members, and 1 has 10 board members. So while our experience to date of our board with 9 voting members has been positive, we believe that a 7-member board would provide an effective platform for governance, encourage a diversity of viewpoints, and be consistent with national norms. Since the Star Board is set to sunset at the end of December, our most important recommendation is that the Star Board be extended for another year until December 31st of 2025. Board members generally concur that we have begun to operate as an effective governing body and believe that this positive momentum should be allowed to continue. Further, stability and continuity in agency governance is critical to provide more time to resolve the complex HUD compliance issues, to gain confidence of other regulator agencies, and also to gain trust and confidence for outside investors as we move to reposition the agency's properties. Moreover, it makes sense for this board to continue to work with our new executive director on implementing the 3-year recovery plan that you've already talked about to some extent today. So based on our review, I would say there's no optimum governance structure or number of board members to make it for a successful housing authority. Therefore, I would really characterize our recommendations as preliminary, basically a starting point for discussions with the mayor, the council, and the community at large. So with that, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and willingness to work closely with the Star Board and the DHCA leadership team. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Chair Skinner. I appreciate you being with us and appreciate the ongoing work of the board. I will say for the knowledge of the public, without betraying confidences, I think the board sometimes has frustration with the agency, and the agency has frustration sometimes with the board. And each of y'all sometimes have frustrations with me and vice versa. And I think that's a healthy balance. I think that's what we want. So I appreciate that work. And thank you for the preliminary recommendation. I think that note at the end is important. We hear a lot from residents today and on an ongoing basis about the desire for people to be able to understand what leadership is thinking and to be able to weigh in and opine. If I missed this, I apologize. For the current board has subject matter experts, but I think you have 9 voting members and 2 non-voting members. Do you have a thought on who? So the proposed board would be smaller. What would we trim from the existing board?
So again, we would again, this is a preliminary recommendation for discussion, but we understand the need to have certain areas of expertise on the board. And so we would basically keep the current not necessarily current members, but the current types of expertise and experience that we have on the
Right.
board. So what we wouldn't have on the in our preliminary proposal, we wouldn't have a member of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer who's currently on the board. The Mayor's Budget Office, or the Director of the Mayor's Budget Office is currently on the board, and that would that position we are not recommending be on the revised board. And then the other one, there was in the Star Board legislation, there was a position for a government procurement expert. And then the other one was on the current board, we have two resident members, and in our proposal, there would only be one resident member.
Okay. So on the resident members, obviously the board before, which I think was not an example of productivity. Not to cast dispersions on any particular person or people, but it didn't get the agency where it needed to go. But it did have more resident members. We heard a lot of testimony today for more resident representation. How do you view that, the testimonies, the request for more resident representation on the board?
So I think again with at least one member, resident member, I think we can get a sense and flavor of what the issues are that person would bring to the board from the residents. So right now we have two. We have the chair of the citywide advisory board for residents, and then we have another resident on the board. So I would suggest that the chair of the citywide advisory board could essentially represent the entirety of residents. That person, I believe, is elected by the residents and would have the issues for the residents at hand and be able to articulate those at the board meeting.
As you looked at, as you surveyed other boards around the country, what did you see in terms of resident participation on boards?
Either one or two members on board. I think Chicago, which had the largest board, which a 10-member board, I think they had three residents on the board. But the other ones that we looked at that I mentioned in terms of numbers either had one or two residents on the board.
Okay, our previous board had, I think, 13 people.
Yeah, 13, right. Before the Star Board, there were
before the board, yeah. And the largest one that you all looked at was Chicago, and Chicago only had 10 board members?
Chicago has 10, right.
Wow, okay. And your recommendation memo suggested that the commissioner should go through the same appointment process of nomination by the mayor and confirmation by the council. That would mean no one's directly elected by the residents, although I think possibly the citywide advisory board person how does that compare with other jurisdictions with respect to who appoints the members of the board?
For the most part, it's the mayor and council typically. And again, there's a wide variety, but most of what we saw was a combination of the mayor and council appointing members.
Okay. Let me turn to my colleague, Ward 3 Council Member Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Just a couple of questions. I note in the Star Board, the president of the Citywide Resident Advisory Board is a non-voting member, but a member of the board, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so, in a way, with a smaller board and still one voting resident, the voting power of the resident is higher than it is under the larger board. In terms of the power on the board, I guess I'm hearing you suggest that if there's a desire to have someone who's elected by the residents, maybe instead of having a designation for one of the members of the board being a resident of a DCHA property, that it say specifically that it be the president of the citywide resident advisory board, so that it is an elected person. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think that would be the easiest way to handle it, since that person is elected by the other residents in our properties.
Yeah. So, and then in terms of the appointments, the memo says that that typically it's the mayor or the council, but the Star Board, I think, had some who were appointed by the council, or at least one that was appointed by the council, and then the others by the mayor. To the extent that you've looked at other models, how often is it that kind of a hybrid where it's some number that are appointed by the mayor and some number that are and confirmed by the council and some number that are appointed by the council?
So just to make sure that everybody understands, so the way the Star Board happened, we were individually named in the legislation setting up the Star Board. So there was no mayoral nomination and council confirmation. It was just I guess because of the timing and the urgency to get something done, we were individually named, or our names were put into the legislation, and that's how we got appointed. But I think what we've seen in looking around the country is that typically the process is just like other boards and commissions here in the district. The typical process is that the mayor would nominate somebody and the council confirms them.
Okay. I think that completes my questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing on behalf of DC residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Right now, the Star Board has the president of the Citywide Advisory Board. That's the Citywide Advisory Board for Public Housing. Is there another resident member?
Yes, there is another resident member. And again, remember, that person was specifically named in the legislation.
Right. And so in the
and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but that person, Denise Faxon, was already on. She was on the previous board before the legislation setting up the Star Board.
Yep. And does your proposal, how many voting members would be public housing residents or voucher holders under your proposed?
Under our proposal, there would be a 7-member board, all voting members. There would be no non-voting members on the board.
Okay. And how many of those would be public housing residents or voucher holders?
One would be a public housing resident.
Okay. And one would be a voucher, one would be a resident, and one would be a voucher holder?
No, there would only be one resident on the board. And we didn't address the, I'm sorry. Let me make sure. Yes, we did say that there would be a voucher holder.
Okay.
One resident of public housing and one voucher holder.
Got it. Okay. I'm gonna move to something different than the board composition. You and I tend to know what's going on at the Housing Authority from the director's monthly written reports and our meetings and check-ins with him and his team. But we hear frequently from residents and the press that they want more transparency. What do you think DCHA can do differently going forward to share concrete, objective updates on the agency's work?
So we talked earlier, you talked earlier about the 3-year recovery plan. And I think Director Pettigrew mentioned that he wanted to do 6 months reports on that plan, on the implementation of that plan. Well, two things I would say. For the recovery plan itself, he's going to provide quarterly reports to the board. And off the top of my head, I don't think I would have any objection to making those reports publicly. Secondly, we do get monthly reports at the monthly board meetings, and they have some details in terms of the operations, vacancies, the occupancy reports, how many vouchers are in place. All of those kinds of things are in the monthly reports that are made public. I'm pretty sure that those monthly reports are part of the package that is published on our website prior to the monthly board meetings.
All right. There was a witness who mentioned, maybe more than one, that it is difficult to hear the board meetings as they are conducted now. Could you look into that issue to make sure the hearings are, accessible, audible to the public?
We can look into that and make sure, but sometimes again, since we're doing the hybrid, well, virtual meetings, sometimes we do have some technology problems. But I think generally speaking, we've been able to get through those meetings with all of the audio and visual working properly.
Okay, I've heard from my team as well that it is difficult to hear sometimes. I think the resident asked that the meetings be in person so that they could be more audible. I think that might be difficult or burdensome to the board, so I think it'd be easier to just check on the audio issues. So
Okay,
I
we can,
appreciate you.
yeah, we can have our tech team do that.
Thank you. Finally, for me, you recently passed a new public housing repositioning handbook. The board did. What's going to go differently with future repositionings now that that's in effect?
Well, I think repositionings in general are going to be different because of the new team. I think Director Pettigrew and his team have a lot of experience in going through these repositionings and are very passionate about how they're conducted. And part of the way they'll be conducted is working hand in glove with the residents. I mean, if we're going to change these properties and in some cases temporarily have to relocate residents, they ought to know what's going on, first of all, and they ought to have a very good idea of what the ultimate plan is going to look like. And I think certainly that Director Pettigrew and his team are committed to transparency, to working with the residents, to meeting them where they are, and to be honest and frank with them about what can happen. Because in some cases, we just are not going to be able to do what the residents would like to be done because of various rules, regulations, because of money. We don't have the budget to do everything that we would like to do. But I think the key is that the team, the director and his team will be open, honest, and transparent with the residents and let them know what's going on.
Okay, well, I'll turn to Councilmember Fruman. I'm running out of time, but I want to have more conversations around this. There's a lot of concern from residents about, what their futures are, predictability of things going forward, and we're still digging out of distrust. There's a lot of optimism, and I want to make sure we keep that moving in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. Again, you're absolutely correct. There's been years and years of pent up distrust, and it's going to take some time to overcome that. But I think, as you've heard from some of the residents and others, that Director Pettigrew has been very accessible, open to meeting with people and going out in the public. So I think you're going to see a turnaround over time. But again, it is going to take some time.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. Sticking on the structure of the board, I was asking about mayoral appointments confirmation. One of the things that we heard during the testimony during the day periodically was concern about excessive mayoral control and what role that might play over time. And there is some history here where folks in the administration have played a prominent role on the board for DCHA. What I'm seeing here is that two of the positions that come off the STAR board are the executive director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, arguably part of the executive, and the director of the district's Office of Budget and Performance Management, also probably arguably coming out of the executive. And so is there an effort in the structure with 7 members and not including those two to have increased independence from the executive, and that those changes reflect that, not just making the board more streamlined, but the removed positions are the ones that are on their face the most closely associated with the executive?
I don't think we specifically had that in mind when we made the proposals. I think we were just looking at what was sort of the most effective. And while, for example, the specific position of the director of the mayor's office on homelessness, we didn't include, but we did say that we should have a member with experience in working with systems for people with housing instability. So, it's kind of that same type of experience or expertise without specifically naming that office. So again, I don't think we were specifically thinking about that, but in the larger question, I would certainly want to maintain the board's independence so that we can, operate in the best way that we can without outside interference, if you will.
So I hear you on that, and I hear you on how that position in particular gets picked up, could be picked up by the more general one. The director of the Office of Budget and Performance, that one doesn't. I don't see an obvious place where that one gets replaced. But on that broader question about independence, do you contemplate any guardrails here about who might be appointed and who might not be appointed? There was a time when a deputy mayor was prominent on the board, and that felt like not respecting the independence of DCHA in the way in which I think many of us would hope. Should we be thinking about guardrails to protect against that?
I'm not sure, off the top of my head, I could think of what might be guardrails, but I would say, generally speaking, and this is my personal opinion, not the general opinion of the board. Generally speaking, I think we should stay away from appointing specific office holders to the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman Skinner, thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate you being here and appreciate your service as well. I'm going to now bring up Director Pettigrew. As I do that, I want to recognize that Rosa Burbridge, who's resident council citywide advisory board president, has been with us the entire hearing. Commissioner Burbridge also serves on the Stabilization and Reform Board as part of her advisory board duties. So while we don't have you on the agenda today, I appreciate your hard work and would be happy to get written testimony for inclusion in the record if you have any. So thank you, and thanks for being here and hearing all of the testimonies as well. And I want to welcome Keith Pettigrew, Director of the Housing Authority. I think he ran away. I think the agency expected us to ask a lot more questions to the board based on previous hearings. We don't deliberately make the hearings long. I had 3 pages of questions at that time. Okay, we see the rest of the case. Oh, man, that's how it always happens. I think this is set up. Right. I do want to thank Director Pettigrew and his team for being with us today. As you know, it is the practice of our committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I'll ask that you all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. All but one person sworn in, so I'm going to swear you in if you come in. That's all right. Director, you can begin your testimony. Hit the button right there. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember White, Council Chair White, members of the Committee on Housing, and other council members. Thank you for your invitation to attend this oversight hearing and to share with you, the members of this committee, public housing residents, and the residents of the District of Columbia impacted by the work of the DC Housing Authority. My name is Keith Pettigrew. I am the Executive Director of the DC Housing Authority. Your committee asked me to provide information on the progress of the recovery plan, our repositioning plans, and the financing issues surrounding DCHA's portfolio pipeline, as well as other items and issues that you may want to address with me. Before I share with the public my remarks, I just want to highlight a couple of dates. Today marks 10 days shy of my 1-year anniversary, which feels like 10, as Executive Director of the DC Housing Authority. It also marks 8 months since I attended my first oversight hearing with this committee. So much has changed in this past year and even these past 8 months. At my first oversight hearing in February, I commented on the enormous challenges that we were confronting in so many areas of the agency. In preparing the 3-year recovery plan that we delivered in June of this year, I commented that there were no magic wands that could reverse the many years of organizational decline, but that instead the turnaround would be a compilation of steady and consistent growth in many departments, and that as we embark on this daunting yet doable task and journey, expectations needed to be realistically managed. I can unequivocally say that we have begun to lay the foundation toward improvement. Over this period, I've assembled an incredible team of mission-focused professionals who are committed to improving the conditions for public housing residents, ensuring that we push toward efficiently managing the voucher system and doing their part to improve the overall strength of this organization. The second building block to this turnaround was an agency-wide focus on accessibility and improving customer service. Not only did I bring back DCHA employees so that they could be accessible to residents and the public, we opened satellite offices so that HCBP applicants could have their questions answered in person by staff. Last month, for instance, we had over 2,400 visits to our Chinatown satellite office alone. Second, I continue to visit public housing sites, meet with the resident leaders, and meet with residents and management staff to address issues. This summer, we kicked off Rebuilding Communities Initiative at several public housing sites. These events will continue throughout the year and every year. The goal of these events was to bring much needed services and access to food and supplies, as well as to bring back a sense of hope and community in our neighborhoods. Through this effort, residents will re-engage and be part of the rebuilding effort at the community level. The third building block was the improvement to the public housing stock. We have a long way to go. Since the beginning of the year, we've delivered over 760 units of previously vacant units back from occupancy. We have increased the vacancy rate from 74% when I started to 84%. By bringing on more contractors to augment staff, we continue to make progress in addressing the mountain of vacant unit turns and maintenance issues. Clearly, we are not where we need to be. However, we have built a system toward progress over time. The fourth cornerstone in our rebuilding effort is to rebuild the organization so that it can deliver consistent services. By turning around the finance department, we ensure that vendors are paid, that subsidy checks are processed timely, and that our financial strength is solid. By improving our technology systems, we provide better tools for our employees, residents, federal and local agencies, and constituents to have access to information and to process requests. We cannot underestimate the importance of ensuring a strong central administration to ensure quality delivery of services, to support the work in the field, and to assist us towards working towards meeting our obligations to our constituents. In a recent letter from the HUD field office, they acknowledge the steady progress that we have shown and for the commitment to continuous improvements. They recognize that some findings in their scathing 2022 report continue to be opened, but we were encouraged that the DCHA staff was actively working to address each point in the report. While we may not satisfy everyone in how quickly progress is made, I can confidently say that we face head-on all of the critiques and every day try to improve the conditions that our residents, program participants, and employees face. Over this past year, we've also laid the foundation for the smart redevelopment of DCHA real estate pipeline. The board approved the development principles, which provide the framework for all of our development efforts and provides a guide to our potential development partners on our expectations of any partnership. The board embraced the financing tools provided by HUD so that we can have a strong financing plan through subsidy repositioning. And last month, the board approved the handbook outlining tenant rights, protections for any subsidy conversion. These 3 policies outline the guides on how we will move forward with the improvements in our public housing communities. In the coming months, the board will be reviewing the approach that the current conditions dictate to us in order to improve the living conditions for residents. We will make sure that we preserve the mixed financing units that are coming out of tax credit compliance periods so that we can continue to maintain invaluable resources as a housing option in the district. We will present a more focused capital improvement plan to stabilize properties and undertake more comprehensive modernization than we have in the past. In the face of the backing away from district's affordable housing market by the financial sector, we need to identify alternative financing mechanisms that will allow us to self-develop our properties with a firm financial foundation. In addition, we will use our resources and organizational structures to explore partnerships around the district in an attempt to preserve existing housing options that are in peril due to gentrification or lack of financial resources to continue their affordability protections. In the coming months, we will outline this multi-pronged approach to improve the quality of life for residents living in housing units that we manage around the district. Together with the STAR Board, we will create the policies and programs that will strengthen the foundation of change that we have begun to put in place over this past year. With this firm foundation, we will continue to strengthen these building blocks. The future is uncertain on so many levels, but with steady leadership and continuous improvements, we will meet the challenges that those uncertainties may present. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director, and thank you for your testimony. Just to give folks a sort of a roadmap for what we're doing, here. First, all of our agencies under the Housing Committee have to have 3 SMART goals. These are specific, measurable, time-bound, because agencies, this doesn't come from DC Housing Authority specifically, but a lot of our agencies have like 20 priorities and they change every year. So like you can't hold them accountable. You never know what they're doing. You don't know what progress looks like or whether they're on their road. So that we're all on the same page. We have just a set of goals that we kind of focus on monthly and in our hearings. We're going to talk through the 3-year recovery plan, which is obviously very important to the agency, to residents, to a lot of stakeholders. We're going to talk about something that came up today, public housing repositioning, to make sure we get clarity on the record on that. And then we're going to discuss, now 2 years old this month, the HUD assessment closeout. So that's sort of how we're going to organize things. And obviously, Councilmember Fruman is going to go any direction he wants to go. Starting with an update on your top priority metrics. At our budget hearing, I asked all agencies to set 3 goals that are, as I said, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. We worked together to refine some goals, and we discuss these monthly. The first one, you set a goal of getting 83% of public housing units occupied by the end of the calendar year, this calendar year. DCHA has hit that goal already. Is that correct, Director?
Yes, we have.
Congrats to you and your team on that. Now occupancy rate is based not on the total number of units, but on the number of units that are not offline.
Right.
The number of units that are offline has risen in the past year.
Right.
Can you talk about why the number of units has risen and whether or not you expect that number to rise more?
So the reason why it's risen is only because these units are so bad. And so remember now, when we arrived, we focused strictly on vacant units. And I was informed that a lot of the occupied units were being addressed through work orders. But as time went on, some of these units got worse, to the degree that, we were finding mold in walls and ceilings were falling in. And so once that happens, they become unlivable. And so what we do is we take them offline because it has to have substantial rehab now. Once something happens in a unit, for instance, say hypothetically, pipe bursts in the wall and all of a sudden you have a water issue. But then when we go in now, look behind the wall, we realize there's mold or there are other environmental issues. So now you got to pull it offline because otherwise you get dinged for it being vacant and you can't turn it quickly enough in order to be able to keep from being dinged as a vacant unit. And so we pull them offline. And it's a normal process that HUD does all around the country with all housing authorities. So it's not like, we're trying to play some shell game here. We're not. It's really about safety, the livable condition of the unit, what's being found in the unit, and more importantly, how long it's going to take to get that unit back online because of what you find when you get in them. And remember now, it was easy for us to deal with the vacant units because we could walk them and see them and touch them. But when the occupied units were the ones that we were told were pretty much inspected before I arrived. And so now that they're going offline because these systems are old, the buildings are old, we just find that things are happening. Now, some of these units also have been pulled offline because of the redevelopment process that we have. Because I know what Kenilworth, some of the Kenilworth units said that we know are going to be in this next phase of Kenilworth. So they get pulled offline then because you don't want to lease them up because they're already empty, number one, and you pull them offline because obviously it's going to be redeveloped. So there are a number of different ways how you pull units offline. Now, we want to bring back all the units that we can, and we will. It's just that we pull them offline because it's going to take so long to get them repaired. And that's what we do.
I appreciate it. I think it was Lori Leibowitz who requested, it sounds reasonable, sort of metrics and data and go on that. But one of my frustrations when you first came on board was we were, trying to get monthly metrics and you expressed a hesitation of sharing metrics that weren't real. And I appreciated that because metrics that were reported to us before weren't necessarily accurate or double checked. And so as you go into units, you and your team, you are finding issues sometimes unexpectedly that will sometimes lead to units being taken offline. But do you expect the number of units being taken offline to continue to increase, or do you think that we are at a stabilizing point there?
So I really can't answer the question. I'll tell you why. I'll give you a perfect example, Judiciary House, where we're turning units in under the RAD program. And I was at a resident council meeting about a month ago, and some of the residents were complaining because we had just fixed like 3 or 4 units on one floor. And then a pipe burst on another floor that caused some of the other units to come offline. And so, and what I said to them, I said, listen, we can't predict when something is going to happen. So I honestly, in all fairness, I really can't tell you. I mean, I'd like to say that, guess what? I don't anticipate it happening. But because this housing stock is so old and there's so many issues, we can't predict. I mean, we're putting out fires every day. We can't predict. Perfect example, and I know this has nothing to do with unit terms, but look at Langston with the whole power grid thing. It was so old and antiquated, and it just went out, you know, and so we got generators over there to help keep the power going until we can get the parts in order to rebuild the switch or the box or whatever you call it. But again, these are unforeseen things because everything is so old.
I'm about down to 0 on this round, so let me turn it over to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Director Pettigrew, I mean, if I were you, I'd almost have been embarrassed today at all the testimony saying how great you are. Congratulations. I mean,
the checks are in the mail. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Chairman, it was a joke, man. All right.
I have the same experience. I think you're a straight shooter. I think you're really trying to get these things taken care of. I really appreciate the work that you're doing. And I was so glad to hear such a broad cross-section of people who shared that reaction to the way that you're approaching problems. I want to stick on this offline thing because I'm curious how many units are offline, and the number goes up and down, but I haven't focused on this. How many units are offline?
Hold on 1 second. We have a report here. We can share what we reported at the last board meeting, right? It's like, okay.
I think it's 1217.
And remember, some were offline before I got here, so don't give me all of those.
Yeah. So, and those are the ones, and then those are the ones that you're going to have to do significant repair work on.
Normally anything beyond 30 to 45 days, you tend to pull off a substantial rehab, because remember now, we report to HUD our utilization rate on a monthly basis. And so anything outside of that, if it's not leased up, then we get dinged for it because it says we're not leasing it up, but you can't lease it up because it's so bad.
So I guess what I'm taking away, so if you brought 800 units and filled them in the last year, 790, and that moved you from 74% to 84%. That makes me think you have 1,200 units left to fill, and then you have 1,200 units that are offline. Is that the correct understanding?
That's correct. That's the correct understanding.
So in total, there's 2,400 units that either that are ready and have to be filled, or need to be fixed and then filled. That's the
right.
Yeah, that's
and as Director Pettigrew said, some of the units we know we won't bring back online. So those, even though you say maybe a 2,400, there may be about 500 that we know through the demo dispo application process we will not reoccupy, like the Kenilworth units. That's the second phase.
All right, so then there's like 1,900,
Yes.
2,000 units that are there that we could ideally be using to house folks, and then you want to fill them 100 a month. Is that the goal?
Yeah, we've sort of got back on track. We had a little lull in the summer, right, because of the bigger units and what we were finding in the units. So I think we got 100. Got 100 last month. 105 last month, and I think what was the month before that?
94.
94. So
and then if you have, there's 1,217 and 500 of them are not going to come back. So there's 700 that need to be fixed in order to come back online. Do you have the dollars in the budget that you'll be able to do that, or for the FY25 budget?
Right. So yes, through capital funds or through dollars, we're anticipating that's maybe a Jackie question on the flow, but the answer is yes, we will have the dollars. Each year we get capital funds coming in, and then we have dollars as well to be able to fund the repairs.
Okay. I'm going to change and let Chairman White go back on metrics, but one of the things that folks testified a lot about was the rent reasonableness, and you and I have had conversations about rent reasonableness, and it was a little bit news to me that there was a reference to landlords can now pre-vet reasonable rents. Tenants cannot, but how does it work when a landlord comes forward with a proposed reasonable rent?
So during the, I'm sorry, when HCVP, our Housing Choice Voucher Department, when they're having the landlords come in, they may now run their units for in advance. So they'll come in, they have all their criterias. At that time, they may not have an actual requested rent. They're running to see what the rent reasonableness will be. So as one individual said, you need a lot of information to input into the system for it to spit out an accurate rent reasonable number. A lot of times our applicants or tenants, they may not have that. So the numbers easily can be skewed. If you don't know the type of utility, whether it's gas, whether it's electric, the amenities, then you're not going to come out with the correct rent reasonable number. So if you assume that there's more, and then later this unit comes back and it's really not all those amenities, now it may not be rent reasonable. So landlords do have the opportunity in advance to come to the meetings that the voucher program have to run their rent reasonables in advance.
I see. So it's that they run it on your system. They
Yes.
come in with the criteria. It's not that they say, oh, here are 5 units
No.
around me,
Mm-mm.
but they run it through your system.
Through our
So,
system.
but your system is a little bit of a moving target, right? So if somebody comes in March and runs it and it says 2,400, and then by the time they have a tenant and they come back with an application and you run the program and it says 2,300, what happens there when it was pre-vetted in March?
That's a great question. So Anton may have to come up because I think the time period of the, how long? Okay, go ahead. I'll let you answer that.
Good evening. So when we have a rent reasonableness ran, and some time elapses and the family comes back, let's say 30 days, 60 days, and we honor the affordablehousing.com numbers for 30 days.
For 30
now,
days.
this is market driven. So that's why I think leading to your question, if numbers may change based on the market. So rents increase. And naturally, when a rent reasonableness is done 60 days after, 45 days after, it does change. But we honor the original rent
Oh,
reasonableness.
so the scenario where the rent has gone down, this is really sad
Yes, it's
for
possible.
tenants across the city. Doesn't happen. It just, the number just goes up.
Correct.
It's market driven, so it can go up or down. Typically, you don't see it going down too much in the DC area, but I just want to put on record, it is market driven.
No, I hear you, regretting that it almost always goes up. So I'm a minute over, so I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Well, let me just kind of raise one more issue with rent reasonableness while we're on that subject. One of the witnesses testified suggesting that maybe the case manager can approve the rent reasonableness. It sounded like, that process is run twice. Is that a possibility?
So it's my assumption that that's probably on the local side when DHS is doing so they also have affordablehousing.com, so they're running it as well. We, the Housing Authority, still run it. As Anton said, it's good for 30 days, so they may have ran it before. Our numbers should come out the same, but again, it could be timing. So if it's past the 30-day mark, then right now, our policies, we don't honor it if it's over 30 days.
Why 30 days? And could you introduce yourself before you answer? Thank you.
My apologies. Anton Shaw, Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So 30 days back to the market driven cost for housing. So it doesn't go down in DC, but normally goes up. So we honor 30 days for families to give them give them a guarantee that this is what the rent will be. Also landlords, so they would know, because the lease process, unfortunately, could drag on sometimes.
but it is never gonna go down. I mean, why not allow landlords to say, yeah, I'm fine with this, you know, this rate being good for 4 months? Why can't it be 4 months?
I want to answer this question properly. So the market, again, dictates what the rent's going to be. HUD is very strict in terms of making sure we're in compliance and we're fair across the board and our family's not being charged more. Yes, a landlord could come back and say, you know, this is the rent I want to charge. The rent reasonableness came back at one number. At the same time, we have to verify, we have to show that across the board, you know, this area, this is what the rents dictate. So given a longer period of time, it's not good policy to practice because it wouldn't be consistent over the long term.
All right.
And so if I can jump in, we can find out and provide back to you if that's HUD policy or if that's just our process.
I would appreciate
Yes,
that.
okay.
Thank you. All right, going back to the metrics, the SMART goals, is something I do want to note and then ask a follow-up question on. The board reports that DCHA made over 100 units ready last month, which is, you know, rehabbed a unit. You've been pushing toward that goal for some months, so congratulations. That is great. That's the number of units that are rehabbed and put back into use. But the net occupancy only went up by 15 units last month. How should we understand that data? You get more units online, but it doesn't seem like the net occupancy is going up as quickly.
So what we're finding is once the units are ready, applicants have to give a 30 or 60-day notice. So that lag is now it's taking it to the next month. So the unit may be ready this month, but the family cannot move until next month because they have to give notice. That's been the biggest back and forth that we're seeing of the delay of getting people moved in timely.
Okay.
Mhm.
On to a different metric, federal vouchers, you set a goal of 85% utilization by the end of the calendar year. Where are you on that?
You know, I believe 86%, right? 86% right now, as of September.
Excellent, excellent. Moving in the right direction. Still some ways to go. I know some people are watching saying we still need to, we do. Earlier this year, the utilization rate was above 90%, based on your capacity estimates at the time. Do you think you can sort of get back up to 90% or above 90%?
That is the goal. We have a lot of vouchers on the street. We just got our locators on board. It took us a little longer to hire the locators to assist those vouchers that are aged, maybe 150 days out, so they can attack those and line them up with potential lease up opportunities. So we're looking forward to it. I'd like to get there. We have enough vouchers on the street to get there. And the locators are working hard to assist people with finding units, particularly in the areas of the city they want to live. So I'm not going to say we will, but I like my chances.
Okay. We've talked about the locators. I'm not sure how much we've discussed it in hearing. So can you just say a couple words about what the locators are doing?
Yes. So locators are individuals that have a thorough real estate knowledge of various units and landlords and associations in the city. And so they know where the vacant units are, and they know landlords that have units that may, hey, listen, I got units, you guys, can you send me some candidates, you know? So that will help, because we find is that a lot of people, ironically, they're just sitting on a voucher, they're trying to find places, but they don't really know where to look. And if we can't steer them, but if we can recommend where they go, knowing that the locators know of these particular apartment units and or associations that have these units, then that should help speed up the process for lease up.
Okay. And do the locators have any, or do you check for any conflicts of interest?
That's what took us so long to get them on board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to make sure we were good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I read the paper.
I'm trying to predict the next hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll move to our last SMART goal when I come back. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to I'm sort of like a bicycle rider who's behind and trying and working the draw. But on this, on the vouchers on the street, I think you made a reference. How many did you say? 1,500?
No, it's about what, about 1,100 on the street right now. What I was talking about was the age of the vouchers. So you got 30, we do them in months, right? 30, 90, 60, 90, 120. By the time you get to 120, that's what we need the locators, because we need people we need them to start helping people find units. Because what you'll find is people will sit on these vouchers because they got 6 months. And so, but our thing too is that some of them are having trouble finding places. So once it gets to about 90 to 120 range, we want to start assisting them and say, hey, calling them and say, hey, listen, we see you haven't leased up yet. What's going on? I mean, what are you struggling with? You know, how can we help you? What part of the city are you looking to move to? That kind of thing. So we got a little late start because we had to make sure we did everything appropriately with the locators. But and so the goal is to attack the older ones. So 180 days is a 6-month mark, right? And so ideally, anything that's 180 or 150, we're like, hey, call these people now, track them down, and find out what their issues are so that we can get those folks leased up right away.
So in those 1,100, if you got all those folks leased up, would you then be at 100% utilization?
No, close to it. Remember now, we still have the 1,300 on the local side for DHS and the FRSP.
And the 1,300 are those are all available to you? Those are not filled. You have 1,300
right
yet to fill.
Yeah.
And is that FY24 is what we've been talking about, FY24?
Yes.
And then what do you have in the pipeline for FY25?
Well, it depends on what we see, because you also got attrition, right? I mean, people leave the program for various reasons. So we'll take a look at what we have based on where we are at the end of the year. What you tend to do is you recalibrate. And I'll give you an example of how sometimes it works. It hurts your utilization. So you have what they call port out vouchers, people that take the voucher and leave DC. And oftentimes you have quite a few of those. And what will happen is that housing authority to make their numbers, say your housing authority is West Virginia, and you got 100 of DC vouchers that ported to West Virginia. At the end of the year, in order to make your numbers, you'll absorb that 100 and I'll lose them. And so my number goes down and yours goes up. Right. So you got all these different moving parts in terms of the program itself, in terms of how you make your utilization, and more importantly, how you recalibrate and project out for the coming year.
And so when we talk about it, I mean, is it the number of vouchers, or is it the amount of dollars and how many vouchers that would cover?
The dollar figure drives it all. You're funding that. That's why we'll never get to that magical number of 16,000 that HUD has listed for us, because the rents are so high here. We can only probably average maybe like 13.8 in terms of our funding because of the rents.
So, and it goes back to rent reasonableness. So if the rents, if the rents we were paying were too high, then that means that we have fewer vouchers. And
yes.
So that's why rent reasonableness obviously is important. But back to it. So 1,100 on the federal side, 1,300 on the local side, so 2,400 in FY24 vouchers that still people need to be connected to housing.
Yes.
And then how much is what do you think you're going to have available to you in FY25?
Oh, I don't know what the number is off the top of my head. Heather's not, where's Heather? Heather.
Are we talking budget authority or
budget,
vouchers?
budget authority. Budget, he's asking for budget.
Yeah,
authority.
budget authority.
For vouchers, federal vouchers.
Or how, budget authority translated into what you think that means in terms of vouchers.
I mean, generally HUD is going to fund you enough to cover the vouchers that your budget authority you have now. I don't think we have that exact dollar number. We can get that,
For
but
some reason, I'm hearing 24, 28 million out of something like that.
Could
Is
be.
that or two? What is it? Yeah. Federal side. Got to introduce yourself.
Hi, Heather Mueller, CFO. So I believe, and it's around 280 million for 2024.
280 million for 2020.
For calendar year,
20.
for the year that we're in right now.
I see.
So it's going to increase in 2025, and it's going to be around 300 million.
So there would be 20 million more dollars available. So because the 280 million would be paying for the extension of the existing vouchers, and the new 20 million would be that would allow for additional vouchers.
Correct.
I see. Okay. And that's in the budget already passed by Congress, or that's the
Yes.
expectation?
Correct.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stop there and listen to the chairman's questions and come back with other ones in this area.
Thank you very much. So the third and final SMART goal was to reduce the local voucher lease-up timeline to 75 days on average. It was at 94 days as of the budget hearing, and now it's at 91 days. Is that correct? And if so, talk me through how that's going to change.
So currently, our days for local, as of September of this year, our local lease-up time is 91 days. Hasn't changed. We are working to reduce that number. I have a few plans that we're implementing on Monday to help address some of these delays. The delays in the lease-up time fall on both our landlords and my staff. But I'll be frank, we know we have some holes. We're still working to build and fix our program, but we're getting in the right direction. For example, next week, we're going to have a lease-up week. So basically, all of my frontline staff will be addressing all of the rafters that's outstanding. So we're going to process those in 3 days. My supervisors will handle all the customer service and walk-ins. So the staff will be freed up because we still have walk-ins coming in. We had 410 last week. And that number is not going to change. It's people are coming in, which is great. People are coming in, but we have to address our lease ups. And we have to address reducing those days. And the backlog right now is 405 rafters. If we can get those processed.
405 what?
Rafters. Request for tenancy approvals from the landlords. We get those processed, and that's a big issue for our lease up numbers and the families getting housed, and it all falls together in terms of how our numbers, our utilization looks.
So if I may, we've been taking a look at the voucher program for a couple of months now. Obviously, this is the first quarter of the recovery plan tasks and deliverables. But one of the things was figuring out where the bottlenecks are, the challenges are. So between the locators, as well as we have a third-party vendor on board helping us, they've been able to identify where some of the bottlenecks are in order to be able to now focus our ability to process certain things. And so they were the ones that pointed out certain bottlenecks, whether it be the rafters, so that's going to help us a lot. Also, because of the volume of people that come to the office now, I've heard from the staff, because I'm at 702 all the time. And so they were like, Director Pettigrew, we really need a processing day. Because we were seeing people 5 days a week for walk-ins. When we started, my thing was, hey, 5 days a week, we need to be accessible until we can improve our efficiency. But now, because of the volume, I call it the mad rush syndrome, because everybody knows where to find us now, and they're coming in waves. And so, and clearly you can see the staff being a little overwhelmed, right? And just as we have to deal with the residents and their well-being, I have to deal with the staff and their well-being as well. I mean, and I will say I'm encouraged by the effort that I see in terms of trying to change the culture. But the reality is we need that processing day in order to be able to now focus on these bottlenecks so we can get this train moving. Mm-hmm. And as we continue to move forward, hopefully improve our processing efficiency, right? Because that's where it got bogged down. But I think a lot of it had to do with not only, staff being acclimated back to being in the office and working, but also the volume that they got hit with over time. I tell people all the time, out of everybody on the team, I'm the only one that's ever been through this stuff 3 times. So if you've never been in it and you get hit with it, I tend to see it, right? And so we look to get better as we now clear these bottlenecks up with focused attacks on where they are, to get them processed, to get them moving, to clear that road so we can better improve our efficiency. So.
Okay. I appreciate that. That makes sense. I think it is important to identify what's not working in these systems and fix it. I hear my staff all the time, we got so much stuff coming in, it is hard to address it. So for you to say, okay, we're gonna take a beat and spend, a day allowing you to process these things seems like a smart move. So, we'll look at the metrics and learn from it. It's gonna work or it's not gonna work, but we'll see.
Plus, it'll help me manage people with regard to not returning phone calls, because now they got a day.
Yeah.
They got a day where they ain't seeing nobody. So pick up the phone, call people back, right? Respond to an email. So they asked for it, so they better be careful what they ask for, because I'm gonna give it to them, but I expect results, right?
Okay, well, I like that. I appreciate it. Sort of seeing the problem, figuring out what's going on, what's going to help fix it, trying that thing. But before I move to off the metrics, I forgot to come back to this when I resumed from Councilmember Fruman. I was struck by the testimony, the unexpected testimony of the gentleman who spoke about the application fees. He's not the first person to raise it, but it stuck with me. The rent reasonableness, it causes a financial strain for people who already have financial strains, because if they don't know if the unit is rent reasonable, and so after they apply, you got folks, flushing money down the toilet, and they already struggling to figure out how to make ends meet. What can we do about that?
Yes. So Director and I have already talked, and actually is in the process of us identifying staff that can be available just to run rent reasonableness. So if that's running it in advance, once they know the complex, either apartment complex or the housing they go, we can take the time to work with the landlord to send them the sheet, run it in advance of them doing the fees. So that's in process. We hope to have them on board maybe before the end of the year to be able to have staff dedicated to run rent reasonableness in advance.
And can I add one thing, please? So we do run it early on when we do these meet and leases, because the landlords come and residents and potential residents come, and we run them there when the landlords are there. I gotta be frank with you, I thought we were already getting in front of all this, because I'd heard this long before, that people were upset because they were spending all this money on application fees, not knowing whether it was rent reasonable. I know I've had that conversation with my staff before, so I'm a little annoyed that somehow it fell through the cracks. And I hate to hear it, because obviously I know these people have limited resources. So you can rest assured that we're gonna get on top of this right away.
I appreciate it. How long does the rent reasonableness process take with a landlord who is cooperative and timely?
If we get the process to run reasonableness, 10, 15 minutes, but you have to have the information. So hopefully, there's a sheet, and if that landlord completes that entire sheet, then the staff can run it. If not, then you're calling them back, you're asking for different information, and I'm not sure what that time frame can be, but if we can just get all the information, it takes 10 to 15 minutes to run it.
Okay. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I love numbers, so I'm gonna, I heard that, and it may be that you're gonna have to get up again, but I heard that the 20 million, the increment of 20 million, and I think, okay, what if the average rent was 2,500 a month, just to get a ballpark, which would be 30,000 a year, which 20 million would then, I think, provide around 700 new vouchers in FY25. Am I thinking in the right way?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then when I think about what's out there, 2,400 vouchers that are out there that need to be married with apartments, 700 new vouchers in the federal program in FY25. I don't know the number of LRSP vouchers that are in the pipeline for FY25. But then when we talked about units in public housing, about 1,900 units that could come online. So there could be, between now and the end of FY25, the capacity to house, to fill 5,000 units between different vouchers and the public housing units that need to be brought online. Does that capture it?
Yes, sir.
And what's realistic for us? If there's 5,000 out there that we could fill, what do you think's realistic for what we can do in
Right.
the next year?
So, to be frank with you, the real answer right now is I don't know. And I'll tell you why, because we will be taking inventory and assessing where, as we get like into November, December, as to where we are, identifying all of the challenges that we were confronted with, and then come up with a very conservative number as to what we believe we can do, right? Under promise and over deliver, so to speak. We were very ambitious in a way with some of the stuff that we projected initially when we first started because of some pressure from HUD to say, hey, you got to get your numbers up. And we felt like it was low ambitious, but hey, we went for it. But now that we've had an opportunity to really practically go through it, it gives us a better sense of what's realistic and what's not realistic, right? Even with my assessment of where we are with the team and how we're going to, pivot to certain things, because remember now, the staff didn't get back to work until April. So basically, they only been back to work for 6 months. But during that 6-month period, what we've been doing is observing and listening and just watching. It's almost like like myself to a football coach who's putting in a new system. And it takes about a year for your team to acclimate to it, right? And so we're just assessing where we are. By the end of the year, we'll identify what we believe to be a realistic goal for next year.
Okay, so very helpful. And it's interesting the way you said they just came back to work in April, which I know we spoke and how important it was to you to get people back to work so that you could get the gears turning in the way that you wanted them to be turning. I want to turn back a little on rent reasonableness because it has an impact on those numbers. So what happens if a landlord gets a rent that's set at 2,000 and then a year later they feel strongly that if you reran the numbers it would be 2,500? What is there the ability on the part of a landlord to get the rent adjusted, and when and how does that work?
So yes, the landlord can request an increase in the rent after that HAP contract or that term, that 1-year lease or whatever the case may be is up. And we do run the rent reasonableness again. Now, we know it doesn't really happen in DC too often, but if it goes down, then now you've got to take that lower rent amount as well.
And you don't find that out until you've made that application?
Until you make it, yes.
And then one of the things in the HUD report was the idea that the old way in which we sent rents set them too high. And my impression is we've not revisited those rents. I mean, what happens if the rent we're paying is higher than what the rent reasonableness test would show?
So good question. No. So we actually ran rent reasonableness on all of our leased up units.
You did?
Yeah, we did. And we put them in 3 pots. Under rent reasonableness, right at rent reasonableness, and over rent reasonableness. And so what we're doing now is going back and inspecting these units to confirm that the overs are actually over, because some of the paperwork may not have been filled out appropriately, right, with the appropriate amenities and everything else. And once we define that group, and if they're over, then we'll sit down with HUD, because HUD asked us to do it, and then determine how we go about dealing with those landlords who have been overpaid.
And overpaid over time.
Yeah.
As well. So can you share that data in even summary form with us? I would not expect you to share building by building, unit by unit, but is there a way that you can share that data so that we have some transparency into that?
Hi, I'm Amy Glassman. I'm the general counsel. Some of it's a work in progress. I guess what, it may be helpful to, we certainly have the data but it's property, it's unit by unit. And so there are aggregates, but because we're verifying it, I'm not sure if we give it to you now that it's it may change, I guess is my, would be my point. So it's sort of a work in progress because we're in the process of verifying.
So I would ask that when it will change because the calculation of rent reasonableness changes. And so actually, but at some point I would ask that you share aggregate data in this space with us, with the recognition that it will always be a moving target. A different thing in this space, the database on rents generally, which has been manana for quite a while. I so badly want data in this area. I mean, I want data on what's happening with you, and I want data from the rent database, and I want data on what's happening in the landlord world, because we're making policies somewhat blind and the data exists. So if you can help us on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. So I want to talk about the recovery plan, the 3-year recovery plan. This is our first public hearing since you released it in June. You and I, Director, have our standing check-in meeting last week, and you let me know there'll be an update on the recovery plan at the 6-month mark, which is sometime in December. So maybe early next year we'll probably reconvene on that. The current version of the plan has agency-wide goals plus department-specific goals for each of the 14 departments. Are there any departments where you're prepared to highlight completion of any of the goals or any of the goals that you want to talk about? We'll do a more thorough hearing on this, but is there anything you want to say about where things are in the plan? We're only 4 months in.
Yeah, well, I will say this. We are making progress. I don't necessarily want to single one department out over another, but obviously the departments have deliverables by quarters. That's what Chairman Skinner alluded to. But when we put the plan out, we announced that we would do a detailed 6-month report, because having done this a couple of times, I just think that, the 6-month report gives you a better snapshot of where you are. But obviously, we're monitoring what we're doing on a quarterly basis with the staff and the team. I feel good about where we are right now, given that it's the first quarter and given everything else that we have to live with on a daily basis. I actually have to sort of commend the staff, because, it's yeoman's work trying to now implement certain basic fundamental stuff in your departments, because that's what it's really all about. Remember, when I talked about the recovery plan, I said that it was a roadmap for the staff, right? Because coming into an environment like this, you don't know which way is up. And you sort of need something to help guide you and keep you focused on what needs to be done in order to start to rebuild that foundation and then move forward towards operational efficiency, right? And so, and the main thing was getting the staff's buy-in as well, because, this is what it's all about. Hey, listen, you guys need to own this, just like, because you got to live with it. Some of the highlights, obviously, is just, number one, getting the staff back to work, getting these audits done, which was a huge win for us. Starting to implement some of the IT systems so we can get up and running by the end of the year with some things that make the operation more efficient, particularly in the ACVP program. Bringing on the locators, bringing on the landlord liaison, little things like that, allowing walk-ins. I never forget, I was at a landlord association meeting, and forget the landlord's name. Listen, you ought to have a walk-in day for landlords. Done, right? Because remember now, what I did too, and I know some people have sort of been critical of the plan about seeing it and being transparent, but the one thing I did say was we welcome ideas. And we have that email address where people can submit ideas or people talk to us about ideas. So we have no problems taking ideas. We're not closing the world out. But by the same token, if I'm being frank, the staff needs the autonomy to be able to pull this off without it being a referendum on what they're doing. They've already been beat up enough. When you're trying to change a culture, yeah, you got some bad apples, but also you have a lot of people that really do care about trying to do this job right. But they feel like they're being attacked all of the time. And that has to wear on you too. And so part of their, for lack of a better word, mental well-being in terms of pulling this job off is to be able to know that they own something from an operational standpoint that they can actually make happen, and which they're doing. And so we'll share it at the 6-month point. But for the 3 months, I'd like for them to be able to have that autonomy to be able to do what they need to do. And if people feel like there are things that we need to do, then by all means, come to us and see us. I heard some testimony today I would love to sit down with some of these people to say, hey, they're not getting this, they're not getting that. I meet with everybody. So let's set up a meeting. Let's talk about where we are and what the challenges you're seeing. And we get the appropriate staff in the room and we make it happen. You know, we've had some success with some agencies and departments and organizations. And I'm willing to sit down with anyone to talk about some of the challenges and let them know, hey, listen, here's what we're doing. Is there anything else you think we should be doing that we're not doing? Then tell us now, so that way we can figure out a way to make it happen for you.
All right. Look, it makes sense to me. As I said in my opening statement, I'm going to measure progress based on the metrics, the numbers, and based on how residents feel, and try to give you and your team space to work. You know, I'm looking forward to the 6-month mark. You know, talk about where things are, where things need to go, and you know, often what's going to happen is you set a plan and strategy. You look at your metrics and you determine some things are working, some things are not, and sometimes you got to go back to the drawing board. And so what I want to see is constant progress, and I also want to see attention to system-wide improvements, like not doing walk-ins one day a week so that folks can catch up on work. So I appreciate it, and you know, we'll dig into the 3-year plan specifically in a few months, but I still want to unpack it a bit. Are you thinking you'll need to make any major changes to the plan based on what you're seeing so far?
No, because it's too early. From what I've seen so far, not right now. We'll have a better feel for it, ironically, at the 6-month mark. But right now, no. I mean, you know, some things we didn't complete in the 3rd quarter, and that makes sense only because it's new to everybody, right? And you know, sometimes folks are ambitious.
Yeah.
So in reality, we've met most of what we're supposed to be delivering, but there's some things that are either in progress or some things that have to get pushed to another quarter simply because, you know, they didn't get it done or something happened with staffing and that kind of stuff. So you run into that stuff. You know, it ebbs and it flows, but for the most part, I like what I see right now. And so I don't see many changes coming to it right now, but that's subject to change depending upon what happens with the housing stock, you know, where we're going with certain other things. Something may come out of left field we may not see, right? So, and those tend to be the major changes when you start to add new initiatives. That something may happen and you go, oh, geez, we got to deal with this problem. So now we got to add another initiative to address whatever comes up, right? So
yeah, okay. And then let me clarify. Now that I think about a January hearing, let me say January or February, because we also have performance oversight hearings, and I want you all to be able to work. In preparing for these hearings take a lot of time, so I'm gonna try to avoid a situation where we're having like 2 hearings in 3 weeks. I'll combine those two.
Yeah, man, please. I'm tired.
I'm with you. So let me turn to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. So one of the topics that came up today, and I think you heard it from AOBA and some of the witnesses talking about safety issues and issues where there are people with very serious mental health challenges, and people are trying to figure out what do you do in a situation like that. And I guess I want to start with, what do you do in the housing authority when you have one tenant threatening another tenant or tenants engaged in criminal activity? What steps do you take in that context?
You talking on the public housing side?
Yeah.
Well, normally if it's reported, then obviously we do a report and we address it. It tends to be reported. Chief, where's the chief? So did you hear the council member's question?
Good evening, Chief Mike Reese. First of all, we follow the established protocols within the DC code. The tipping point is whether it crosses a criminal offense or not. We use de-escalation. We have the same alternatives for CPEP, you know, and other alternatives like that.
What's that?
That's the agency in lieu of an arrest, where someone shows some certain characteristics, we can get them for emergency psychiatric treatment.
Oh, if somebody has very serious mental health issues, you may,
It's certain observable acts that a police officer has to see, and we can cite them for emergency treatment.
and then what, I mean, do you move to a stage of eviction if there's a pattern of activity?
So generally, I'm gonna speak on the public housing side. So if an incident comes in as reported, our property management staff generally will issue a notice, get our police chief and our police force involved. Then what Chief Reese says may happen. And then if it's a violation of the lease, we're going to our Office of General Counsel, and we possibly could be filing for possession.
And how often does that happen?
I do not have the data on that right now. I have to get that to see.
I don't have that either. I mean, I think that it's, we'd have to get back to you on sort of what that is. I mean, I would also say though, I think there are also sometimes when we're talking specifically about mental health, I think there are also efforts to have some intervention sometimes, right? So it could be that the person needs a reasonable accommodation to assist them with becoming, with remaining in their unit. And it could be that they can get some services and it might reverse a potential termination. So some of that is very fact specific, depending on the needs of the residents. I mean, there are some agencies around here that do, provide services. And so we do, we don't provide those services and we can't force someone to accept services, but there's some aspect of that as well, depending on what our folks see.
So, and Councilman, one of the things that brought me to this vision about the rebuilding communities was to bring services to the residents because they're not aware of them. And so that's why, not only do we have the music and the food, but you also see a lot of service providers that attend these events. And that was deliberate because what I saw when I arrived was, hey, people were not being connected to some of the services that the city provides. And one of them is behavioral health. And just so you know, our resident services director in that department has been working closely now with the Department of Behavioral Health because of some of the things that we've been seeing since my arrival, just so you know. So we see it, we're trying to be proactive about it now, and we do understand it.
So I saw in the 3-year plan that one of the things in the resident services area was like a comprehensive assessment of resident needs.
Yes.
And one of my questions was, to what extent does DHS and Department of Behavioral Health, are they a part of that planning for that assessment of resident needs?
So yes and no. We originally approached the lab about helping us put together some kind of survey that could have just assessed needs in general from the agency standpoint, right? So that I could have a comprehensive understanding of what my population looked like by property. Now that we're working with the Department of Behavioral Health, and obviously we have a connection with DHS, we will share what we get and then get their feedback on it as to how we can coordinate these efforts in order to get these services out. In addition to just continuing to do these events where we bring the services to individuals. And it amazed me that the first couple of sessions, how many people were literally talking to these service providers, which was a great thing for me, because it's good to see people doing it in a way that it doesn't expose them to being, what's the word I'm looking for? Not ostracized, but, embarrassed about sitting there talking to somebody from a behavioral health table. So
it's interesting to me because in a voucher setting, you might have a caseworker and you might have access to services, but it's a different. You're bringing services on site, and it's not in your budget, correct? I mean, you go to the agencies and you say there's this need, and then they do this work off of their budget.
Yes.
Is that right? And I wonder if, I don't know that a private landlord has the authority to do that in the same way. Do you look like you wanted to say something?
No, I agree. Generally, and to clarify for the services, so at the events that we're having, we have service providers there. So you're able to talk to them. So it's not funding that we're providing or anything. They're there and it's open at each of the events. But you're correct. For Some of the clients that already have a service provider, they're going to DHS or others who have the funding. Housing Authority, you know, we're providing the housing and it does get a little difficult. Even on our public housing side where we own units, we're not service providers, but we try to connect them with programs in the city, or if they are, you know, if they are on the local voucher side, then of course we can go to DHS.
So just to close it out, I mean, they may go to, I went to one of your events and there were a lot of service providers there, but they might meet a service provider and then do they continue with that service provider? Or is it a one-off, just a conversation in a Sunday afternoon?
No, they can. They can still continue on. And it's funny because some of the service providers actually encourage us to, hey, send your people to us. You know, the Office on Aging, was it DACO? I had a conversation with them about several months ago because we just brought on this senior coordinator because I need to focus more on my seniors and some of the services they're getting and some of the activities that they're involved in. I wanted to be more focused, centralized. And they were like, listen, please put us in touch with her because we want to talk about, you know, what we can offer your seniors and how we can coordinate some of these efforts for programmatic activities.
All right, I'm well over again, so I'm gonna stop for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So staying on the 3-year recovery plan and really connecting it to something we heard today, we did hear a good amount of testimony about the need for improved customer service and communication. My team tells me this is still one of the biggest challenges they hear about from a constituent services perspective. It certainly is one of the things I hear most consistently when I'm out and about. How are you tracking customer service and communications outcomes?
Excruciatingly, can I say it that way? We get complaints all of the time. I mean, I get emails, maybe 10, 15 a day. And so let me start first by saying we've done customer service training for the entire department. I mean, the entire agency, number one. And we will continue to do it on an annual basis, number one. All right, but also I think it's part of this culture thing where they're back now and they need to behave like they're back now, if I can say that without belittling people, right? I mean, you know, I think a lot of our staff do try to provide customer service. I think the biggest problem is more about the communication and the response that we found to be challenging. And again, that may go back to the volume of work. That may go back to the fact that, you know, people are just overwhelmed again. And particularly because what's driving me crazy now is not returning phone calls. I can tell you right now. That is unnerving for me. And so we're going to be putting in a system, right, Mike, to track the phone calls now, to see who's calling and who's not calling. And so that we can make sure that we now start to hold people accountable. And we are starting to hold people more accountable too. And so I wanted to give the team an opportunity to get back into space and get acclimated before we started really starting to try to start with any kind of disciplinary action and or warnings, right? And so now we're starting to heat up a little bit with regard to some of the complaints that we're getting about people being more accountable, customer friendly, and also more accountable in terms of responding to clients. And so I think hopefully what we're going to see is improvement in that area as we go forward. So.
Okay, I haven't figured out a way for us to track it on this end other than the number of complaints, but you know, I track some things like that. But you know, I think folks will appreciate hearing that it's you know, it's on your radar in a serious way.
Yes.
We've had conversations about this. I know you get frustrated by it, which I appreciate as a first step. But we'll keep monitoring it and we'll keep getting feedback in and outside of the hearings on this. There's a lot to turn around, so I recognize it's not going to happen overnight. But we'll stay focused on it. You also shared that one of your major goals with the plan was to give your own employees a clear sense of what needs to change and how they can help. You mentioned, you used the term earlier, a sense of ownership. How are you monitoring employee well-being?
Just by observing and watching and listening, right? I mean, people hit me up all the time, Director, can I talk to you? You know, I have an open door policy, much to the chagrin of some of my staff but it happens. But no, we listen, and we try to pivot when we can, to make sure that people understand that, I am concerned about their well-being as well as everyone else's. So, and they want to meet sometimes to talk and air it out. And, hey, let's get it off your chest. Let's talk a little bit about what you need. Perfect example is this whole processing day. That came out of a lot of frustration from staff saying, hey, listen, this is overwhelming. We really need you to think about giving us a day to just process paperwork because it's so much and it's coming fast and furious. And so it's more about just listening and just having the pulse of the team in general. And obviously, as more time goes on, the better I get at it in terms of reading the room, watching how the performance goes, and also just watching the body language. Again, my goal is number one, rebuild the culture, which is a task. And on top of making sure that their well-being is great and rebuild the morale. And one thing I do hear a lot of recently is that the morale is starting to pick up because people are telling me, they're like, man, listen, we appreciate that you're here. We like what you're doing. Nobody's ever done this before. You make us feel like, you appreciate us. And that starts and that permeates, right? And you hope that it continues to build and build and build, till everyone feels the same way. And because a lot of the staff, I got to tell you, are really excited about this now, the belief that this thing can happen. I mean, we're nowhere near where we want to be, but it's just that ray of hope and starting to see that, hey, listen, you know what? Okay, it's starting to make a little sense here about what we're trying to do as a team and as an agency. So I see the remnants, right? I see the remnants. And again, having been in this before, the first year is always that year. It's that struggle, right? And then at some point, the light bulb goes off and more people start to embrace what you're doing. And then you really turn that corner toward more progressive improvement. And so I like where we are right now. I like the effort that I'm seeing. If nothing else, we got a lot of problems, communication, customer service, but I like the effort that I'm seeing right now. That's where it should start.
Well, we will certainly come back to the 3-year plan. We want to make sure, within the things of our control in this committee, we want to make sure that we're not creating plans that are just wasted time or wasted paper. That's not your plan clearly on this. So we'll come back to it. And I want the public to rest assured we're gonna have conversations. We're gonna track it. We're gonna look at progress and we're gonna get feedback. I'm gonna move next to public housing repositioning, but let me first turn to Councilmember Fruman.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman White. And this is going to be my last round, so then you'll have free reign to cover all of your topics. And still thinking again about the numbers, using the $2,500 average rent, and so $30,000 a year. If it's 280 million that's there, that would be about 9,000 federal vouchers. Part of what I think I was hearing was there's like 1,100 of them or 1,300 of them that haven't been connected with housing, and that probably points me to the 84% kind of figure. So I'm thinking it's like 9,000 federal vouchers that you're managing, and then might be 700 new ones that come in the next fiscal year. How many local rent supplement vouchers are you managing? Or are you?
I literally just asked this question before I got up here, so let me get my answer here. And Amy, you might find it quicker.
Yeah.
And while you're looking, because I'll have the same question about permanent supportive housing vouchers as well. Just trying to get.
I don't have the breakdown. Do you have?
Higher. It's higher. How many local vouchers? Huh? 6,000.
So 6,500 tenant-based approximately, and 2,135 project-based on the local side. This looks like the numbers.
Say the numbers again.
For the local tenant-based, 6,500. For the local side, project-based attached, to projects, 2,100.
And the 6,500 are local rent supplement and permanent supportive housing. They're all
lumped in. That's the whole local.
So that in the total, I guess, with using my 9,000, which isn't necessarily the right number, 15,000, 17, somewhere between 17 and 20,000 vouchers out there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Yeah,
that?
it's okay. That,
Okay.
I'm trying to add in my head, if it's 9,000 that are federal, 6,500 that are local
Right.
tenant-based, and
Sorry.
2,100, the total of that would be about 17,000.
Gotcha. So from our last report, what is this, as of, it's our October board book. We actually have budget capacity on the federal side for about 13,600 vouchers. We currently, as of September, had 11,757 leased.
So
So that would be on the federal side.
Okay. So my 9,000, that was, I was off by a significant amount.
Yes.
Okay. And this is just to, to air it. And that is, we have, I get complaints or people raise issues every day about challenges that flow from all of these programs, which are critically important programs. But I am grappling with, what do I do where there are folks who clearly need more than they're getting and we're not helping them and we're not helping the people who live around them. And I'm just not asking for an answer to this now, but I just want to be candid that when I'm grappling with this every day and looking for ways where we can have accountability and support people who need support. We just had, a couple of catastrophic things happen where we lost a 5-year-old child and a 1-year-old child. I think one of them, I think it's in the public record that was a person who was benefiting from a family that was benefiting from a housing voucher. The other one, I don't know the answer to it, but we have people with really serious needs and people who sometimes behave way outside of the line. And how do we house people and care for them, but also protect the people around them? If you have any brilliant answers, I'm open.
I don't have any right now.
I will say though, I mean, I think that's where some of the supportive housing comes in, right? I mean, there are folks who I think can, need I mean, we may not have enough services. I mean, but, as a city, right? I mean, I think that, part of what we see for folks who, need some assistance to live independently is that they can benefit from certain types of supportive housing. That doesn't necessarily fully resolve your question, but I mean, I think more funding for the services to combine, to sort of accompany the actual housing, is something that, I've certainly seen work in a variety of cities.
So I appreciate that. I mean, I am struck that there's a spectrum of housing, and we have in Ward 3, there's Woodley House, which provides a lot of on-site support, and I never hear anything about it. And there's also the Brooks, which is a family housing program, and I've had neighbors say to me when that was proposed, I fought it with everything that I had, but it works pretty well. And so there's the needs differ, and how do we provide the spectrum of options for people and get people into the right options? I think that's really a challenge and an important challenge for us to get our arms around, because our failure to get our arms around it erodes support for the program generally. So with that cheery note, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Froman, and thanks for raising some really important issues. And this last one is particularly important. But before I move to a public housing reposition, I want to come back for a second to the application fees issue. We get a good number of calls about that, and I'm glad that you all are working on it. But I'm trying to figure out what we say to residents, because they told us they're working on it is not going to be sufficient. So could I get your thoughts on what we should say to residents?
Yeah, I mean, for the rent reasonableness piece, we can offer if they, you know, I'm saying this because you've been saying it for a long time, that if someone needs to reach out to us before to run the rent reasonableness, do that. You know, we'll maybe identify an email address or a number or something and can get back to you, but they can come to us and have that run before. But I just want to add, just from being in the property management for many years, it's not always the rent reasonableness piece. So although we do our due diligence and eligibility piece to issue a voucher, once you go apply for this apartment or something else, they have their own criteria. And unfortunately, some of the individuals that are applying may fail their criteria. So then also that's a loss of application fee. For us, we have put more dollars in the budget for next year to help fund application fees. We currently do have it now. And I'll turn it over to Anton to talk about it. Once you come in, we have an application process. I don't know if that's upfront or reimbursement, but we do have the ability to assist with application fees.
Thank you, Nicole. So one of the things we're doing in our meet and lease events, we have 7 planned for the rest of the year. Landlords and families are coming together at these events to pretty much see if they can lease up units immediately. At those events, we're doing the rent reasonableness upfront before a family applies to the housing. So that way there's no application fee. So if we do the rent reasonableness, we do affordability for the family and they don't qualify, there's no fee.
Okay.
There's no fee, so it saves families a lot of money. And
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. We'll make sure we connect folks with you as they raise those concerns. We'll continue to work with you on a more permanent way to address this. And we'll dig into not right now, but the meet and lease events, because I'd love to get an understanding of how well they're working.
Yeah, and I think we can do a better job promoting those too. Because if you guys get inquiries from folks, you can say, hey, listen, we'll send you the list of meet and leases for the remainder of the year. And you guys can say, hey, listen, go to the meet and lease. That way you get your rent reasonableness run before you start to submit an application. Because the problem is people are getting these vouchers and they're going. And we go over some of this stuff in the briefings. And we probably need to do a better job of making sure people understand, listen, make sure you get back to us before you fill out an application.
Yeah.
Just identify where you are, where you're looking. And that way we can sort of run the numbers beforehand. We need to do a better job at that too, because I'm quite sure we're not.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. I feel like there's some progress there, and I see the path forward as well. So let me go to the public housing repositioning. So on one hand, the Star Board has adopted policies that say residents will have certain rights, even if they aren't required by federal law in a specific situation, and there will be lots of opportunities for residents and for resident input before various steps are taken. On the other hand, DCHA already went ahead and submitted new applications to HUD for disposition of several apartment communities, and that has people alarmed. So can you help to reconcile those things for us?
So the applications were submitted. I don't know if people remember, HUD was about to go offline and implement a new system. And I think it was the deadline, was June 1 or July 1? And so we wanted to get into the pipeline before they shut down. And that's all that was to make sure that, hey, we're in line for potential of maybe repositioning and obtaining these funds, because they're not unlimited funds, number one, and you got to get in line, number two. And so that was more of a mad dash to make sure, and then HUD reversed it and pushed the deadline back. But that wasn't our fault. We got them in.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like we were trying to pull a fast one on anybody. This was more about the circumstances that we were confronted with at the time. That's all it was. Now, I'm on the record. We're completely committed to having these dialogues with the residents. I know the problem is everybody wants to know what's going on there, and there's nothing to tell because we don't know whether the applications are going to be approved. Listen, when I was in Alexandria, I submitted 13 applications for 13 properties. And Nicole was laughing because she was a subject matter expert in the HUD, in the SAC office where I submitted the applications. And that's how I met her. And so, and they kept rejecting them and I kept submitting them. I was tweaking them. I said, listen, I want my money. You guys came to me. I want that money to help rebuild these properties. They only ended up approving 3. So again, but again, and I couldn't go out to talk to the residents in Alexandria until I knew which ones were approved, because that then leads to what you can do.
Confusion.
Yeah, so right now, talking to people about this, it's nothing to talk about. You'd be sitting around the room speculating, and I hate speculating. I want to be able to come back and say, listen, we had this now, and so now let's talk about what we're all thinking as to what are you guys looking for. And one thing I will say, and I've told the residents, listen, Cynthia Wiggins is in New Orleans, and Kevin Harris is in Alexandria. And those are the two resident leaders I worked with over the last 10, 12 years. And they will tell you, I'm a resident guy, number one. And even in Alexandria, listen, the residents were involved from A to Z. I mean, we had a resident on the selection panel for the development partner for both the Ladre as well as the Samuel Madden project. And so, and they were in the room. They voted on who they wanted. As a matter of fact, the development partner that we picked for Samuel Madden, actually the resident leader was the one that said, I like them better. So that my track record speaks for itself with regard to involving residents. I have no problems having that dialogue, but when I do have it, I want it to be substantive. And I want to be able to talk about what we need to do going forward. So we're not hiding anything. We're not trying to not be transparent. It's just that right now we have nothing but applications pending, number one. And once we get them back, number two, then we'll know what we can do, number three. Because say, for instance, and I know Greenleaf's been out there front and center. Say, for instance, the Greenleaf applications gets rejected. Then, you know, we're back to square one with that one. But say Potomac Gardens gets accepted, and the board says, hey, you know what? Okay, then let's move with Potomac Gardens first. You know, so it's a lot of that stuff that needs to be worked out, but you won't know until you get your applications, and then
So you can't do repositionings until it gets approved by application. You submit an application, then it gets approved by HUD.
Yeah.
After an application is approved by HUD, what's the process then?
So once the application is approved, you pretty much start to develop your plan with the residents. So it's not a time frame that we have to go now redevelop or give HUD the plan in a month, 2 months, 3 months. In Alexandria, sat on approval for several years. That approval for us is kind of the golden key of how are we going to finance the deals? What will be the rent levels? The difference that a lot of people don't understand is the Section 18 option allows for higher rents to be paid through a subsidy, right? The RAD program, which has been out there for years, and we understand, you know, has been talked about for many years and saying, let's go the RAD route. It does not. It pays a lower amount. RAD is funding neutral. So HUD is just going to give you the same amount of funding they gave before, but now they're going to forecast it into a rent amount for the bedroom size. So the Section 18 route is generally, in most cases, especially in DC, is the most advantageous route to go because it gives you more dollars to be able to do more on the property.
Can we also just emphasize though, the rents are what helps support our, you know, sort of our financing, but irrespective of what subsidy we use, whether it's RAD or Section 18 or a blend, the residents' rents, their portion of the rents is going to be 30% of their income. So the resident rent is the same as opposed, right? So just to clarify, but the higher rents allow us to get more financing, which means we can do more.
Yeah.
What's the approval process? So let's say HUD approves a repositioning. Who has to sign off for that to move forward?
At HUD, you're saying?
No, in the city. Would that come before the council? Would the mayor have to approve it? Residents, anybody?
So there's many layers of approvals here. Let me just see if I'll try to cover them. So HUD says you can swap your subsidy, right? You can do a Section 18 or, you know, we're approving your RAD application. We then, I mean, certainly are, you know, there's extensive resident consultation throughout this whole process, right? With their input, we've got to select a developer and that process will include a resident on the selection committee which we've, I think, committed in the development principles. Our board would have to approve the development plans once we actually get those in place. HUD has to approve a number of the legal and the financial documents for each development moving forward. What am I forgetting? But I mean, so there's a bunch of additional federal approvals. I mean, in terms of local, we would have zoning, permits, You know, any kind of local development approvals would also have to be obtained, you know, from the district as well.
Okay.
And then if there's financing from any local government bodies, they would have that, when there hopefully will be, you know, they would have to go through their own approval process to allocate that money to us.
Okay.
And Council, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but and this thing takes time. It's not like this thing can be rushed in any sense of an imagination, right? It can't. And I know people are afraid and they're a little anxiety about maybe the past and the distrust, but this thing can't be rushed. The applications were rushed only to beat the deadline. But in terms of this whole process, oh man, it's gonna take a couple of years.
More broadly, but to this point, residents and their attorneys have made clear that they want clear timelines for all the properties, or an understanding of what's happening, where things are going.
Yeah.
The recovery plan talks about a new building condition tracking system, a new resident engagement plan for development, and most importantly, a public pipeline for development. What of that, what do you think will be ready in time for the 6-month update? And related but separately, when will residents in various communities have an idea of what the long-term plans are for their communities?
Well, one thing I will say, until at least we get back the application approvals, because that's really going to tell you what you have and what your options are, right?
Okay.
And then what we'll do is sit down and talk with the board about, okay, say we get all 6 applications approved. Then the question becomes with the board, okay, given where we are, what's going on in the city, what developments are happening where, and then you start to lay out your plan for how you think you want to sequence them. And it's hypothetically, perfect example, I'm not even hypothetical. In Alexandria, you know, we had a couple of pieces of property that we put out with the RFP and the RFQ to get development partners because of the Section 18 approval. But we decided to go with Madden first because of the development that was already happening in the city of Alexandria, particularly with that Route 1 corridor, with Vitek coming and with Amazon coming. We felt that it made more sense to build in Madden first. And so 66 units of Madden public housing on 4 acres of land. By the time we finished negotiating that deal, we got 532 units out of it. 161 of them are 30% or below. 160 are 40 to 80% workforce. And then the other 200 or so are market rate to sort of cross subsidize it and pay for the development itself. But again, what went into Madden being selected was what else was going on. Because it doesn't make sense to build somewhere where nothing's happening right now. I mean, ideally, but it can happen.
Okay. So get a response from HUD on these applications is sort of step one, and seeing what the options are. And then you go from there, and that will help determine what the long-term plans are or options are for various communities. Let me turn to, so the board adopted a new conversion handbook this month with additional rights for some public housing tenants. Why did the board adopt a new handbook? Was there a particular reason? I just don't know.
Well, the board and frankly, you know, the leadership at DCHA heard, I think, a lot of the concerns. These have been raised at board meetings, that people were scared of Section 18. They were concerned about, you know, but if we do RAD, am I going to have more rights? And, you know, we started having discussions about, well, why would we not just give the same rights to everyone? And, you know, but the board felt that it was important to codify that now, right? To put out that statement so that it was an official action, as opposed to us just sort of, you know, talking about it. And so, I mean, that was, you know, honestly, it was, you know, it was intended to be clear that our choice of subsidy repositioning mechanism, whether it's RAD or Section 18, is about the financing and how much we can do. It's not about parceling out different resident rights, basically. So we wanted to be clear that it doesn't matter what subsidy tool we use, that, you know, the rights will be the same.
Okay. How does Are you planning to translate the handbook into a fact sheet or info sessions? How do you plan to communicate that to residents?
Yes, we are. So like in Alexandria, we did an FAQ that we passed out, and I did maybe like, I think like 9 meetings throughout the city of Alexandria where we rolled out our Section 18 redevelopment stuff. And it was basic questions that they had, you know, will my rent change? Am I gonna stay 30% or below? Yes, you will, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll put that together.
Okay, I appreciate that. You have a rough timeline?
Let me talk to the team. I mean, obviously the sooner the better, but again, even when we go out to talk to them, and we'll let me figure out. I want to try to, if I can, I want to get something out sooner rather than later, just so they can have something in hand. But you know what's going to happen. The minute I put it out, everybody's going to want to meet. And I'm like, listen, I don't have much to tell you right now other than you wanted it in writing, we gave it to you in writing. But until we know what we got, I mean, it's still not going to be able to talk to you about what's going to happen. But we can put something out as a sort of summarized but factual version of what the handbook is. So
okay. So we have laws on the books in DC that say there have to be public input meetings before, say, land is leased out or sold. But in practice, those meetings are really just an exercise in checking a box. And the administration has already more or less decided what they're going to do. I think that's what residents are thinking about when they, hear about resident engagement. You are clearly saying something different. But how are you planning to put residents in at least one of the driver's seats in terms of repositionings and the future of these developments?
So again, in Alexandria, obviously, we had someone actually on the committee picking a developer from A to Z. And then we just consistently met with residents once a month to give them updates, and they could ask us questions about where we were. I mean, it was fully transparent. And again, I say reach out to Kevin Harris, who was the president of the RAB in Alexandria. He'll tell you from A to Z. And they were skeptical too. But when they saw it, I mean, they were like, oh, this guy's serious. We're in the room. We're giving feedback on what we want. Now, they didn't get everything that they wanted because, you got a development partner you're negotiating with too, but still, they were in the room to be able to have some say so and get to the finish line. So,
your team provided us with basic copies of recent HUD submissions, but not some of the important supporting documents like resident engagement records or the basis for declaring buildings obsolete. Is there a reason to not make those things public?
So you referencing the actual Section 18 applications?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we provided the actual Section 18 application, the HUD forms. Supporting the documents were not in there. They're generally done in a HUD portal in a system. Albeit you don't print it, they're not printed out. It's a metrics you go through, you fill in, you submit your application, you upload certain documents. So we provided what was uploaded that we had copies to send over.
Okay, but the supporting documents like resident engagement records, there's no document with that?
In the system, it'll ask you to, put in the date, put in the name of the RAB or Resident Advisory Board, sorry, put in these different items. We do have some sign-in sheets and stuff. I think what we provided was just the physical application. If sign-in sheets or other items are needed, definitely just, reach out to Amy and we can see what else we can provide on that.
Okay, we'll reach out. We just want to stay ahead of concerns. And some residents have expressed interest in having protections enshrined in the DC code in addition to the board resolutions. Can your team follow up with me in the next 2 weeks and let me know if there are any items from the new handbook that should not be codified? And final thing I'm going to turn to this evening is the HUD assessment close out. At the start of the hearing, I highlighted the letter that HUD recently sent you where they listed out some positive changes at DCHA. But there are still some items from their 2022 assessment report that they have not allowed you to close out. A lot of the open items have to do with administrative plans and the admissions and continued occupancy policy. What is that, and what was DCHA supposed to do there?
So on the, we call it the ACOP, so that's the admissions, help me out here.
Admissions and continued
occupancy.
occupancy
Yes,
policy
that.
for public housing.
Yes, the ACOP and the admin. So as you know, we've been doing the emergency legislation and putting those out there. And there's a lot of comments that have gone. I'm going to flip this to Amy because I know you're going through a lot of the advocate comments. But around several rounds gone, went back and forth with HUD prior to our arrival. When we got here, HUD still had the admin ACOP for review. So months and months and months went by that they were still reviewing. I mean, these documents are about what, 300 to 500 pages each. So we, the Housing Authority, were waiting from HUD's comments to then finalize any of their comments and also look at any other changes that the director may have wanted to look at from advocates and residents. We didn't get that back until recently. And I think we only got actually one back and one we were still waiting on a meeting. So we need to go through all of their comments still. And I'm going to hand it over to Amy because she's been working closely with HUD on that to finish off.
Yeah, let me just, I want to clarify. So essentially we, I think they sort of confirmed we weren't going to get some new, they sort of sent us their old comments, I think, so when it became clear recently that we weren't going to get any additional comments from HUD, which was kind of what we were waiting for to finalize. So we are now in the process of, last month, our board did hopefully the final round of emergency regulations on just extending our admissions and continued occupancy policy for public housing. We're going to ask our board in November to do another round to extend the administrative plan, which is the same thing, but for our HCVP program at the next board meeting. But the goal is to, now that we know that there aren't going to be, further HUD comments at this point, to work to finalize both documents and make them final regs, not emergency regs. Part of that finalization is going to reflect conversations that we've been having with advocates, and, also some, I think, administrative priorities, that I think also dovetail sometimes with, feedback we've gotten from tenants and from advocates. As part of that, so we are working to finalize those, which will, I think, hopefully, and hopefully address the HUD concerns and hopefully close out those issues on the HUD monitoring.
And did you say November is when you plan to submit those?
So the emergency regulations, as you know, sort of last for 120 days, and then we have to renew them. So the ACOP regulations expired a few weeks ago, or, and so we went ahead and renewed those ACOP emergency regulations for another 120 days, but the goal is not to do that again and to have a final document. The administrative plan, because we had made some changes to it, after, essentially those are expiring in November. So that's why we're gonna ask our board to extend the administrative plan emergency regulations one more time.
Gotcha.
In November.
Okay. Now, DCHA has gone through, I think, 6 rounds of emergency rulemaking. Is that the same thing here? For like, as you wait on HUD to say whether or not your new rules are okay. Is that the same?
I'm sorry, are you saying? I think so. I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm clear now there then. We've talked a lot about rent reasonableness, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, just a couple questions on a couple more questions on this. You got a new tool in place as of last July. This is one of the things that HUD dinged the agency on. But now rent reasonableness rejections have become one of the more common topics of concern when people reach out to my team, which is a little different than, many months ago when people were saying the city's overpaying by a ton, but you got to do something. But now we're getting a lot of concerns about rejections from tenants, from landlords. What's the next step on rent reasonableness?
So there is an appeal process. I mean, from listening to everyone talk, we probably haven't done a good job of putting that out there. So landlords do have an appeal process. If the rent reasonableness comes back and they feel that it is too low, they can request an appeal. They can provide comps in the neighborhood, around the neighborhood, and then we can rerun.
I understand the appeals, but but we're getting a lot of complaints, which I think has to do with more than appeals. So I guess let me ask this: what's the next step with HUD with respect to rent reasonableness?
I mean, HUD's guidance is you have to have a measure in place, right? And rent reasonableness is HUD regulated. So the notice, it's the lesser of. So lesser of rent reasonableness, the requested rent by the landlord, or payment standards. So that's a must. It has to be done. Now, do we get away from the company? The company is used by many in this area. We haven't, I've used several housing authorities that I've been at, and this is the first time I've heard so many concerns and issues. So I'm not sure exactly what the problem is, maybe because it's something new. The neighborhood approvals that were done previous to this do differ greatly. So that's a great question, but we know we can't remove the rent reasonableness option.
Right.
So, yeah, I might just add, I do think that there's a certain amount of getting acclimated to the new system, right? HUD has told us that we need to, and do this, which is, because it's what the regulations require. And so, some of this I think is education about, how I'll say I guess not so new regime, but how the regime that we've had in place for about a little bit over a year works. I also think, but I recognize that there's a tension, right, between, being able to pay sufficient rents so that we have landlords in the program and we have units available that are for our participants. So, I think some of my hope is also that through the locators and through some of the other changes that we're putting in place, that we can both help get people comfortable with the current policy of having to check rent reasonableness, but also, see what we can do to help them find units, right? Because that's the ultimate goal.
I guess what you're saying makes sense, but I think a lot of these concerns come down to the comparables or data sources, and I want to make sure there's some attention to whether or not that's a problem. It could be that it's new, in transition. It could be that that the rent reasonableness comparisons are consistently inaccurate. I don't know, but I also don't know how we would catch that.
So I appreciate what you're saying. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. I get a lot of calls from landlords regarding disputing the rent reasonableness. AffordableHousing.com updates their database on a regular basis. But going back to what Nicole said, what Amy just mentioned, the biggest piece is education. I spend a lot of times on phone calls, speaking to landlords, explaining why rent reasonableness is in place and how it works. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what's being compared. I'll give you an example. I had a landlord complain that a unit across the street was getting a higher rent than her unit. Her unit was a townhouse, and the other unit was a standalone house. And we can't compare the two. So those misconceptions, landlords are seeing and speaking to their friends and speaking to other landlords, it's causing a lot of confusion. So we just hired 2 landlord liaisons, and their role, part of their primary role is to educate landlords, speak to landlords, be a point of contact, a primary point of contact to answer a lot of these questions. Because I'm sure you get a lot, like you just mentioned, a lot of calls. I get a lot of calls from landlords asking those same things, why? And once they're educated, and we're working on the process to increase our landlord education sessions so they'll understand how it works, because it's not going anywhere. It's a great tool. It's a great tool to keep us honest, to keep landlords honest.
Okay. And I'm saying, I should have mentioned this a little bit ago. I try to give a time check in the evening because I know folks are juggling family and other responsibilities. I only have a couple of more questions. We'll keep an eye on rent reasonableness. I mean, I feel confident that you all, and frankly, we, if you don't, we'll see if there's a pattern of like, ridiculous assessments where we can't make sense of why the comparables weren't used or those comparables were used. We'll pick up on that pattern and make changes, but it is a transition, so we have to kind of figure out what's going on before we start trying to fix something we don't know what exactly, or if anything is actually wrong with it. I just do know that it's a cause of a lot of complaints right now.
It is.
Okay. The other side of that is that DCHA, a lot of residents feel like the DC Housing Authority was cheated and overcharged prior to 2022. And they want assurances that landlords won't walk away with way more than they should have been able to charge. What's the process for addressing those concerns as best you can at this point?
Well, the rent reasonableness that we get all the complaints of, that really is what is in place now to prevent that from happening. The ones that went off the prior, that's where director has said, we're running all the rent reasonableness. If anyone is over, we're gonna have the conversations with HUD to try to figure out next steps on that.
And thank you for going there. I wasn't clear on that point. What are the next steps with HUD on that? How do we close, on the question of how we close those out?
We're working with that. I mean, honestly, we don't know the answer, right?
Sure.
We are working with them to figure out what that looks like.
Okay.
So yeah,
Yes.
the next step, I mean, once we know, we will absolutely tell you. We just don't know.
So we've talked to HUD, and by the end of the year, we should have everything completed. We should have all the rent reasonables run, the inspections done to know what the amenities are in the unit, have everything run, and then provide that data to HUD by the end of the year. And then, as Amy said, we'll figure out the next steps, whatever that may be with HUD, and hopefully we'll share it with you, but maybe we'll know by the next hearing time.
Okay. This is my last question, as long as the answer is yes.
Yes. I preempted you, Mr. Chairman.
And
I know, right? It was kind of scary.
should be. Can you and your team get the committee a written update on exactly which items from the 2022 assessment are still open and what needs to be done to close those out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Timeline on that?
Probably sometime, probably middle of November. So just so you know, we're working with HUD, and we're going to sit down with HUD too, because we want to close this out, right?
Yes.
And our thought process was, let's figure out a way to put something together and just close it all out.
Yeah.
You know, but it's going to take us to the end of the month. We're meeting now to talk about what that looks like for us as an agency and as a team, realistically, given our resources.
Yes.
So probably by the middle of November, we should have something solidified that we can share with you as to how we want to move forward to close it out.
Okay, I appreciate it.
And I will say one thing. I know Councilmember Parker isn't here, but remember, he grilled me on meeting that May 31st deadline, and I wasn't trying to be coy with him, right? I kept saying, that's the goal.
Yes.
Nobody, because knowing what I know, this is that hit. You see where we are now, right?
Yes.
And so I don't want Councilmember Parker coming saying, "Hey, Pettigrew, you lied to me." You know? So
I'm all for timelines, but I also recognize the extent to which you all are in the driver's seat on this HUD thing specifically. So I need to hold you accountable, but I need to have some measure of flexibility with respect to HUD. Did you want to add something?
No, I just wanted to clarify, you're looking for an update on what remains open, right? That's what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay, okay, sorry, I just want to make sure I was understanding. Okay, yes, we can do that by mid-November. I don't know if we're gonna have a response from HUD on how to close it out by mid-November, so I just wanted to be clear, because sometimes they take a little time to think about things, so.
Appreciate it. Very diplomatically put. Again, Director, I want to thank you and your team. Really want to thank residents, advocates for being with us. I won't go through everything, but we heard a lot of folks voice faith in the agency and agency leadership. And again, I want to note, and those folks said things aren't perfect. We still got a lot to work on, but that's a different tone than what we've heard in the years that I've been on the council. So I want to keep moving in that direction. Many residents and advocates want more voting resident representation on the board as we look to the future of the board. Many people want more detailed timelines for the 3-year recovery plan. I've discussed, at least for now, the committee's plan for oversight and transparency. What we saw with the agency, metrics that we measure are moving in the right direction. The agency is still standing behind the 3-year plan. I appreciate that things are moving forward with respect to the HUD assessment. I think there's a lot more clarity, and hopefully folks have some sense of ease or at least transparency with respect to public housing repositioning. So these hearings are long. None of us enjoy long hearings. I do not, but they are important. We get really good feedback. There also were a number of recommendations from residents with respect to the agency. I only got to a few of them in the hearing because I didn't want the hearing to go on forever, but would love to get feedback and insights on the recommendations that folks made, and I continue to appreciate you all listening to and working with folks that raise concerns either in the hearings or outside the hearings. You don't have to come to our hearings for us to help you with the agency. If there's anybody who wasn't able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. So if you are interested in submitting testimony, you can do that via the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. That's lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. You can also email written testimony to housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this roundtable will remain open until the close of business on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. And again, we have a survey that's open at least right now. Feel free to email the Housing Committee at the same email address. We'll send that survey to you. I should note that we have a typo in the hearing notice that said Monday the 5th. We're sorry for that error. We will hold the record open until the close of business on Tuesday the 5th. Finally, if anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. The business before this committee is concluded. The time is 7:50 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned.